party bright, party clean.
Father may so frighten a child.
If you don't know the basic setup of Courage the Cowardly Dog, it goes something like this. Abandoned as a pup, he was found by Muriel, who lives in the middle of nowhere, with her husband, Eustace Bagg. But creepy stuff happens in nowhere, and it's up to Courage to save his new home. One of my earliest memories associated with art and the joy of making things that made other people happy happened to me in kindergarten, when I was asked to come onto the Friday video morning announcements for my school, which was the day of the week that they presented the positive works of students, to show a drawing that I had made in my art class. It's one of my most proud memories, and has stayed with me my entire life. I wish I had it now to show to you, but sadly I don't. But I can describe it to you. It featured Eustace, Muriel, and Courage, sitting in the living room of their little farmhouse, just existing. Living. Nothing creepy, nothing supernatural. Just them as they were relaxed and together and happy. Over a decade later in college, I dressed up as Freaky Fred one year for Halloween. The second video ever made on this channel when I was just doing it as a hobby was partially about Courage the Cowardly Dog. And to say that this show has been a consistent and very important through line of my life that I have viewed differently as I've gotten older is an understatement. Which is probably very evident when considering the somewhat silly length of the video that you just clicked on. But I also know that I'm not alone in that. I know that this is something that is extremely important to people, and I'm going to try and do my best to honor that in examining its history and meaning, and where it sits currently within the history of modern culture. The road to Courage was an interesting one, paved as it so often is the case in short films. In 1993, John Dilworth, the eventual creator of the show, was hired to make a short animation for the first episode of the third season of the MTV series Liquid Television. The short was titled Smart Talk with Raisin, and is essentially the precursor to Courage the Cowardly Dog. All of the hallmarks of what made that series unique can be found right here. You can see an early version of Dilworth's recognizable style, especially in the weird teeth in the characters' mouths. And the story focuses on a very sweet, mild-mannered girl named Raisin, and her brother, a rough, mean-spirited boy named Malcolm, watching their dog Hamilton try and do a magic trick. Malcolm is constantly heckling Hamilton and calling him stupid, to the point that he can't finish the trick because of his self-confidence. And he's only able to finally perform it, when the children's mother pulls Malcolm into the other room and beats him with a belt. Not only is this clearly a very early concept of the archetypes that would eventually form into Eustace, Muriel, and Courage, but other tropes that would be featured in almost every episode of that show, such as Eustace getting severely injured in some way, are also prevalent. And it's really interesting to see such an early form and proof of concept of this core idea, which is something that you don't often get with popular works of art. I love when we can see in different media how ideas, formats, and concepts evolve in the creative process. You can also see this in Dilworth's next film as well, The Dirty Birdie, where he even more developed the type of surreal humor that would be one of the main appeals of Courage, featuring a very early version of the character that would eventually become Katz. And his next film after this, which would be his last original work before Courage, would create more of the look of how that world would eventually feel like, especially in the episodes where the family would travel to a new city or location. I remember that they used to air the pilot to Courage the Cowardly Dog titled The Chicken from Outer Space from time to time on Cartoon Network, but today it's actually pretty hard to find a high-quality version of it. Which, is unfortunate because this is actually some of my favorite Courage the Cowardly Dog content. Essentially everything that would mold the next 4 seasons would be canonized here on a tone, humor, and visual level. The art style here is obviously underdeveloped from what the show would eventually be. It is all individually hand-drawn in a much more rough but still fun style that I really dig. A comparison could be made to the original style of The Simpsons shorts compared to the polished look that the show would eventually have. I honestly, personally wouldn't mind if the whole show looked like this, although I understand that on a practical level, that level of fluid animation would not have been possible for something operating at that scale. But I love little touches of detail like this that you normally don't get in the show, like the flowing fabric on Muriel's dress, and the obscene level of detail on Eustace's old hands. It is interesting to me that even this early they are experimenting with mixed media, and to an extent doing it more than the show would. The farmhouse is filled with photographs of real-life people, which they would drop in the full show, as well as the windmill movements and the spaceship being done with very early CG, which would later be traditionally animated. I am very fascinated by the idea that the mask that Eustace uses in this to scare Courage is entirely unchanged in the series. This is the finalized design that they would use from here on, which I find neat because essentially everything else here is a rough version that would eventually be refined. We would also see a very early concept of what would become Robot Randy. Tonally though, this is quite different and more extreme than the series would eventually be on a violence level, even ending with the main antagonist essentially being cooked to death. When the titular chicken from outer space lands on the farm, he starts his path of rage by breaking the necks of the real chickens in the henhouse, and when he does this, we hear them audibly crack. The space eggs that Muriel would unknowingly serve to Eustace are bloody on the inside when cut open, and when he begins his process of transforming into the giant chicken man, the body horror of it all is much more exaggerated and slower than we would typically see in the show. When transformations would happen there, they're usually quick and moderately painless, but here we really take our time with things. Watching him start out in agony, but eventually being driven mad and learning to love what is happening to his body. And this is an idea that the show rarely explores, which is a shame, in that Eustace eventually becomes possessed and chases Muriel around the farmhouse, adding a layer of danger that is very upsetting, whereas usually in the show, if Eustace is a danger to Muriel, he is fully aware of it, which is more evil, but I would argue also less compelling on a narrative level. This is also, I believe, the only time in the show's run where Courage would just outright murder Eustace himself. Often episodes end with Eustace dying, but if Courage is involved, it is arguably manslaughter at worst, and it often is done by acts of nature or results from Eustace's own hubris. But here to protect his mother, the dog just melts the farmer with the stolen ray gun, rendering him into a pile of ash on the kitchen floor that gets eaten by a mouse. An event that his wife seems to be not all that concerned with. The actor who plays Courage in this short gives a very different interpretation of the character than Marty Grabstein eventually would, giving it a very old man kind of energy, compared to the bumbling hillbilly the lovable dog would eventually become. But Eustace and Muriel's voices are fairly close to how they would be depicted later in the show. And we also, very importantly, end here with Courage on Muriel's lap after the evil has been defeated, which is how almost every episode would later end, and is the most important reoccurring visual on the show. When asked where the idea for the short came from, he would eventually respond, "I often say, with a pencil. I was traveling out west, visiting a farm the family of my girlfriend lived and worked on. One late afternoon, we were sitting on the porch having a refreshment. The wheat was rippling from the hot wind. It was like being on the sea. Fireflies turned the grass festive, admiring the monstrous clouds that dominated the sky out there. An intense ball of light suddenly appeared, and I was startled by the feeling it was staring at us. As suddenly it disappeared, I asked my hostess, 'What was that?' She replied, grinning, 'Who knows?' I started writing the story of the alien chicken the next day." He would also say on this time, "Producing my short films created certain economic austerities that I wanted a break from. My next short film, TCFOS, which already existed as a storyboard, was sacrificed to the gods. I flew out to LA and pitched it to a room of executives. They financed the short, and the rest is long history." I don't know this for sure, but Courage the Cowardly Dog is probably the only Cartoon Network show to ever be nominated for an Oscar, with its pilot episode losing to Wallace and Gromit at the 1995 Oscars for Best Animated Short Film. And what follows are a few different quotes that Dilworth has said over the years, on that bridge period between making the pilot of Courage and taking it to being a full show on Cartoon Network. "The nomination lets you make appointments to see people at Amblin, Warner Brothers. Whether or not they're going to greenlight any projects is another thing altogether, but you go with it, and I wore my spacesuit and everything, with my silver boots. It was great fun. You're in La La Land, haha. But we didn't get any money. Eventually, we knew we were going to do Courage. We just didn't want to do it with Hanna-Barbera. We waited for them to close. You knew something was happening, but it took 2 years. I was pitching the Dirty Birdie to Fred Siebert's H&B Shorts program. They passed on it for what I believe was unairable behavior by the bird. I needed to find funding to start my next short, The Chicken from Outer Space, and I pitched the storyboard to Ellen Cockrell, who championed the short. The whole business, from indie short to Oscar nom to TV series, was an unexpected and drastic event, like an asteroid crashing through your kitchen ceiling while you're eating your morning muffin. He does have a very strange story that he has told that took place in this time period as well, when he said, "Incidentally, the morning the chicken from outer space was nominated for an Oscar, I was in LA and on my way to Hanna-Barbera, when a dog had been hit crossing the street and left there. I stopped my car, lifted the dog, and went door to door hoping to find its owner. In the end, a homeowner and I called the city and they came to collect the animal. One dog is sacrificed so that another can live." A Night at the Cat's Motel is the first actual episode of Courage to air, being released on November the 12th, 1999. And like any first episode, it is very important in establishing and continuing what the pilot set up as far as tone, style, and tropes are concerned, as well as just other general things we should expect when watching an episode of this show. And on that ground, I think it was an odd decision to start with this one, because in a lot of ways it is an outlier for a typical Courage episode, mostly in that it does not take place at the farmhouse. But this can probably be attributed to them still trying to figure out what they wanted to do here as artists. As an episode, this feels like one giant experiment of where the bounds of this could potentially go in the future. It starts with our family on the way home in the rain from a vacation where they stop for a night at a hotel run by the villainous Katz, who secretly has a room full of man-hungry spiders. It is interesting to me that our main characters are introduced to us in this way in the first episode, not only being away from the setting in which we will almost always find them in, but also wearing travel variations of their normal wardrobe. Courage is not unlike many cartoons where our characters typically wear the same thing in every single episode. And so to introduce them to us in this way that we will never see them again with a slightly different color palette is an unusual decision. But also not necessarily a bad one, because I don't even know if they thought that this would be an outlier or not based on how stylistically different it is from all angles. Courage talks more in this episode than he does in any of the series. He's essentially an entirely different character. His motivations are the same, protect his mother at all cost. But everything with him and the other members of the family feels like a rough draft, even more than it did in The Chicken from Outer Space. Eustace, for instance, is not addressed by his name, but instead called Grandpa here. And while he has an antagonistic relationship with Courage, he doesn't with Muriel at all, really. There is one moment where she hits him with her bag, but that is quickly moved on from. They seem to have more of a loving relationship, and it's clear that the writers are still trying to figure out what dynamics these characters will have. Also, we have an entirely new voice cast for the show from the team that voiced the Chicken from Outer Space. And, as you all know, they all do a great job. From the beginning, Courage is a show that is carried by its voice acting and delivery, and everyone is phenomenal in that department. The tone of this episode is a lot darker than one would find as the show progresses. Courage is dark from beginning to end, but Season 1 has more of these deeply uncomfortable moments, and is just less comedic and lighthearted than they would eventually become. Jokes like the bags staying in room 666.5 is a style and writing decision that you wouldn't even find a few episodes from here. The slime-dripping spiders, the skull and bones in Katz's lair, the rain and deeply saturated colors that look off from the look of later episodes all show that they are very much still in the early period of exploring how this should all feel. And they aren't huge things, just little details in the art design that stick out as odd compared to the style that the show would eventually have. Such as drawing Muriel's cleavage when she's taking a bath. Compare this to her taking one in The Gods Must Be Goosey, or in The Precious, Wonderful, Adorable, Lovely Duckling, and you can tell the difference in how these things were framed. The art style is pretty much established here that would be used from here on. A simpler, easier to animate, more streamlined version of what could be found in The Chicken from Outer Space. The unusual mashups of different scan textures give it a mixed media feel. The surrealist movement-based landscapes and locations, stuff like that. But I will say that the rooms and scenes in this are a lot more bare and empty than in later Courage. They're actually a bit jarring on the eye if you're used to watching those other episodes of the show. The hotel room, and the spider room in particular, look very empty and unfinished. Like the wall outside their hotel is just this untextured gradient green that looks really weird and is something that wouldn't fly later on. Just a few episodes later, in Hotthead, you have pretty much the exact same shot composition, that even has a green wall. But it's a lot more textured, and works a lot better within the context of the setting that they're trying to convey. It is also the first of many episodes that takes a basic horror movie concept and creates a kid-friendly version of that, this time being a basic parody of the first half of Psycho. Katz as a character is very Anthony Perkins in nature with a James Mason flair, and I actually think that this is kind of the best use of him throughout all of Courage. He will go on to be in every single season of the show with a total of 6 appearances throughout the series, more than any other villain, which de facto makes him the primary antagonist to Courage, which makes sense because, well, he is a cat. And on this, we can expect throughout the show to have a similar line of thought, where most episodes of Courage, and their villains, will be modeled to demonstrate a very real aspect of adult life, but shown through the eyes of a dog that can be understood by children watching at home. In trying to understand Courage as a show, you have to try and understand the process in which it was made, and also its primary creator, John R. Dilworth, who, if you can't tell by now, is a bit of an eccentric character. When asked what the R stands for, he would respond, Rumpelstiltskin, Ramsays, reticent. We are going to hear a lot both from and about him throughout this video, as he kind of is Courage. The show is him. He's in so many episodes. He designed the first draft of almost all of the characters. Essentially, every single script idea originated with him, where he would start the initial concept and then pass it along to a staff writer to flesh out and make their own. So getting to know him and his work process as a showrunner and animator, I think is important in understanding the show itself as a work of art. One thing that I think is pretty funny in relation to the barren landscape of the show is how much of a New Yorker Dilworth is. The show's office was in New York, and he would openly express displeasure anytime that he had to go out to LA for any meetings, because that required him to drive a car. He said that he thinks it's important as an animator to walk the streets to work because it gives you time to study people's movements and behaviors before you have to start your day. And there's actually a lot of telling quotes on the early process of making Courage that I find very interesting to certain aspects of why the show is the way that it is, and the topics that they were interested in portraying. On the show's work process, he would say, I sit down and turn on. I draw immediately. Whatever forms come out. Lightning strike drawing. I feel the stress of production created untapped resources of creating. My natural instinct is to deform. Weird is beautiful. Intuitively, I draw from the guts. I would make super fast drawings, refine them, and pass them on to my design supervisor to mature the stuff. Often, I would edit a script on paper and make details in the script for the designers. I don't know what makes people laugh. I think I just do it subconsciously. You have to have some self-control. You can't just put anything in. I also do things and show people. You can give 3 different people the same thing, and you'll get 3 different opinions. But something about a certain opinion will ring true to you, and you don't know why. But you'll explore that. Animation is such a collaborative thing. Even if you do it yourself, you're still working with some sound man, a cameraman, and an assistant. And you can't help but become influenced. Funny enough, and probably rightfully so, he viewed SpongeBob as their biggest market competition on both a creative and business level. And when you start to think about it, the similarities are abundant. And if they wanted to, I really think that Cartoon Network could have molded Courage into its own SpongeBob. But it's not like they were starving for quality content in that time, though. But obviously making this over a few years would have been difficult, and you can kind of see that progress in the show as we go through these episodes. He said at one point on the making of Courage, I had an emotional breakdown. My brother passed away. I dissolved a long relationship. The Twin Towers changed the world. Many, many interesting things happen making an animated series, if we're lucky. And lastly, in relation to the early production and writing of the show, Dilworth would say on the types of villains and characters that Courage was often about. I do not portray psychopaths. That's a different monster altogether, and those don't interest me. We are talking about the villain, and I'm very much interested in the repressed trauma of villains, even of protagonists. I have stitched together a vague history for Eustace, that he was unloved by his mother. She preferred an older brother, and there was an effect of that in Eustace. I've explored that in a few cartoons. So the idea of going deeper, trying to assign an etymology of bad behavior to childhood trauma is based on actual science. That's the science of psychiatry. And as we go along, I definitely want to showcase when Eustace's story moments pop up, because in my opinion, Dilworth has never been given the real credit for this, but Eustace secretly has a shockingly developed and complex arc that plays out over seasons, and is probably the most complex character in the show. But getting back to the Cat's Motel, while I think this is a bit weak for a first episode and kind of fails in things that a first episode should do, that doesn't mean that it is by any means bad and does effectively set up some ongoing jokes and establish core ideas of the show. The episode, like most, ends with Eustace essentially being dead, and Katz has a very memorable theme. which music in general will be a very important aspect to what makes Courage feel the way that it does. Almost every single episode starting with the first has its own unique score written just for that one episode, never to be reused again except for rare instances such as a villain returning. And what this adds is really invaluable. The only thing that I can really compare it to is old platformers, where some would have just basic game music that repeats every level no matter the location, compared to others that have original tracks composed for each new location. Music is massive to the tone of something, especially to something like Courage. Sound is half of the experience of consuming a piece of media, and so I'm very glad that they realized early that each of these episodes needed its own track, because without that core emotional music that is custom fit to the writing, we would be talking about a very different show. Cajun Granny Stew was the next episode to air and has similar issues that Cat's Motel does. It's another episode that I've never been particularly fond of. And looking at it as an adult, it's because they clearly were still in the early process of figuring out what Courage could and would be. It is the only episode that Eustace does not appear in. We also here will not see the farm where most Courage stories will take place. In fact, most of the locations in this are luscious green landscapes, which visually is not in line with most of the show. It is something they do in rare instances, but usually not in Nowhere. And to have the first two take place in unusual locations I think is interesting, in seeing the early parts of an artistic project that would end up spanning years. The landscape is also a bit more surreal than they would go for later. Like, Cajun Fox is waiting at a bus stop that is not next to a road, and there's a salami store in the park next to a large water fountain. Courage is always absurdist, that stays with it till the very end. But that humor evolves later into being a bit more thought out and at times grounded. But this right here is just being weird for weird's sake. And they would grow quickly as artists to be a bit more clever in playing with the concepts of setups and expectations. This is one of the few early episodes that isn't based on a science fiction or horror property idea, mostly being a parody of Roadrunner and Tom and Jerry cartoons, where Courage and Cajun Fox battle in outlandish cat and mouse ways trying to hold possession over Muriel like she's a football, who's only referred to as grandmother in this and not by name. Courage also still talks out loud a good bit here, instead of having his normal mumbling nonsense style. It is a bit of an odd decision to also have Cajun Fox be introduced right after Cats. Visually they are very similar types of characters, but emotionally they are kind of opposites. Cats having that cool, calm, and collected attitude, while Cajun Fox being the embodiment of manic energy. Another thing that I guess I should address here is that full-on Courage at times could be quite racist. It was the 90s, and unfortunately things like that were just a lot more common in mainstream media. Not that it excuses it. Two of the reoccurring human characters are just racial stereotypes that are only used to create a very surreal atmosphere when they appear, and it can be pretty bad at times. I mean, Dr. Vindaloo is an Indian witch doctor with a pet elephant played by a white man who's also accompanied with extremely insensitive feeling music. And here Cajun Fox is basically just making fun of Louisiana culture stereotypes, which to a degree originated within black culture of the area. All around, another pretty bad misfire of an episode, and really one of the worst in the whole run. But you can also still see the potential here that would develop into the amazing cartoon that it is. The Shadow of Courage is the first great episode of the series and is just an all-around banger. In keeping in line with a lot of Season 1 episodes, this one is super dark, both thematically and visually. One thing that I think a lot of folks probably will not remember about it is how left-leaning it is in most regards, especially in its messaging, which, should not really be a surprise considering its horror roots. But a great deal of episodes are based on issues related to left thought processes, in particular environmentalism, which has a good number of episodes dedicated to it. But as we will also see, there are a lot of things in relation to this that have not aged amazingly well either, which we'll get to talk about as we get there. Courage is very much a product of its time, sometimes for the better and often for the worse. We start here with a billionaire in his mansion lamenting that he can't buy the moon. And he starts to suffer a stroke after berating his butler, who decides to just let him die, rather than saving him because of how insufferable and abusive he is. Here, not even 2 minutes into episode 3 of this children's cartoon, we have an actual on-screen, unambiguous human death that is played for laughs. His shadow then takes on a life of its own and looms over the poor people of the town, haunting them, wreaking havoc even long after he's dead. Courage is really good with working with understandable metaphors for kids. They frequently will make monsters out of real-life difficult concepts that adults will one day face, which, really, I guess is what all monsters are usually in most media, at least the good ones. There's also a gag in this where the shadow makes Courage believe that Muriel pulls off her own head and blood shoots out of the neck hole. Just another example of the early show going over the line, something that I don't have a problem with at all, but clearly many would for something aimed at this demographic. I think the reputation for Courage being extremely scary and also violently intense really comes from this first handful of episodes, because for the most part, from season 2 on, the show is pretty tame as far as kids' horror is concerned. This first introduces us to a few of the reoccurring characters of Nowhere, like the girl with the ice cream cone and Cousin Basil. We also meet Courage's computer, who will become a series mainstay, who helps him solve mysteries, usually in a fun, very condescending, and Britishly sarcastic way, who would later eventually go completely insane and try and kill the family. Eustace this time is referred to as Uncle and also the Farmer, and still their names are not used. On a visual side, this is the first time that we are introduced to the 2.0 version of the farmhouse, which has changed dramatically from when we first saw it in The Chicken from Outer Space. The location where we will spend most of our time, as well as the town of Nowhere itself, both of which are fairly developed and more or less look like they will for the remainder of the series. Although there is still an issue at times, such as this shot, where rooms feel empty. They're no longer having much of an issue with things feeling textureless. They're getting a lot more comfortable as creators with the feel of this world, and how they want to visually depict it, but the animation could still use some work in places. There's a harsh line at the base of the shadow in this one shot that I'm sure is not meant to look like this, and other small things such as colors being too vivid. Courage looks almost more of a harsh pink than a purplish in these early episodes. But for the most part, this is the first really fluid, fun, and very entertaining entry in the series, and has one of my favorite endings. This show for me is at its best when it's actually sad and sentimental. It doesn't go there very often, mind you, but when they do, they really show some sweet and almost at times existential emotions through their villains. And the shadow deciding to go live among the stars, and ending with Courage looking out over the night sky, shows the ambition of the things they were wanting to achieve as a team within the limitations of a 10-minute children's cartoon. Dr. Le Quack, Amnesia Specialist, is a pretty funny episode about Eustace accidentally hitting Muriel in the head with a 2x4 and making her lose all of her memories. This is all in service of getting Dr. Le Quack, the Amnesia Specialist, to come out to the farm and try and help her, with the twist being that he's no doctor at all. He's not even human, and instead a traveling French con artist duck. And the rest of the episode is him torturing Muriel to try and force her into handing over the deed to her land. Not a lot can be said here, but it's fun and has some solid gags. Le Quack appears second most out of any of the villains in the series, and introducing him, Cajun Fox, and Katz so early feels like they had a clear idea of what they wanted Courage villains to mostly be. That is, other animals that stand in the way of this dog finding happiness with his family. This episode features the first appearance of the incompetent police chief of Nowhere, who never has a big impact on the series, but I like his design. And as far as the color is concerned, they've now gotten to a point in this episode where it is mostly indistinguishable from later episodes. The leap they make from 3 to 4 is impressive, and while they would continue to experiment with color and different lighting, they finally established the main palette for the show. The house has essentially been finalized in design, and for the first time the looks of the characters and their environments just feels right. In trying to fill out the space, they include this wedding photo in the living room of Eustace and Muriel when their hair still had color, but everything else about them still looks the exact same, which is a great joke. They also call each other by their names for this one in the first time. It just all around feels like actual Courage now and not a strange prototype. Courage Meets Bigfoot is another that is a kid's take on a horror classic, this time presenting essentially a Frankenstein narrative. Bigfoot has been set loose in Nowhere and a reward has been placed upon his head, leading to the profit-chasing Eustace to gear up and go Bigfoot hunting. But as Courage gets to know the beast, he quickly realizes that he is no threat and instead a gentle giant, and is horrified by this example of crowd frontier justice on display, led by his adopted father. Man was the monster all along. This episode is the first time that Eustace is featured as the primary antagonist. It is also the first time that he calls Courage a stupid dog, which would be his most used catchphrase. What this one is most known for is the fruit dance-off between Courage and Bigfoot. Often in the climax of an episode, our furry protagonist has to play some sort of bizarre game with the villain to win. And this one is one of the more entertaining in the beginning of the series. In the end, the town only decides to not kill Bigfoot when they realize that he has a mother and is a living, breathing being worthy of life. A very Save Martha moment, but one that works. And when Bigfoot's mother appears, she looks exactly like Eustace's mother would if she were to wrap her head in a scarf. She even has the same glasses, which implies that Bigfoot and Eustace may or may not be half-brothers, which is very funny. The episode ends with Courage looking directly into the camera and saying, "There's a little Bigfoot in us all," which, I don't mind, but is slightly heavy-handed when the theme of the episode was already a bit clear. Hotthead is a really underrated one, I think. There isn't a lot of cultural remembrance for it, but it's super solid. For me, it is the funniest episode in the first season, far and away, and among the funniest in the whole show. No other one makes me laugh quite like this does. It's another one that serves as a metaphor for an adult problem that children would be able to recognize and find funny. See, Eustace is upset that he is bald, so he signs up for an experimental hair regrowth oil that has a side effect of causing all men who use it to get extremely emotionally unbalanced, destructive, and angry, to the point that they eventually explode and die. It is a demonstration of unhinged male rage and adult temper tantrums, which kids typically really love to witness as long as it's not directed at them. I remember thinking it was extremely funny as a child anytime a grown man got disproportionately angry in inappropriate situations. I still do today so long as no one is in danger. Who doesn't love a good public freakout? And using Eustace's baldness as a means to get to a place where he emotionally explodes because he can't open a jar is very funny writing. We've got some great facial animation going on here as well, and just fantastic gags all around that climax with an amazing sequence, where Eustace is getting more and more and more angry because he can't thread a needle for his wife, and then suddenly he grows a thick, single, very curly hair. But then when it goes flat, he emotionally just can't take it, and so he gets angry and then he dies. This unfortunately has the first introduction of D-Lung, whose sole character purpose is that he's Asian, often misinterprets situations, and is really bad at driving. He will randomly appear in people's way when not paying attention, and then when they hit him he yells out his catchphrase, "Watch where you're going, you fool," in a very thick accent. He is essentially a stereotype of an Asian tourist, which is made even worse because D-Lung's voice actor wasn't actually an actor at all. He just worked in their office as a graphic designer and they thought that he talked funny and pressured him to speak in his natural voice in the show, for a role that was clearly mocking him. Also, this episode implies that Courage doesn't go outside to do his business, and instead uses a bathroom toilet like a human man, and by that, I mean that he doesn't lift the seat when he pees like he should. Demon in the Mattress is an outright parody of The Exorcist, and beyond that, there isn't a lot to say. It's a fun episode that most will remember watching as a kid as it was rerun often, and it includes a lot of the infamous moments from that film. We get colorful vomit, her hair floating in the air, the spinning head. They even directly quote from the film with the line, "She's in here, with us." I also like that Eustace and Courage team up to fight the demon, which is a parody of the fathers in that film. You won't see a lot of that, but it's a good way to show their mutual love of Muriel, and also shows that the writers were willing to play with team dynamics to benefit individual stories. There's a sequence at the beginning where the mattress is being delivered that feels ripped right out of the opening of Dracula. And it's just great how many types of horror influences they were able to take and then mold into their unique style. The wheels on this cart, as well as the ground underneath it, quickly moving, is the first instance in the series of 3D animation being used, which is impressive for an American show in 1999. Which is something that I love about this, a dedication and willingness to explore all forms of visual expression, to convey the intended idea, messaging, or feeling. It's a small thing, but the experimental nature of this that they use all the time is something that I even recognized and appreciated about it as a kid. Next up is Freaky Fred, which is the first actually iconic episode of the series, and also the one that is the most difficult to talk about, because it genuinely is just outright openly about sexual assault. Acting as a somewhat parody of Sweeney Todd, Muriel's nephew Fred has been released from a stay in a mental institution, or as it is said in the show, the Home for Freaky Barbers. He has an uncontrollable fetish for shaving people and removing them of their hair against their will. And the entire episode is Fred locked in a bathroom with Courage, as he forces himself onto Courage, shaving him for his own gratification, while telling him stories about all the other times that he's done this to other people, who similarly did not want him to do it, telling him about how naughty he has been. I think this has the grossest shot in the whole show, where Fred force feeds Courage a phallic pancake. It really is awful and at times hard to watch. Courage tries to defend the last shred of dignity that he has left, while Fred just wiggles a finger for him to come, knowing that it is his to take. This really is kind of a difficult topic to engage with. Should media be made for children about sexual assault? Should it depict it like this does in an analogous way? I don't know the answer to that, but I think stories, and particularly horror, should be a safe and fun environment for people to interact with different subjects, in a way that is constructive and detached from reality. So I think that it's probably okay if the intentions are in the right place. I think this is one of the most perfect episodes that they ever made, and is the ultimate distillation of what they wanted to achieve with the show, and taking things that kids should know about, and will one day have to deal with, and presenting it to them in a way that can be understood with their limited world experience. Every shot in this has something upsetting about it. The way Fred's eyes creak when they move, the click they make when he blinks, the uncomfortable casualness of him looking at Courage from across the room while sitting on the toilet, the childlike rhyming, the children chanting in the background, Fred teasingly saying things that border on the obscene like, now, you shouldn't play in the toilet. It is all intended to be perverse. Fred is supposed to give kids massive stranger danger red flags, and considering the episode's reputation online that still persists to this day, they did more than a good job with that. Because people do still talk about this episode 24 years later. It reads like a nightmare after-school PSA about the dangers of what people you don't know can do to you. Out of all of the memorable cartoon voices from this era of animation, the Fred voice absolutely has to be up there among the best characterizations and is the most recognizable in the show. Almost everyone of a certain age would know what you were doing if you said naughty in an exaggerated, drawn-out kind of way. He's performed by Paul Schofler, who actually plays 17 of the villains throughout the show, including Katz and Le Quack. They, like other shows such as The Simpsons, make very economical use of their small voice cast. And they really got some great and diverse performances for a show that is this small and also near silent. There is one thing that I would like to talk about with Courage that I guess fits best here, but along with its very 90s vibes, at times it feels quite homophobic. Almost all Courage villains, like most villains in general, really, are queer-coded to some degree. And that is undeniably where some of Fred's intended freakishness comes from. He wears high-heeled shoes. He is very expressive and extra in his body and his voice. And part of this might be a condemnation on Middle America as well. A big emphasis is placed on Eustace, thinking that Fred is gross. He spends the entire episode out in his truck, avoiding him because he doesn't even like to be in the same house as him when he's visiting. People like Eustace are definitely being made fun of here, but to a degree, so are people like Fred. And there's an uncomfortableness, because I don't know fully where the intentions are, which is some of the ambiguity at play here in this episode. I don't want to linger here too long because there's a lot to cover, and it really isn't something that feels overly hateful in its execution. But it is something that I think should be mentioned, as a discussion could be had here on the optics of these villains, all having similar through lines to their personalities. Also, the humor of Courage is extremely absurdist. Bigfoot goes from being masculine to dancing in an outfit made of bananas in the span of 15 seconds. Gender and sexuality is really just as meaningless as anything else that we've ever made. The world is chaos, and anything can happen at a horrible, nightmarish speed. And like all surrealism, Courage is a mere reflection of all that. Really, the takeaway should be here is that if you see any freaky barbers, just make sure to call 555-1234, and your local authorities can handle the situation appropriately. Night of the Weremole is exactly what it sounds like. A weremole that works on the same rule set as a werewolf, which bites Muriel while she's gardening, and the rest of the episode is Eustace and Courage, teaming to find out how to cure the infection. It is basically Demon in the Mattress Part 2. Another Muriel possession episode so soon after the last one is a really weird choice. Her hair even turns red again after being afflicted. And this becomes a big crutch that the show will unfortunately lean on, as way too many stories are focused on bad things happening to Muriel. The episode is not bad, but if you know any werewolf stuff, they aren't doing anything super original here either. Viewing these episodes in a vacuum isn't an issue, but watching them in order is really confusing as to why they would release these two in such close succession, or why they would make this one at all. For a show that thrives on chaotic energy and weird creativity, it just hits harder when there's a miss because you don't expect them. This is the first time that we see them watch an old black and white public domain horror film on their TV, which is a style decision I've always loved. Just the mixed media stitched together make an otherworldly feel to the world of Courage that is just great. They could have pushed stuff like this even further, I think, and it still would have worked. I've always loved stuff like this, and I think that started here with this show for me, actually. Mother's Day follows Eustace as he is forced by Muriel to go visit his mother with Courage to wish her a happy Mother's Day, something that he typically avoids at all costs. It is clear from the moment she is introduced that she was extremely abusive towards him as a child, and that decades later their relationship in adulthood is strained as a result of that. She clearly favors Courage's company over her own son, a trait that is often associated with narcissists. She lives in a trailer in the middle of the desert but complains that Eustace is uncultured and uncivilized. There's just a lot going on here that someone who has a tense relationship with an overcritical parent could potentially relate to. This is one of the only episodes in the entire run where nothing supernatural happens, and it is not based in any traditional horror or other genre setting, operating more like a family drama than anything else. There's no problem that can be solved here. No monster to kill, just daylight scenes of Eustace and his terrible mother, telling us as an audience how he became the way that he is. This is their relationship, and it is the best that it's ever going to be. I absolutely love the reveal that Eustace's mother used to call him stupid boy, just like he calls Courage stupid dog. She also scares him with the same type of mask that he uses to scare his own dog. She makes fun of him for being bald and ugly, where in reality, she's bald too, and has been wearing a wig for her whole life. That her depression and self-loathing fueled decades of abuse at her own son for being just like her. It is a really clear breakdown of the cycles of abuse, and the passed down nature of trauma that a lot of kids in the audience would be dealing with. I hope you can see by now that as silly as the show seems, it really has a lot going on underneath the surface of it, and is far from just style pushed to a limit. The Duck Brothers is another one of those episodes that acts as a throwback to the aesthetics of 1950s science fiction movies that started with the chicken from outer space. The basic setup is a couple of space ducks are upset that their brother has been kidnapped by a chef who plans to cook and serve him in his restaurant. And to get him back, they probe Muriel to go save their brother, and typical hijinks ensue. It's a fun, middle-of-the-road one, but this ultimately boils down to yet another Muriel possession story, just with sci-fi set dressing instead of horror. We will talk about this further, but throughout the run, she's largely treated as a living human football that facilitates games between Courage and his adversaries. And it very quickly starts to feel like lazy writing every time they do it. But I also just think that they thought it would be pretty funny to see her acting out crazy things. Her sleepwalking on the plane in Cajun Granny Stew is similar to possession as well, and it all feels repetitive when it's used so many times in a row. On its own it works, but when looking at the episodes in the context of each other, they feel less special by comparison. But from a writing perspective, I also get it. Muriel is the most important person in Courage's life. Most episodes end with the evil defeated, and him resting after a hard day's work in her lap. Having something literally go inside of her and contaminate her and pervert her being is upsetting. Defilement is the basis of all possession stories, so it makes sense that if you need some stakes in an episode, going after her is the most logical thing to do. And in a format where you have only 10 minutes to tell a story, you have to establish stakes very quickly. There's been a long-standing internet rumor for about 20 years now about who the uncredited actor was who voiced the brothers in this episode, as it has long been believed that it was secretly Ringo Starr. Dilworth has said in recent years that the voice was indeed not Ringo, but wouldn't say who actually did the voice. There are rumors that it was actor Will Ryan doing a Ringo impression, but I don't believe this has ever actually been 100% confirmed. Shirley the Medium is another one of those unfortunate episodes. You know, I don't want to talk about race caricatures all the way through this video because once we start, unfortunately, we could just talk about this for the rest of the essay. But it is weirdly all throughout Courage pretty ubiquitously, and that has to be acknowledged. There's stuff like this pretty much every couple of episodes. Even in the last one, there was a very stereotypically drawn and voiced version of a dirty Italian chef who kidnapped the Duck brothers, and I didn't even mention that. But Shirley in this episode, and each of her 5 appearances throughout the show, is essentially a stand-in for a Romani stereotype, based around fortune-telling and thinner-style gypsy revenge curse tropes, and begging and things like that. This one starts with the family gathered around watching a late-night horror movie on the television. I really appreciate how much the Bags clearly love horror and view it as a group activity. Although the relationships are hostile, there is an underlying and unspoken love of wholesomeness to their dynamic. But the commercial hits and the advertiser tells of the local medium Shirley, who can get you in contact with the dead. And Eustace thinks he can use her powers to get in touch with his long-dead brother Horst, and try to get into his locked box of possible stolen treasures, from his days as a colonialist-style anthropologist and archaeologist. Setting up a series-long arc for Eustace, who feels insecure compared to the success of his famous brother, who was an Indiana Jones-style adventurer who died in a mysterious way. This is a missed opportunity for the show, as even though they revisit Horst several times throughout the run, they really never get around to addressing the mystery that they build up around him, which is a bit of a shame. He feels like this missing puzzle piece to a certain aspect of the world of this show. His brother warns him not to open the box, but of course he does, leading to a mashup of seance scenes from different horror movies, as well as direct parodies of Poltergeist, with the hands reminiscent of one of the ghosts in that film, and the house imploding at the end in a very similar way. This is yet another one where Eustace essentially dies, this time being trapped in a parallel world full of money but no place to spend it. These are my favorite episode endings. Anytime something truly horrible happens to him, I think it's great. And it's a solid message to kids about how greed worship has no end other than loneliness and misery. King Ramses' curse is probably the single most famous episode of this show, and it is entirely due to its experimental animation. Without this, I don't think the episode would be as fondly remembered today as it is. Ramsay is rendered in early 3D, and I personally love this kind of stuff. I've said before, but I collect old 90s early examples of digital renderings in art, like Batman Digital Justice. And I've always gotten a kick out of seeing this kind of thing. And there's an interesting story as to how this happened, as Dilworth would later say. I just returned from traveling through Egypt and sailing the Nile, and absorbing that immense culture and mythology. I couldn't help but be affected by it, so I wanted my version of it, or a version of it. I asked my brother, Jim P. Dilworth, who was a designer and fine artist, he's now with the pharaohs somewhere in their golden boat, to design me a Ramses, and he did. I loved the drawings so much, I didn't want to hand draw it. I wanted to do something else with it. And this may ruin the mystique or scariness of King Ramsay a bit, but he says that the inspiration for where they went with it weirdly came from the art style of Parappa the Rapper, essentially just wanting to copy the PS1 game's art style, and then implement it into their 2D art, saying, I thought, oh, okay, well, there it is, I'm gonna do that. So we did that through CG, and it worked. It was so weird and different, but cheap. We had to do it within a budget, so these accidents happen on their own and have their own imprint historically. Narratively, this episode is pretty simple. An ancient pharaoh's curse gets unleashed when artifacts are raided from his tomb and all hell ensues. It would honestly be kind of fairly standard and forgettable if the team didn't have that willing mindset to be open to exploring areas that aren't often looked at to solve problems or present things in a unique way. The music in this that is part of the curse is also extremely memorable, and shows that the weirder, less conventional path often is the one that will make your art stand out, and years down the road be looked back on as important. Overall, there's not a lot to talk about with this one outside of its impact on culture and the internet. It is the episode that people still talk about today, and is commonly remembered as the most upsetting of the bunch, with a close second given to Freaky Fred. And it is dark. It starts with 2 of the only other unambiguous deaths in the entire series. These cat burglars who steal the slab initially get vaporized by King Ramsay on the spot. This is also a second episode in a row that will end with Eustace dying from hubris, which from here on is pretty much a common end to a lot of these Courage stories. Outside of him dying though, it is usually pretty rare to see a character actually get killed on screen. Him just in the face of imminent death yelling, "What's your offer?" at this mystical being that is inflicting plagues onto their land is easily one of the funniest moments in the whole show, and is just one of a number of reasons that King Ramsay is a massive part of the legacy of Courage the Cowardly Dog. Just a fantastic episode. The Clutching Foot was always one of my favorites as a kid. I think it is a higher tier story just in its strangeness, and is the second in a run of 3 incredibly strong episodes, that for me is the unfortunate early peak of the show. Eustace contracts a foot infection that causes it to turn purple with green sores, which eventually festers and takes over his entire body, with each toe taking on a life of its own, forming a 1930s-style bank-robbing gangster team. Under the threat of squashing Muriel to death, the gang forces Courage to join them on their schemes in this parody of noir, crime, Bonnie and Clyde-like films. This has one of the few moments that acknowledges geography that we would know from real life, as the last scheme that the Toes want to pull off is a heist job to rob the entire state of Florida. Typically, Courage feels like it takes place in hell, or something adjacent to hell, but occasionally they'll throw in a reference to a real physical place from our world, like New York or Paris. Although if it is hell, then it makes sense that a version of Florida is there too. The Hunchback of Nowhere is easily my favorite episode in all of Courage the Cowardly Dog. It is the most melancholic and also existential that the show ever gets. It's a real downer of an episode, with really no levity to it at all, but everything about it is handled masterfully well. I think the team is really strong at delivering earnest stories for kids that aren't afraid to be real and go 10 minutes straight without an actual joke, which is what this does minus the exchange about Eustace's baldness. Even the bits where Courage and the Hunchback are making shadow puppets and laughing while bonding over their differences has an innate sadness to it. It's an episode about how love and acceptance are the only things that matter in a cruel world devoid of those two things. But that love and bonding doesn't change their situation. It reminds me of the kinds of stories that Cowboy Bebop would tell. And at least to me, they're doing similar levels of character development with these kinds of bummer episodes. This tells the story of a hunchback man, who, by all standards of traditional beauty, would be considered to be pretty ugly. And he goes house to house in the rain looking for a place that will take him in because he's homeless, which no one will do so because of the way that he looks. It's an obvious riff on Victor Hugo's Hunchback of Notre Dame, but I also feel like this one is supposed to be a slight spin on the 1985 Peter Bogdanovich movie, Mask, which has a fairly similar concept with a similar looking guy who also has red hair, but I might be reaching there. And he takes refuge in the family's barn and befriends Courage, but is eventually forced to move on because Eustace thinks that he's too ugly, and won't have him living there. He's still homeless at the end of the episode. His situation hasn't changed. He is still doomed by the circumstances of how society views him. But he has a new friend in Courage. And in life, it's those little victories in minor battles that makes the day-to-day turmoil of the world even slightly bearable. We never see this character again after he disappears into the rain at night. We never learn what happens to him, if he finds a place that accepts him for him, and if he ever finds happiness. It is very anti-children's cartoon in that way. There's no bow that neatly wraps up this story. But hey, that's life. People come and people go, and we rarely learn if they end up being okay, and a lot of them don't. The Gods Must Be Goosey is kind of another unfortunate metaphor for sexual assault episode, but one done in a fairly clever way, presented through a Zeus-like narrative. But all of this is pretty under the surface and not as outright expressed as it is in Freaky Fred. You really don't get that vibe from how this is presented unless you know stories like Io that this is based on. It presents the goose god, muscles rippling, toga draped to accentuate his perfect foul pictorials, who rides down from the heavens because he's fallen madly in love with a mortal woman, Muriel, who he tries to woo with many outlandish gifts, gestures, and miracles. But like a lot of Courage episodes, this one is kind of coded in a way to express a fear or uncomfortable feeling that children would experience, such as here with seeing their mother date someone or be pursued by someone who is not their father. That doesn't bother a lot of kids, but for a great deal it does. And this goosey deity quarter who arrives at their home is a disruption to the status quo of what Courage views as safe and normal. That jealous protective feeling over someone you view as belonging to you, who protects you and gave you life, is at the heart of what's going on in this one. One thing that I don't like about this is that it is the first time in the series that Eustace uses his trademark green mask to scare Courage with, if you don't count him doing that in the opening credits or in The Chicken from Outer Space. That's not to mean that he didn't scare him in the others. It's just that he uses novelty gag shot practical jokes like giant eyes or stuff like that to get him. But from here on, Eustace will pretty much exclusively use the mask when bullying Courage, which over time both loses its appeal and hurts the overall sense of creativity the show cultivates. This was a product of the Cartoon Network censors stepping in and making them change the original joke, where Eustace was intended to whip out a hunting shotgun and blast Courage away, who would then be left soot-covered and smoldering, Daffy Duck style, once the smoke had cleared. While I do like the mask and think that it is a good gag, I would like to see more variations on the scares that he uses, rather than seeing the same ones over and over and over again, because it's a bit uncreative. An example of this for writing that I always go back to is the fact that they made over 105 episodes of Trailer Park Boys, and that show has like 10 jokes in total that they retell over and over again. Ricky is dumb, Randy is fat and likes cheeseburgers, Leahy is a drunk, Corey and Trevor are even more dumb, J-Rock thinks that he's black, Bubbles is just generally a sad person. But these jokes always work and always land because they use a variation on them every single time. It's always the same joke, just told in a little different, fresh way that you aren't fully expecting. There's the base joke that they use to build off of to construct a new one, and through that, ingrain reoccurring character traits. But here with Eustace's mask, it is literally the same thing every single time. And while I love it and think that it is a staple of Courage, it does get stale. Queen of the Black Puddle is alright. It has a cool villain who has to have water to cross into our reality, which is a fun idea, and I love her Elvira-like design. There's a vampiric character in a book I worked on once, who can use shadows like fast travel portals to move quickly to get to places, where the shadows almost act like tunnels or doors. And I wonder if that developed in my mind through seeing this episode when I was young. It's one of the only stories where Eustace is the one who is in trouble and Courage goes to save him to make Muriel happy, who is distraught that he's been kidnapped, which is nice because it ends up being one of the few instances that show that they actually love and care for each other. The Queen ends up being a succubus-like character who takes men down to her lair and drains them of their essence, making this, I think, the only time in the show's run where Eustace is shown to be an object of sexual desire for another character, which is especially funny because we just followed up that exact same idea directed at Muriel as well. Also, I love the twist at the end that the Queen can present in any way sexually alluring to her victims. Everyone Wants to Direct is another big favorite of mine. It's about dead countercultural, possibly queer, shock serial killer filmmakers, Benton Tarantella and Errol von Volkheim, who killed 12 people before they were finally put down for their misdeeds, before coming back from the dead to make more snuff films under the power of the full moon eclipse. I really like the gag that the farmers are so unobservant and also struck by fame that they have no clue that Tarantella is obviously a walking reanimated corpse. Just every bit of humor in this one is derived from the irony that they have no idea that they're about to be eaten on camera for the couple's next underground film. And also the dream logic that you don't really question or fully register in the moment of watching it, that somehow Mars can pass fully in front of the orbit of the moon. It's just a fantastic episode, and I love its use on the topic of shock art to push boundaries of what you could do within a cartoon made for 8-year-olds. The Snowman Comet is the first of those environmentally minded episodes that I had mentioned earlier. It is essentially about the physical manifestation of the cold in the form of a living snowman, seeking a death-based revenge against humankind for raising global temperatures to the point that he will soon melt and die. He is the last of his kind, and he has nothing else left to lose. There's a very tragic scene where he walks down a hall of photographs in his home, lamenting his relatives who have already melted before him. People who were important to him and his life that he will never see again. This was made in 1999. At one point, Courage is running across a glacier and the ice cracks and splinters under his feet, melting into a vast ocean of water. To say that this was ahead of its time is really an understatement. There's this really interesting line to me where at one point the snowman is about to melt Eustace down into a liquid body formula that could be used to cure the Earth's temperatures, which he's obviously not very happy about. And the snowman tells him, "But think of all the good it will do," essentially asking the question that if people had to die to solve this issue, would that be an overall bad thing if it was done in the name of the greater good? Which, of course it would be. It's a monstrous question. But it shows a deeper level of thinking going on with his motivation than you would expect from a show like this. It is sitting in a territory normally reserved for more adult entertainment. It's the first one in 18 entries to not take place at the farm. I like when they go to an unusual location for an episode, as I always appreciate seeing how they use their unique art design for a new type of location that we've not seen from them before. It is great and honestly should have been done way more often, as they really overuse that base setting that isn't very malleable too often. The Snowman in this shares a few traits with villains like Katz and Robot Randy, whose voices are essentially just an impression of a celebrity voice used to a surreal effect, in this case being based on the mannerisms of Sean Connery. This ends with them just floating away on a single piece of ice in the midst of this great new ocean that they've created from killing the last of the snowmen, as the sun looms overhead bearing down upon them. The precious, wonderful, adorable, lovable duckling is the 5th duck in Season 1 that is introduced as a villain. It's okay, fairly forgettable, and the gags are not particularly good. Eustace tries to cook a space duck egg for breakfast, and ends up accidentally hatching one of them who claims him as its mother, and has an antagonistic relationship with Courage. Not much beyond that, though. Heads of Beef is a really weird one that I remember being uncomfortable with as a kid, and even today has such an off-putting atmosphere to what it's doing that I find it particularly revolting in the catalog of Courage episodes. It's basically a cannibalism story about Jean-Bon, who's one of my favorite Courage villains. A pigman who runs a roadside barbecue restaurant that Eustace stops at with Courage to eat dinner. It's a Texas Chainsaw story based around the mysterious nature of this questionably cheap meat that they're all eating. I love that this show has an episode dedicated to the nightmare liminality of 24-hour diners. Almost every location in it is a weird, frozen-in-time snapshot of a very particular emotion. And the nature of those kinds of restaurants is a setting that is perfect for them to explore within their style, and they do a great job with that here. It is also my favorite kind of horror, which is paranoia-based horror. There isn't anything actually bad happening in this. There is no evil, nothing supernatural, nothing overtly horrible or weird, besides the awful vibes that Jean-Bon gives off, and the fact that he and his wife are making meat statues in their basement, which is somewhat alarming. But they aren't actually eating people. But because of his trauma, Courage just immediately gets the wrong idea as soon as they enter this building. And as the audience, we think that they're eating people because we're seeing these events through the warped, anxiety-ridden perspective of Courage. But even after it's revealed that nothing nefarious is happening, it still feels wrong. Jean-Bon is still a gross, meat-obsessed man who has built his entire life around worship of the slaughter. A different kind of fetish of flesh. Just everything about this one is very unfortunate in a way that is also very appealing to me. Club Cats is the first reoccurring villain episode, and is actually quite different from Katz's first appearance, acting as a parody of both Titanic and the Island of Dr. Moreau, where they're on a cruise that hits an iceberg, and they're stranded on an island where Katz is running experiments turning people into half-machine monstrosities, that he then forces to fight to the death for his amusement in a giant gladiator pit that he's designed. I really dig this shot introducing him in the episode, like a leopard peering through the tall grass. And then when we finally see him, his new white suit also works really well. It is not out of the question at all for Eustace and Muriel to not recognize Katz from the last time that they encountered him. Their whole character mental space is based around blissful ignorance of the things that happen around them. But it is super weird and out of character, in my opinion, for Courage to also not recognize Katz, and for him to not freak out as soon as he sees him. That's not in line with how he is typically written, and the show kind of does this thing a lot to the point that it feels like every episode takes place within its own reality, Space Dandy style. The episode is really good though. While different than he was in Cat's Motel, he is still an absolute sadist and madman. A little less calm than before. He actually, by the end of this, shows fear and a bit more emotion. Which isn't a bad thing, as it mostly works and also shows that he's a bit of a hypocrite, only projecting that calm and collected attitude when he has the upper hand. The demeanor and mask falls as soon as Eustace turns the wrecking ball on him. The joke of Eustace refusing to get out of his comfy chair even when on a nice vacation is also really good. His character consistently gets the best humor both because of how mean and how stupid that he is. He's the dancing fool for the audience to laugh at more often than not. A parody of a very specific type of older, uneducated American man that we all know, and really adds a lot here in a great deal of these episodes. The Revenge of the Chicken from Outer Space is a really weird one because it operates assuming that you watched an animated pilot from 4 years before this. which, fair, I remember them airing the original Chicken from Outer Space occasionally on Cartoon Network. But still, it's a little weird to make a sequel to an episode that's not actually a full part of this show. And if you had never seen this before, then Courage is fighting this cooked chicken for no clear reason. Still, it's not a bad episode, and gets some really fun, weird body horror going on. The chicken steals Eustace's head and surgically attaches it to his own body, and then uses his mouth to talk with. Really weird Independence Day-like concept. With the added twist that Eustace's body is still somehow being alive while headless, due to the chicken's future science being a fun take. Also, I think this is the first time that they used deep purple for Courage's nighttime palette, instead of that vibrant pink, which I think works a lot better. Journey to the Center of Nowhere is a swing and a miss, but I really don't mind that. In a lot of ways, Courage is a pretty similar show to Doctor Who, where every week they're having to come up with some weird and out-of-the-box idea that is something that is both familiar while also still unexpected. And when you're constantly trying to play with weird things, then not all of them are going to land. That's just the nature of that. And it isn't a bad thing as long as you are not stagnating and genuinely are trying to tell good stories with continuously weird concepts, which is what the early show was trying to do. But this is a story about a secret race of eggplant people who want revenge against Muriel for cooking eggplant parmesan. Not a great idea, and I really don't know where they're coming from with this one, what they're trying to say. But it does fall in line with Courage villains typically not being human people, almost always being animals and sometimes vegetables or other plants or inanimate objects. There's a funny bit in this where they play Ride of the Valkyries when the eggplants attack the farmhouse, as a callback to Apocalypse Now. And I really appreciate when you can feel a creator's love and passion for other films and works of art within their own work, even if they're very much doing their own thing. But besides that, this one's a dud. As a kid, Little Muriel was my least favorite episode. I know it's supposed to be about how little kids are annoying, but for me that doesn't translate to entertainment, and is in itself just annoying. But I'm a bit biased there. I hate fictional children, and will more often than not put a book down if it feels like the child of the main protagonist will play a large part in the story, which is weirdly a very often occurrence in older paperback horror novels. This one is about a tornado that spins back time, that traps Muriel and turns her into a petulant baby that drives Courage crazy. I do like when she scares Courage with the mask. It plays into what I was talking about by having the same joke but played in a new, unexpected way. The show should have done this more often. But besides that, as far as I'm concerned, this one can be skipped. The Great Fusilli is the last episode of Season 1, and it's a great one to go out on. It's about a flamboyant alligator man who is a traveling playwright who arrives at the farmhouse and wants our cast of characters to perform for him in his new play that he has written specifically for them. There's some really interesting things going on here. Fusilli is in telling them that he will make them stars, becoming a stand-in for the writer or creator of a work. He gives them a script titled A Simple Family Scene, and then has them act it out for him. And when they do this, the scene plays out like a normal one that you would expect of Courage, where he enters the living room and gets scared by Eustace's mask. And through this action, his magic is spun where these people who were living are turned into puppets to be wielded by him, where he speaks through their mouths and makes their decisions for them. All characters are based on people we know, whether that is intentional or subconscious. We as writers take familiar flesh and mold it into fiction, and that is the root of Fusilli's mesmerisms. He becomes so entertained by these characters that they lose everything that made them them. He flanderizes Muriel into just being a wordless, thoughtless thing, who beats her husband because Fusilli thinks it's what makes this the most funny. They become these weird things that aren't actually characters anymore, nor are they human. Just puppets that repeat the same tired punchline over and over. And he then finds himself in the spotlight, and Fusilli dies a puppet of his own creation. A pretty clear allegory on an artist getting public recognition and success, and the fear of losing what made your work original in the first place, and becoming a slave to your own work, where even you aren't in the driver's seat anymore because nobody is. Where you've made something that's so big it's now driving itself without you. A really interesting way to end the first season of this show, that would indeed grow larger than they ever imagined, and still be loved by many decades later. A show that could be argued to have fallen into the same traps that this episode is expressing fear of, where characters slowly lose their essence and become puppets who repeat the same lines over and over again, because they were once funny. A work of art destined to be continued, even without the consent or input of its original creator. Our final scene is Courage in his living room. Eustace and Muriel are dead, turned into lifeless wooden things. They are not returning to what they once were. That can't be done now. There was far from guarantee that Courage would ever be renewed for another season. With a show this weird, upsetting, and out there, it is amazing in a way that they even got a single season greenlit. And so it was entirely possible that the last time we would ever see Courage, he would be playing make-believe with the dead bodies of his parents, pretending to have a happy life that never actually existed for him. Thankfully, this was not the case. Fusilli is another example of the show teetering on the edge of questionable depictions. He's a very untrustworthy feeling, vaguely Italian caricature. He just feels like a walking stereotype in a bad way, which is never a great thing. Although with his love of puppets, he is most certainly intended to be a horror take on Stromboli from Pinocchio, and may just feel kind of racist by association. But repeating racial stereotypes without commentary added is still just stereotyping. This would be the final episode in the series written by Irv Bauer, who was a staff writer on the show for its first season, and I think that they lose something in later seasons without him being there. He wrote 13 of the 26 segments in Season 1, and a lot of them are the more heady ones, with complex adult concepts and darker underlying themes. He did Shadow of Courage, Mother's Day, The Hunchback of Nowhere, The Snowman Comet, among many others. And I just feel like there's more to talk about with the ones that he wrote compared to some of the others. There's just a bit more meat on the bones there. But as a part of this initial team of writers, he at least helped set a tone that others could use down the road when working on this property. And with that, that's the end of Season 1, which altogether is a really great collection of horror short stories, and is really what made the show be remembered with such fondness today. Essentially all things that people still remember and talk about with Courage is found in this initial batch of episodes. But even though the tone undeniably changes as we continue, and these newer episodes also are remembered as well culturally, that doesn't mean that what followed was bad. It's just different, which is what made Courage continue to evolve as they worked on the show. And while I don't personally feel this way, a great deal of the fanbase believes that Season 2 was actually the strongest produced. The first episode, The Magic Tree of Nowhere, is a real bummer and a continuation of the strong environmentalist themes that ran throughout the entire show. But before we begin on this one though, something that should be addressed is that I love how the opening credits are changed depending on what season that we're on. As from here on, they will be updated each season like on Rick and Morty, and when the news announcer is talking about upcoming threats, they showcase villains from episodes that we've not seen yet, which is really fun. There is one weird thing that I want to point out here with this though, which is that for some reason with Season 2, when it cuts to the monsters, there's this small, almost imperceptible aspect ratio change in the middle of the shot focusing on the TV. I'm going to play it a few times here so that you have a chance to see it. I have no idea why this happens. I assume that it has something to do with trying to composite the new character drawings over top of the pre-existing animated intro, but it is extremely distracting to me every time, and little animation errors like this can be found all across the show in most episodes if you examine the footage closely. This entry is focused on Muriel, who receives a packet of mysterious magical seeds in the mail, and Eustace throws them away and calls her silly. Courage then digs them out of the trash, plants them, and immediately a fully grown tree erupts from the earth and grows foliage. The animation of this growth process is very strong and surprisingly fluid for a Courage episode, which usually relied on creatively designed but rigidly animated characters. They typically didn't have the budget for flares like this, and if you told me that this whole episode was created as a giant homage to the feeling of that one sequence in Totoro, I would totally believe you. The tree is, of course, magical, and is a bit metaphorical of how we should treat and protect nature, and act as the steward of this planet. The tree has the ability to give the family anything that they desire. It protects them, and their life becomes centered around it and improved by its existence. It is a being of pure selflessness. Its gifts that it produces are bountiful. His last gift, even in death after being killed by Eustace, is the flowers from his body, which are then used to create a remedy for Muriel's sickness. This makes it one of the only episodes in the show where there is a supernatural element in the form of the tree, but that the supernatural element is not the antagonistic force of the story, as Eustace becomes enraged that the tree can provide for his wife better than he can, and this rage against his hurt masculinity guides him on a path to destroying the tree. I think this is great. Anytime that Eustace is framed as a negative and abusive force within their lives, it comes across as very impactful. Courage and Muriel are so happy together, and stories like this showcase a very real lived experience of a lot of families. Starting with this episode and lasting until the end of the series run, Courage no longer speaks English to any character aside for his occasional catchphrase of, "the things I do for love," where he would now be forced even more to rely on pantomime and gibberish to try and helplessly communicate his dog ideas both to his family as well as to us. And I think this is fine, but I think it swings a little too far in one direction. Sure, Courage probably spoke English too often in the first season, but going to almost no English ever makes it a bit of an overcorrection. But either way, it doesn't affect the tone of the show very much, and most viewers probably wouldn't even catch on that an aspect of his character is eventually, for the most part, dropped. The reason for doing this was explained by Dilworth when he said, "In the original short, The Chicken from Outer Space, the dog didn't speak at all. In fact, nobody spoke. In the series, I wanted to have the dog talk, and we tried it. If you see the first half of Season 1, Courage does a lot more talking than in the whole series. And it really was Cartoon Network that encouraged me not to have the dog talk. We limited his talking to screams, babbling, and whines. And it works. This was a great call. I couldn't help but agree that it was better. There are so many ordinary executives at Cartoon Network. You know, I worked with some executives who didn't have a clue. These are sharp characters. They believe in the art, the cartoons, and we are very lucky." There's another ultimately non-issue that pops up here, in that the longer that this show goes on, the less sense that it makes as far as continuity is concerned. Which is, kind of far from a big deal with this kind of thing. But there's an obvious attempt at a somewhat chronological story that is being told here. When villains return, they almost always remember the family, and the family remembers them from their last encounter. It's not a lot, but there is a progression there. But with that in mind, often characters speak lines that make it feel like they aren't fully aware of these things that have happened to them already. For instance, Eustace at one point in this episode mentions in relation to the seeds that nothing has grown in this area for 50 years. But we already had multiple episodes just in the last season that featured plant anomalies affecting the family and their land. Again, not a big deal at all. Eustace dies in like half of these, but then is magically back in the next episode. It is not an important thing for us to focus on here. But small details like this occasionally do leave some episodes feeling like they take place in their own pocket universe. Overall, it is a very strong entry, and one that people probably remember at least for the visual of the tree alone. And it overall is a very pretty episode. This composite collage shot of the animated butterfly, trees, and river, mixed with the photographed sky and grass, is one of the best in the whole show. This is one of only 3 episodes this season that would be written by series creator John R. Dilworth, and also one of the last episodes that he would write in the entire show. I understand that he worked on all of them, that's just how TV shows go. But I kind of wish that he personally wrote more of these, because this was his world. He created it, and had such a vivid understanding of how the strangeness in it should operate. And you can feel in his episodes a distinct quality to the work. The next episode, Robot Randy, was another written and directed by him. And I know I just got done praising his episodes, which are among my favorites, but this is actually probably the weakest of his personal episodes in the run. It's not bad, but not particularly great either. I have to commend it for being yet another episode that shows some of the people working on this were willing to explore all kinds of genre spaces. Not just horror, and especially not just one type of horror. Each episode was approached as an opportunity to stretch themselves, as well as the definition of what it meant to be a Courage the Cowardly Dog story, with this one riffing on the 1950s science fiction aesthetic through and through, like they had already done with their previous chicken and duck episodes, and I really appreciate that about it. This is weirdly a remake of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Dilworth has said many times that Rankin Bass Productions were hugely influential on his own work, and this is one of the most overt instances of that. It is the story of Randy, a giant robot on a planet of giant slaver robots, who just doesn't fit in. He is sent to Earth to prove himself, and, just so happens he lands on the family farm. But he doesn't want to be a world destroyer like his people are. He doesn't want to force the family into hard labor. His authoritarianism on the farm is half-hearted at best. He, in the secret of the dark of night, likes to sculpt little models of reindeer. and would only like to do that if he was allowed to do so. This ends with an absurdist dance battle where Randy learns that he should be allowed to be the person that he wants to be, and then goes back to his home planet, offering a new service to his people that they didn't even know that they needed, of tiny little carved reindeer. This is another one where you can find two different pretty glaring animation errors. And it shows that even though the show had an excellent art direction, their budget probably wasn't incredibly high. I don't know a ton about the intricacies of animation production, and I won't pretend to do that here. But I do know that if an untrained eye is spotting something like this fairly often, in a great deal of episodes, such as here with this rock having a hard edge on the right side of it, and at the end when the edge glitches with the final iris out, it is probably not a good sign. I presume that normally this would not be seen as acceptable to air. Not that this is a complaint at all. It doesn't affect the viewing experience most of the time. I just think that it's worth pointing out that to me, it makes what they were able to do on this all the more impressive. Because if you can see the cracks in the work, that usually is an indicator of a struggling production. And the fact that the show came out as good as it was despite this is impressive to me more than anything else. This is an episode that they started working on in Season 1, but did not actually get made until Season 2. And as such, as the sensibilities of Season 2, such as Courage's lack of spoken verbal lines. The Christopher Walken-inspired Randy is voiced by legendary voice actor Peter Fernandez, who also voiced the tree in the previous episode, as well as Benton Tarantella back in Season 1. And a little fun fact about him is that he is largely attributed with being the person who brought anime for the first time to the West. As in the 1960s, he oversaw the purchasing of the rights and the American localization of Thunderbirds, Astro Boy, and Speed Racer, as well as voicing Speed Racer himself. So you've actually got a good bit of animation history and reverence going on below the surface with this one. The Curse of Shirley starts with yet another negative Romani stereotype, and she's going door to door begging for money. Muriel and Courage give it to her, but Eustace does not. And so, as revenge, she puts the titular curse on him, which comes in the form of a rain cloud that constantly pours just on his head. Despite the open racism going on, I kind of love this episode because we rarely get to see Eustace be the center of empathetic attention, dealing with a personal problem. Being able to take these simple characters but show them in different complex lights is something that keeps the show fresh. Eustace has like 3 character traits and none of them are nice, but those can be manipulated to make him a villain or a protagonist, depending on the need of a story. And I just love getting to spend time with him in this kind of way. There's a moment in this where he runs at a monster screaming, "No solicitors," that kills me every single time. This has some of the most weird world-building elements in the show, as we get a lot of time of Eustace just out and about doing his daily life in Nowhere by himself, where a lot of side characters get to shine in places they otherwise might not. I love any instance where we get to spend time in the town of Nowhere proper, but the show weirdly never seemed interested in exploring it to much degree. But this man getting attacked by a mysterious creature that we never see is very uncharacteristic for Courage, but is a moment that I really appreciate a lot. It implies that these things are not just happening to the family, that it is a widespread concern for the population. This is yet another episode where you can see some of the time and resource restraints that they were under, as the title card for it isn't even actually an original painting like they usually were, and was instead a rushed Photoshop job, combining some previous assets that they'd already created, with the image of Courage actually being taken from the title card of Night at the Cat's Motel. By the end of this, Eustace has been wet for so long that he's growing mushrooms all over his body and is in a delirious state. And for the last few minutes, we transition to being a more traditional Courage episode, where he has to save a kidnapped Muriel, where Eustace hallucinates and believes that Courage is a younger version of himself, whose bald head is being burned because he doesn't have a hat. And Eustace feels sad for him and gives his own hat up to help the boy out. And through this moment of pure, selfless generosity and genuine kindness, his curse is lifted, which, even though it's self-directed, is one of the sweetest moments of the show. Courage and the Big Stinking City is another classic great episode. This shows just because the tone shifted here going into Season 2 doesn't mean that the team were not capable of producing really quality work. It does this thing that is probably my favorite of any Courage episode could do, which I've already said, in that it gets the family away from the farm. Anytime that we're in a new setting, anything can happen. It immediately stretches both the story and the art design's potential. Like, their visual sense is so strong, and I get excited anytime that we get a new area, because we get to see what that location looks like through the Courage lens. This one is almost weirdly a human trafficking episode. After the family travels to New York for Muriel to give a sitar concert at Radio City Music Hall, the family are trapped in a building after being positioned by a cockroach named Bushwick that is being voiced with a parody inflection of Rizzo from Midnight Cowboy. And unless Courage can deliver a letter for Bushwick and retrieve his evil package, he's going to let Eustace and Muriel's flesh be eaten off their bones, which sparks a journey across the city, including running from the police, a subway journey with a drooling homeless giraffe, a trip through a nightmare apartment building, and a midnight Central Park buggy ride being driven by a giant rat with a whip. I don't know the reason for this, but weirdly this was one of the few instances past Season 1 where Courage talks again, and I don't know why they made that decision here, unless this too was another holdover episode that they had begun production on in the first season. This episode also famously was censored in most countries outside of America, as the violin girl moment was deemed to be too scary. That moment is one of the most famous of the show, and this episode is full of them, including a clip of King Ghidorah and Godzilla and a shark. This mixing of media is a huge part of what makes the show feel the way that it does. Essentially, all background shots have some photographic elements to them, and I imagine that this show had to be one of the first major animated ones to explore with Photoshop like that to create backgrounds. All in all, an excellent episode that also ranks among the best of the show. Family Business is a lot of fun, but it isn't one that there's a lot to say on. It continues that Courage tradition of taking genre tropes, particularly horror, and contextualizing them for younger people, with this one being a home invasion film done for children, where a deluded maniac breaks into the farmhouse and gives the family a night of nightmares. It has a really good joke in it about how cops can't read, and a generally funny British goon stereotype, with an ending that mimics the final act of North by Northwest, showing yet again the wide range of inspirations that they were wanting to artistically pull from, as this is far from the only Hitchcock allusion in the show. But besides that, it's a bit of a flat but entertaining episode. It is far from bad, but very middle of the road. 1000 Years of Courage is an episode that I have loved dearly ever since it first aired. We start with the family playing bingo when the Earth gets hit by an asteroid that causes it to spin rapidly 1,000 times out of control, causing our characters to be flung far into the future, which is just dumb, fun cartoon logic. All of this largely is a big Wizard of Oz parody, where the family emerges from the farmhouse to learn that they are not in nowhere anymore. The people of the world have in this time evolved to be giant bananas, and to fit in and not be recognized as outsiders, the family buys the tan skins of 3 dead banana people to wear from a black market street dealer. This is an extremely anti-capitalist episode, and I do also love it for that. The banana people trust their elected leader to protect them, but all he is subservient to the will of a giant monkey god, who is the true leader of the world, who is eating all of the bananas and paying the politicians to keep quiet about it, with the final twist being that he too is a smaller monkey in disguise, and that he purposefully misled the banana people, not unlike similar beats in The Wizard of Oz. We have a society where bodies are being sold on the black market, a very thinly veiled allegory for organ trading. Things are clearly not alright in this future, which Courage works to expose by the end of this episode, leading to an angry mob to storm his palace, and force their previous oppressors to work for their entertainment, from then on as punishment. Courage Meets the Mummy is a necessary episode because you can't have a kids' horror show without including at least one mummy at some point. Although arguably they had already done this concept with more originality the previous season, with the spirit of King Ramsay, but this works too and visually is more traditional. It is your more run-of-the-mill spooky mummy story, but it does however justify and warrant its existence as an episode, and doing a new twist on that mummy story, being a Mayan mummy rather than an Egyptian one. The mummy is out for revenge against Muriel, who is the descendant of a Mayan queen, somehow. And the issue pretty much resolves itself, a decent episode, but not a lot going on in this one. Which sadly can be said of the next one as well, Invisible Muriel, where out in the desert, Courage finds a secret buried government stone that makes the holder of it turn invisible. And the government comes after them to retrieve their stone and to stop information from getting out about their nefarious plans. The animation done on the invisible family members is nice. I like seeing the floating clothes, glasses, and shoes. It's a fun touch that was probably harder to pull off than would appear. My favorite thing about this one is that I love when Courage goes down Area 51 style government conspiracy type storylines. This was the era of the X-Files after all, I think this feeling ties in very well with the overall vibe of Courage, especially the desert setting. And I just love when they incorporate plots of FBI agents and stuff like that. But like I said, it's pretty straightforward. Muriel turns invisible, Courage then finds out how to make her visible. End of episode. Human Habitrail is by far one of the weirdest episodes in the series, featuring probably my favorite line in the show, when the crazy old woman who lives in the vacuum cleaner proclaims that this here is her side of the land. To me, this is a top 10 episode in the run. Everything about it is firing at top level. The family is visited by Doc Gerbil, a very weird man who is a humanoid rodent that is traveling the countryside selling vacuum cleaners door to door. His eyes, his hat, his car, his soft little southern gentleman voice. Doc Gerbil is a perfect character and I love him. I really wish that he'd been used more than just this one time also, because I could use an episode per season with him, which is something that the show actually struggled with. You know, with something like Batman, which we're going to use as a comparison point for a good bit of this. To have a renewed and continued interest, you have to introduce new villains while occasionally bringing back the most iconic ones for new stories, and Courage really never got there in developing its rogues gallery. Their interest obviously was to tell new stories with new villains almost every single time, only bringing back older villains on very rare occurrences, outside of Katz, who could definitely be described as the Joker of this show. And it's a bit of a shame to me, because there's so many strong villains that could have been built up and used a little bit more than they were in their initial episodes. I think this is my personal favorite vocal performance by Paul Schofler, who, as we said, is a big part of the success of Courage. I think his work on Freaky Fred is the most culturally iconic, but this is just too funny to me. He's the only voice actor on the show outside of our main three characters to be in every single episode. He played almost every character. It's actually kind of crazy. This is not a full list, but I know for a fact that he provided the voice of Katz, Le Quack, Fred, the Goose God, the Snowman, Dr. Vindaloo, Big Toe, Bushwick, Cajun Fox, the Computer, White Tiger, Dr. Zalost, the Nowhere Newsman, the Evil Carrot, Jeeves Weevil, and Errol von Volkheim, among many others. Weirdly, outside of Courage, he's hardly worked in his career on other projects. He only has 14 credits on IMDb to his name, dating back to 1989, which is a shame because this dude is super talented, and is a huge part of making this show feel like it does. Anyways, Doc Gerbil sucks up Eustace and Muriel in his vacuum and kidnaps them because he's actually a mad animal doctor, who's going to run his twisted experiments for his products on these senior citizens. And it's up to Courage to save his family and escape in a high-speed boat chase over a waterfall. John Dilworth said that he wanted this episode to be a classic switcheroo, where instead of people testing on animals, we instead find animals testing on people. It's a bit of an empathy animal rights kind of thing, which is another huge running theme throughout the show, and clearly was an important aspect for him to be included. All of Doc Gerbil's products that he is testing on humans are things like nail polish and toothpaste, that we have historically tested on animals in the past. You know, the music of Courage is something that should be constantly talked about with this show, honestly, as much as its art direction. Sound is just as important to a work of art as the visuals, and this show really understood just how important that was. Every single episode had new music by Jody Gray written specifically to fit the mood of the story. He would say on the method of this, Courage is both fun and an enormous challenge. Director John R. Dilworth really wants the music to be special, and pushes us to be as original as can be. Pretty much every episode is scored from scratch, and is meant to be heard as an integral part of the show, as opposed to many contemporary cartoons where music is just kind of background wallpaper. Much of Courage is scored against the action to powerful effect. We often ignore the fact that it's a cartoon. There's not a lot of Mickey Mousing, i.e., hitting every piece of action with a corresponding musical hit or cue. In fact, we treat each Courage episode as a mini-movie, and score it so that it feels long-form. And to me, this episode is one of the strongest examples of what that kind of collaborative effort could yield. This episode is famous for the song, It's Doc Gerbil's World. But to me, in the middle of that, there's one of the most ethereal moments of the whole show, where the music just cuts out and shifts to being this quiet mood piece. It's a wonderful moment. On this particular creative decision, he would say, "We were simply scoring the opposite of what was happening on screen, to rather disconcerting, somber, and completely surreal effect. It also played well against the utter silliness of the It's Doc Gerbil's World song, basically poking fun at It's a Small World. Music is the subjective, emotional heart, providing subtle insights while underscoring the character's behavior, set and setting, and their story. It should be an anchor but never obvious. There's 2 reasons to be aware of music in a film. 1, when it's brilliant, or 2, when it doesn't work at all. Most of the time, music offers washes of color, and is almost invisible but can really touch you. Which is the effect that this scene has for me. It's one of those truly brilliant washes of color moment in Courage that stands out in my mind. Mission to the Sun is a fairly fun, average episode. It is another 50s sci-fi kind of branded journey where the family has to travel via rocket ship to the sun to replace its bulb that is running out. But unbeknownst to the crew, there is an alien-style monster in the form of a parasite that is trying to take them out one by one. Instead of an original score for this episode, they instead use the same classical music found in 2001: A Space Odyssey, which gives it a fun, unique feel to differentiate it from the other episodes and thematically connect it mentally with this time of science fiction adventuring. I really love the design of the parasite. The scenes where he's in people's bodies messing with the mechanics of their brains is very funny to me. The parasite idea is one that I think they were a bit disappointed in how it ultimately was executed, and essentially remade this episode with the same monster, except now he's a computer virus in a later episode, which we'll get to in a bit. Courage the Fly is, of course, riffing on the 50s The Fly films. For some reason, people in the 90s and early 2000s decided that this was a really fun idea for a kids show. Goosebumps basically did the exact same thing with Why I'm Afraid of Bees, which is interesting to me. I'm actually a little surprised that they didn't slip a little Cronenberg in there as well. That isn't the direction that they typically go with, but they could have easily slid in a quick one-shot gag. In this, Courage is turned into a fly by D. Lung, who is working on a mystical formula that can transform people into water buffalo. He then goes on a journey as a fly, and is not able to change back by the end of the episode, but Muriel still accepts him for who he is. A lot of these lower tier episodes are kind of easy to just skip over because I'm just telling you what the plot is, and that there isn't really actually a lot to say about them, which is never a great feeling. This would be the last episode of the show to air before the death of Jim P. Dilworth, who was an animator on the show that, as we said before, designed King Ramsays, and also designed the Bugle Monster, who would not end up being used until the show's final episode, Perfect, which is a small detail that I find profoundly sad. This was followed up by Cat's Candy, his 3rd overall in the show's run and the only episode in Season 2, and also probably his best as a character. I love that we actually start the episode with cats instead of Courage. We know from the outset what the monster's going to be this time around. We don't learn it organically through the story, but instead as a little teaser at the beginning, which is a fun change of pace. I also really like the wallpaper and overall designed and manicured look of Katz's space. He's a character who is always kind of defined by his surroundings, and they do a great job of that here. It also is the change from our usual formula in that Katz views Muriel as his rival this time, not Courage, because he wants to win the local sweets baking competition that she wins every single year, always leaving him holding the 2nd place trophy, which is something that he is determined to never allow happen again. Also this time, instead of his white suit, he has opted to go naked again. I feel like this one must have been particularly popular to some degree. I like it a lot, even though it is not entirely one of my absolute favorites. But I do remember them replaying this one a ton when I was a child. I have probably seen this episode more than any of the others for this reason. There were some that I didn't see until I was an adult because they aired and then didn't make it into the replay circuit, but this one got a lot of Cartoon Network airtime. This, overall, is a fantastic Courage story. I love the use of dual monsters. While Courage and Muriel are dealing with Katz, Eustace is having a fight-off with Katz's confectionery disaster, which is a viscous jelly slime creature who has a really fun look about him that I imagine was difficult to pull off on their limited budget. You usually don't see them going after characters that are this organic and wiggly in their design. I also love that Katz turns Courage into a giant piece of candy. It's just a fun little unexpected thing that only a cartoon can get away with. And them pushing the boundary of the logic that they can get away with there is really nice. Just an overall great episode. And a really good joke about how Eustace is licking up nuclear waste because he thinks it tastes good. Nowhere TV is another strong Season 2 entry, but I do have an issue with it though, in relation to what we're talking about with the last episode. And that this is Le Quack's 2nd episode. In building that roster of reoccurring enemies, These kinds of things should have been more common, but also spaced out a bit. So having Katz's return have no buffer to Le Quack's is a bit of a strange decision. That's not to say that it's a bad episode though, far from it. This is an extension of his hypnosis theme that started with his first appearance, where he rigs the family television set to broadcast a Rocky and Bullwinkle the movie-style hypnosis broadcast, designed to try and convince them that duck is good and dog is bad. I love that Eustace and Muriel are so oblivious to the rampant evil around them in their day-to-day lives, that they don't even remember him when he knocks on the door with only a tool belt as his disguise, when he comes to manipulate their television. Also from here on out, he would no longer sport his pointed French mustache that he had in his first episode. And speaking of his character design, in this episode there's a great very short, brief shot of him from behind where you can see the backs of his eyes protruding from his head, which I love. We get a lot of rare angles of the house in this one, which I also really like to see. A few episodes previously, we got a POV shot from the stove, and you get some things like that here surrounding the TV. Seeing walls that you usually are not permitted to look at. It's a little thing, but coming up with new ways to show familiar spaces makes each of these have their own distinctive flavor, when combined with the color and art direction as well as the music. You know, as a kid, I didn't really like Le Quack very much as a villain. I don't know why, but I didn't find him as interesting, or more importantly fun, as I did with a lot of the other monsters of the week and reoccurring villains. But like, bits where he just gouges out Courage's eyes with his bare fingers really makes me laugh as an adult, and I've grown to appreciate what he can bring to the show. The fact that his hypnosis technique makes them turn into evil French clowns is another great gag. The final battle also finds Courage and Le Quack using televisions against each other, where the things being shot or flung in the movies are actually coming out of the screen at each other, which is pretty great too. I think that this is probably Le Quack's strongest episode, and one of the best of Season 2, that ends on a really surreal cliffhanger where the television is broadcasting Le Quack's escape from prison. Mega Muriel the Magnificent starts with one of my favorite jokes in the series, with Courage writing his memoirs of his horrible experiences in the previous episodes. All the while his sentient computer is mocking him for how he barely handled those situations. This is all done while it's storming outside, and I love the shot of the familiar, usually dry farmhouse, now dark and covered with deep puddles. It's a great small moment that sets up the conceit of the episode, which is that Muriel gets possessed by the computer who gains superpowers from a lightning strike. I won't complain about Muriel possession episodes anymore, you get it, it's just a part of the show. But I do hope that you recognize how often this happens here. But I also get it, I understand why it's being done. Possession would be one of the hardest horror things to watch a loved one go through. And Courage needs motivation each episode, and one of the most personal ways to give him motivation would be to pollute his mother's body. I like that the computer gets to be the spotlight of an episode. From the beginning, it clearly has sinister, otherworldly intent that it can't act upon because it is trapped within its body. Which is a very fascinating concept to think about. And it is fun to see him get freed and then trapped again by the end of the episode, only to be continually forced to fulfill his role as a personal computer to Courage for the rest of the series. It's kind of one of the worst and most cruel fates that a Courage victim experiences, but only when you really think about it, and I love that. So essentially, the plot is that the computer uses his new body to experience things in the flesh for the first time, to do daring feats that make him experience fear, and also risk Muriel's personal safety by proxy, which means that he can't be allowed to do this and must be stopped from Courage's perspective. This has one of my favorite endings in the entire series for two reasons. One is that the computer isn't actually defeated, he just gives up. He has an existential crisis in Muriel's body, and decides that being alive is worse than the prison that he was in before, and voluntarily returns to his computer existence, which is super grim for a kid's show. The other reason is that we end with Courage finishing his manuscript for his memoirs. And Muriel reads the ending with the family being happy and back at the home, and she tells Courage that it is perfect. Which is a meta-commentary on the show itself, as each episode does always end that way. As long as they have each other, whatever happens around them doesn't matter. Even if their house explodes, they will always make it. Things will always be fine. Love will prevail. It is the same note that every single episode ends on, and also is the most important message that the show can give. As long as we have each other, nothing else matters. Small detail, but this is also the first time in the show that we see the Nowhere newsman in person outside of the television, which is fine. but I also kind of like to imagine him as an almost ethereal creature that only exists on the airwaves. He's one of the few characters that have the ability to actually address us and acknowledge us personally as the audience. The opening of the show is him speaking directly to us, which makes him one of the very few characters outside of Courage who's able to do that. And showing him as just a flesh and blood man who has a life separate from all of this removes some of that mystique for me a little. I think he's a really underrated element of the show, actually. His design and Americana voice are very appealing to me. He has no lore, no story, no details at all, but is such a presence in the show that has always hummed with mystery. We also have a second appearance of New York on the show, which I always love to see, as the show is produced there and a little bit of self-parody is always welcomed. We also see the full destruction of Los Angeles in this episode, which I kind of love knowing how much John Dilworth hates LA. Bad Hair Day has an all-time opening shot, where we start with some shadowy corporate executives sitting in front of a graph of their stock gain performance, and one of them says, "Is it just me, or are our giant piles of money getting smaller?" The executives all make weird pig grunting sounds in agreement, and are generally unnerving, and since we don't actually see them, we can infer that the board is not actually human. This revolves around a secret corporate plot run by Ma Bag to kidnap people like Muriel, who have a very rare type of blood that might make them develop new hair growth formulas. There's a really funny joke in here where Courage tries to get Dr. Vindaloo to tell him where they took Muriel for testing, and he says that it would be very unethical to disclose patient information while sitting in a room filled with stacks of cash that he's gotten from the pharmaceutical industry. This episode is similar to the Doc Gerbil one, in that it is allegorical about animal testing to a degree. The people who are growing the hair to make these wigs are almost like sheep, and are hung from the ceiling like cuts of pork or beef. That is definitely the imagery that they are trying to call to mind there, similar to something that a more adult work would try and do, like Tender is the Flesh in its depiction of the meat industry. So much of Courage is rooted in the messaging that they were trying to tell. It isn't being weird for weirdness' sake, and I think a lot of that was understood at least to some degree by its young audience of the time. This marks the only episode where Eustace gets rich and nothing substantially bad happens to him as a result of that. Gotta give him some happiness and a win every now and then, I guess. This is also the last time in the series that Ma Bag would be nice to Courage, as every appearance from about halfway into this episode on, she would fill an antagonistic role to him similar to Eustace, which I honestly kind of hate, because it removes a bit of that narcissistic nuance that made her so compelling in her first appearance. Her being so kind to Courage reflects so poorly on her, when considering how she treats Eustace. We understand so much about him through her, so it's a shame to see her become diminished in depth with her later appearances. This also would sadly be the last episode featuring Ma Bag that aired while her voice actor Billy Lou Watt was still alive. She would appear in 2 more episodes this season that were recorded before her death, and then the character would be retired instead of recast. All of this being said, this is a very fun Courage story, and we get a lot of use out of the hair gags. Most of the episode is one prolonged fight and a sea of hair that is still attached to living people, and it's a lot of fun, although it could have been pushed a little further, as these folks are essentially motionless and don't seem to mind at all that this fight is happening on their scalps. And I will say, another shockingly glaring animation error comes when Courage is saving Muriel from the hair monstrosity that she is trapped within. In the close-up we see her in her normal outfit, and then in the next shot she's in a purple hospital gown, and it is extremely distracting. But I do love that we get another rare Eustace Courage team-up. Forbidden Hat of Gold is a great episode to follow Bad Hair Day with. They almost act as part 1 and part 2 of an essay on why Eustace is the way that he is, with part 1 being about his mother, and part 2 being about his much more successful and attractive brother, Horst. They learn of a far-off treasure that his explorer brother never found, and Eustace drags his wife and dog along with him to find it, because he has to prove that he is better than his brother was before his early passing, that his existence is not meaningless and that he's not a failure. The whole message of this episode is centered around not just vanity and lust over wealth, but also on a fear of mortality, and depression due to the comparison to others that we perceive to have done more than we have. Ending with yet another one of the instances where Eustace outright dies, being turned into a smoldering pile of ash from a curse placed on the Golden Hat, is a final statement to all of this. We are largely playing with the territory of 40s adventure serials here, and it's mostly having fun with the tropes associated with that, including ancient tombs, jungle chases, and an ancient cult that sacrifices humans. And all of this culminates with the battle with a CGI stone god, who looks super cool. I love the effect that the computer animated characters have against the 2D character and photographic backdrops. Anytime they use this technology, it always looks great. And I also love that the treasure map that they find in this also implies that the family lives near a vast ocean, at the edge of this desert. Nowhere is such a malleable setting that I really get happy anytime they play with that. As a location, it can be anything that they want it to be for that episode. And I wish that in the show they had pushed that dreaminess even further than they did. A minor yet weird decision that was made this episode. So you know how the backgrounds of Courage almost always feature at least part photographic element, whether that be the dirt, grass, or sky. There's a lot of manipulated still photography going on, which they do here in this with the canyon, but they try to add dimension to it by making it look more cartoony, by adding black lines all over it, and I think it looks kind of bad. Their use of stock photographs collage style normally looks great, but trying to hide the photographs behind line art doesn't work here. There's a lot of shots where it looks as good as it normally does, such as both the mouth of the cave and the interior of the cave, but some of the other close-ups look kind of awful. But on that note, this does something great with the animation as well. This is the first time in a while that we use different shades of color on our main cast to indicate a specific mood. Season 1, they did this all the time. And in contrast, Season 2 looks incredibly flat, as Courage and the gang will look the same shade no matter what setting they're in. So I love seeing them finally play with some of those ideas again, because as far as color is concerned, it does feel like they had become very comfortable with one look and stayed in place and stagnated a bit instead of allowing themselves to grow and stretch. Evil Serpent River is a really fun twist on the pirate genre, mixed in with some big heaping scoops of Moby Dick. I really like that it tries to leave no stone unturned in genre history. They try to take from all in finding inspiration for Courage material, and I've always been a big fan of nautical-themed horror stories, and I personally think that they should have done more of them. This episode is also unusual in this point of the show, because it ends a pretty long dry spell of new creatures. As this is the first actual new monster of the week since Mission to the Sun. We normally get one almost every episode, but there's a long stretch in Season 2 where we're involved with reoccurring villains and weird, monsterless plots. It is also an unusual one because the monster here, Carmen, isn't antagonistic at all. The family are kidnapped by Captain Sharky, who wants to kill the massive sea serpent who lives in the river. It's your typical man was the true evil all along type of deal. Not bad at all, but is what you would expect it to be. Carmen actually made her first appearance as a teased monster in the opening for Season 1, which obviously signals that this was an idea that was originally intended to be used there, but for some reason was not. Seems to be the case for a lot of these episodes actually, as being runoff material that didn't make the first batch of episodes. The Transplant is one that I'm surprised took them this long to make, as they obviously have a great love of kaiju movies. Live-action footage of King Ghidorah shows up multiple times by this point in the show, so it was only a matter of time before they tackled the Godzilla series in a Courage episode. We start with Eustace getting injured so badly that his spine has several loops in it, which will require him to get a full spine transplant, which we surprisingly are allowed to listen to happen just off screen. Honestly shocked that they were able to get away with that level of violence in this one. Typically the show goes dark, but it doesn't actually depict physical pain and cringe-adjacent horror, like other shows would do, SpongeBob famously. The really unfortunate thing for poor Eustace here is that he can't seem to find a suitable spine donor. And so without telling him, they have to do their best and use the bones from an extinct species of giant kangaroo, which of course soon after causes him to mutate into a massive world-destroying monster kangaroo Eustace abomination. Weirdly, the Nowhere newsman is on the scene reporting on his destruction of New York, which, as I said before, would work better and make more sense if he was just a supernatural entity who could do things on the spot like that. This all culminates with Courage also going through the kaiju making process, and fighting Eustace to the death in a battle in Paris, because he's stolen Muriel like Fay Wray in King Kong, and is keeping her in his man pouch. He eventually gives up the fight after falling in love with the French people's food, staying there and becoming a fat god that they worship, which is a very strange, eldritch ending with this one. Car Broke, Phone Yes is one of the best episodes for me in Season 2, and the series at large, and is one of the only times that Courage overtly dips its toes into Lovecraftian horror. A stranger appears on the doorstep of the farmhouse late at night who has no face, only large eyes floating in a black void that is covered by an oversized hat and coat. And to Courage's horror, he realizes that the man has long tentacles for arms, that he's hiding in his sleeves that he uses to read Eustace's brain while he sleeps. Something about this process does not wake him, and Muriel does not even realize that it's being done to her when she is awake. Such a weird episode that feels like another Season 1 entry. When Muriel catches on that this man is not actually a man, she casts him out of the house in one of the only acts of aggression that she demonstrates in the entire series, that isn't directly perpetrated against Eustace. And we slowly realize that the monster feeds on emotions, and has sapped her of her joy, making her just like her husband, which gives Thea White an amazing opportunity to play Muriel as a horrible, nasty, violent old woman. This is one of the only moments in the show where she's able to play with the character who's normally very static, while also parroting what Eustace's voice actor is giving, and I love to see that. And also, it plays off with a really funny joke, with this being one of the only times in the show that Muriel and Eustace have a happy and healthy marriage, which is kind of sad. When she is as awful as he is the only time that they actually visibly like spending time with each other. And when she becomes her normal self again at the end of the episode, he becomes extremely depressed, that he now has to go back to living with normal Muriel. The stranger is ultimately revealed to be just a giant central nervous system with eyes, who serves an unknowable, scary giant brain that is hooked up with fleshy wires to the engine of the spaceship that they arrived on. This is also another example where characters objectively die, which is kind of shocking to see past Season 1. At this point, outside of Eustace, normally when a character dies, such as Doc Gerbil falling off of a cliff, we then get a shot at the end showing that they're just hurt and messed up, but ultimately they're gonna be fine. But here the two brain creatures are just outright murdered by Courage, when he gives them a bomb that blows them and their ship to Kingdom Come. They are never seen again, they're just gone. It's episodes like this that make me a bit sad about the tone shift that happens after the first season. I love the show from beginning to end, and that should be evident here. But Courage is so strong and iconic when it primarily plays in horror. But after it distances itself, it gets fewer truly great episodes like this. And when you do get one, it reminds you of how good this show can really be. But also, I don't know if that's a really fair statement for me to make, because to say that is to not appreciate and interact with Courage on its own terms. And if the people who made this show don't want it to be overbearingly based in horror, then as a fan, I should try and appreciate what they wanted to explore artistically, instead of getting upset about what they didn't. Dilworth himself has even said that the show was not initially fully on about horror, as this quote pretty clearly defines how he saw Courage when creating it. The Chicken from Outer Space was initially my interpretation of sci-fi. I love horror and all that vocabulary from the atomic age. I combined all that was attractive to me in the short: aliens, the neglected landscape, human engineering, comedy. Producing the series was very stressful and at times extremely rewarding. I think of only the satisfaction of collaborating with artists and writers that contributed to much of the show. I think of the parties, the access to professionals, the travel, the philanthropy. Cowboy Courage is a very good and unusual episode in that it explicitly takes place in an alternate reality. This does not take place in present-day nowhere, but instead in a new location that parodies Western movies called Dusty Little Town, where our alternative nameless Courage has just been titled the local mayor. This is something that they kind of only really do one time, but these Elseworlds sort of what-if scenarios could have opened up so many storytelling doors for them, and it's a little wild to see that they didn't take that opportunity more often. I genuinely love getting to see all these Western tropes through their art style. Every time we get a new location, it's just a little treat. This also allows us to see established characters in very new roles for them, but trope roles that we immediately understand, such as Muriel being the sassy barmaid of the saloon. Her insinuating outfit also vaguely visually associates her with Western prostitutes, which were a common element of saloons, which is a fun and unexpected twist on where we would go with a character like her. The semi-nude portrait of her in the background of one shot is such a good detail, which is one of the fun things about these kind of alternate reality stories involving characters that we know well. It's the only instance that would allow us to have Eustace deliver the line, "Are you stealing my girl, lawman?" Speaking of Eustace, here he fills the role of a demon zombie outlaw known only as the Whip, who has come to town to claim the local barmaid as his own, and the mayor sheriff has to stop him by any means necessary. There's also this bit where Courage looks at a photograph of the Whip and it speaks to him, which I think may or may not be a reference to a similar moment in Phantasm. I'm not entirely sure there though, but I hope it is. Evil Weevil is another really great horror-centric episode of the cartoon, and easily one of the darkest in its run. The family are driving down a road and hit a man-sized bug with their car, and when they go to check on him, he introduces himself as Jeeves Weevil, a butler for hire, who moves into their house with them to live and work there to make up for them hitting him with their truck, which, as we learn later, might have been done on purpose on his end. Everything about him is extremely off-putting. The way that he taps Courage on the head after giving him pie is such a weird little moment of body language that kind of thrills me. And we build this story up where Jeeves Weevil is living in this house with them, while slowly sucking their essence away, living off of their blood without them knowing. Where Eustace and Muriel are physically wasting away and not knowing exactly what is happening to them. He's essentially Courage's way of being able to tell a vampire story without getting in too much trouble from the Cartoon Network censors. But in trying to make it kid-friendly, they inadvertently end up making it a lot more weird and upsetting, and I really love that. I really love the detail that they start walking around naked because their clothes don't fit them anymore. Everything about this is horribly nightmarish, as Jeeves makes Butler puns about what he's doing to the family and laughs joyfully, knowing that he is the cause of all of this pain and suffering. Courage finds him licking doorknobs in the night and sleeping on the ceiling, the ecstasy in his face as he sucks Muriel dry. They just really go out of their way to make him uncanny and as awful as possible. Her embracing her new figure as she wastes away and dies is such a cruel joke, as Jeeves photographs her and tells her that she's beautiful and thin. It just really is one of the best and most disturbing stories that the team ever wrote for this show. This episode famously was inspired by the body horror of Cell sucking the blood and innards of people in Dragon Ball Z, which would have been in peak popularity in America at about this time as it was airing on Toonami, which I think is really funny. You wouldn't expect an inspiration like that in this show, but a lot of Cartoon Network shows that were in production at this time couldn't help but include full Dragon Ball Z references in their work. Most notably with Robot Chicken and Billy and Mandy doing an entire episode dedicated to it called Chicken Ball Z, which I thought was extremely funny when I was 9 but find exhausting and tiring today. This episode is also famously an homage to the horror artist Edward Gorey. The title card is done in a replication of his style, and the story itself is in reference to his tale called The Insect God, which tells of a malevolent figure that is worshipped by humanoid insects that are uncaring and cruel, but are able to blend in with the human world by wearing our clothes. Monsters who sacrifice children to their god for reasons that are not fully understood to us. McFearsome Phantom is probably the weakest title in the show, but the monster that it is referring to is actually pretty great. I love the weird design that isn't really fluidly animated. I wish I had the technical terminology to describe how this looks to me, where every part of her is moving but she isn't getting new frames as often as the other characters, which makes her stiff and choppy, yet fluid at the same time. I don't know what this is called, but it adds a real uncanny feel to it that I like a lot. This episode is honestly kind of a bummer though, as it stands as a symbolic representation of what it feels like to be a child when their parents get a divorce. The Phantom is a malicious presence in the house that is trying to drive the couple away from each other and make them hate each other, and represents the resentments that can build within a relationship. And Courage, to no avail, does everything that he can to save the relationship. And within his mind, we see this pretty yet untrue reality, where he makes them see and understand that they were both in the wrong, but still love each other and stay together. I find this episode exceptionally mean. We see Eustace and Muriel not only happy, but also cuddling and really truly in love, which we know isn't real. This whole scenario plays like a fictitious figment of Courage's mind. This is a rare dual monster episode because the Phantom teams up with Ma Bag to take out their marriage because Ma too would love to see her son miserable and alone, and most importantly, vulnerable to be tortured by her. The Phantom really is an extension of her in a few ways, and so she makes sense to be here in this one, both in body and in spirit. The House of Discontent is another really great horror episode based mostly on the Amityville Horror, and just haunted house stories in general, and has probably one of the most recognizable visuals from the entire show. Eustace and Muriel cannot get anything to grow in their land, and so at night they go outside and pray to the harvest moon to yield a healthy crop for them that year, lest they starve to death. And that night they are visited by the spirit of the harvest moon. A giant live-action white head with deep black eyes that is filled with fury at how they have treated the land that they have taken for themselves, who informs them that if they are not able to make something grow on what they have stolen, then they will be forcefully removed from the land. We never get to see this, and I have personally always been curious what this process would look like. I'd like to imagine that he picks them up with his teeth and flies them away. I love that when they are near death, the only thing that can make the plant grow is the sweat from Eustace's brow. Such a great use and turn of metaphor. Ultimately, this continues Courage's strong environmentalist message, essentially saying that the family is being punished because Eustace does not respect or treat the land as he should, and that if he is not going to uphold this duty of conservation as a farmer, then he has no right to be on this land, that there's a symbolic relationship that the human side has not upheld, and that the wrath of the spirit of the harvest moon is analogous to climate change and the man-made disasters that we have wrought. And you've really got to give it to the Courage team for including these ideas so long ago, and treating them as a serious matter, when people were being openly mocked for suggesting that climate change was even real. And finally, just a bit of trivia, but this is the only episode of the show that Eustace does not at some point use the word stupid, which is neat. Sand Whale Sharks is an episode that I always kind of hated as a kid for some reason, and that feeling has translated and lasted into adulthood. I can't tell you why I didn't like it then, it just didn't appeal to me, like, at all. The story is about how Eustace's father cheated a sand whale out of an accordion, and that he has returned to steal it back from his son. In context with the conversation of the show at large, I do find it interesting as a reoccurring element that sticks out to me as to what the writers viewed as important issues to explore in these episodes. We get a lot of entries that deal with the backstory of Eustace to try and explain why he is the way that he is. A lot of generational trauma stories related to all different members of his family, and how being raised in this situation really warped him into the bitter old man that he is today. I think that one of the only things that was able to bring empathy out of him as a person was when he saw his younger self within Courage as genuinely one of the saddest moments in the whole show. That to me says a lot about him as a person. But contrasted to that, we learn essentially nothing about Muriel over the course of the show's run. I could tell you very few things about her. She is easily the show's most static figure, never changing, and instead of being an actual flesh and blood person, she is more often than not used as a football-like plot device to motivate Courage into action. Not that this is necessarily a bad thing. This is a 10-minute children's cartoon after all, we shouldn't be getting that worked up. But seeing what was and was not valued as storytelling material I think is really fascinating. The episode runs like a Tom and Jerry chase episode, playing on ideas like Sandworms and Dune and Beetlejuice, and other works like that. It's fine. I like the final gag that the whale wants his accordion back because he can't perform with his friends at the Whale Accordion Orchestra without it. But to me, this one is very low tier in the greater context of the show. And then they finished off the season with what I view as the best episode in the entire series, The Tower of Dr. Zalost. I enjoy the Hunchback episode more from a pure artistic vibes level, and I think that Freaky Fred was the most creative that the show ever was. But Dr. Zalost is, I think, undeniably the actual best as far as quality is concerned. This episode has always been extremely important to me. It was one of the main focuses on the second video that I ever made here on this channel, and has always been one of my favorite episodes in any show ever. I've still never really seen a work of art that feels quite like this episode does. The music here is one of the driving forces that creates that tone, and is just perfect for what this needed, which can kind of also be said for the entire show. But right here is the best work that composer Jody Gray did on the show, which is something that even he himself admits to. It tells the story of a mysterious Howl's-Moving Castle-like tower that crawls on its legs to the edges of nowhere, in which Dr. Zalost and his henchman Rat live and plot on how they will make everyone just as sad as they are. Despite his money, despite his success, he can't figure out why he can't make himself happy, and that is the central conflict at play here, as he designs cannonballs to attack the town of Nowhere, which causes immediate and severe depression on impact. And as usual, Courage is the only person who can save the people that he loves, which of course is the primary message of the show. Love will always overcome. So many creators experience extreme depression. It is a common element in people who want to entertain or make things that will bring other people joy. And we all have this one passion project that we'd love to make if given the opportunity. And there's a moment in this that explores that, as Zalost tells others about this personal project, and they laugh him out of the room, which causes him great shame for opening up about something that was close to him. You know, I am somebody who has for years experienced what I would describe as extreme depressive episodes. I am quite guilty of retreating and living in my own metaphorical tower away from society, not talking to people for sometimes a few weeks at a time. I'm notoriously hard to get a hold of, which is something that I feel great shame over and have tried to work on but still struggle with. And that makes this episode very hard to watch for me on a personal level. There's this little moment in this that always sticks out to me, where this man is very happy with his work making pizzas, and then he gets hit with one of the lost cannonballs and just immediately stops working. He loses interest and joy in the process of creation, and no longer fulfills him, and that's difficult for me to see. On the creation of this episode, Dilworth would say, "The Tower of Dr. Zalost will always be a kind of romantic and nostalgic cartoon for me. I wrote it when I was living in Zagreb, Croatia. The episode is a reminder of my life in Croatia, and that tower came from the tower that overlooks the city, and Zalost is actually Croatian for sadness. And of course, this psychological impulse that human beings have. If we are unable to find happiness for ourselves, we're going to take everybody with us. So that was it. I have tried to find and failed to learn why he moved to Croatia for a time, but based on the events going on around this, it does line up with the death of his brother, and I do wonder if writing this came a bit from that experience. I obviously do not know if this is true, just entirely speculation really on my part. I also obviously do not speak Croatian, but according to Google Translate, it says that Zalost means mourning, a very specific kind of sadness, which ties into that idea a bit more, at least to me. I always thought that his name was a play on the antidepressant Zoloft, but they may just be similar in origin as far as etymology is concerned. I don't mean to complain, but one thing that does stick out to me in this is that it is really jarring when Courage is eating Muriel's plums, and she remarks that what makes them good is the splash of vinegar that she puts in them, and that she should put vinegar in all of her recipes. Which is super strange because it has been very well established by this point that she does in fact put vinegar in every one of her recipes. She says it all the time. There was a whole episode about that just this season, when Katz is trying to figure out what makes her candy so good, and it turns out to be the vinegar. And I really wonder how this line made it in there, and shows what a hectic process making this show had to have been, because the character continuity is kind of all over the place. I really love that the cannonballs have absolutely no effect on Eustace, and he later acknowledges that Muriel doesn't even like him and prefers to spend her time with Courage, which is such a sad joke. It is a small thing in this episode, but this is weirdly the first outward instance of queer representation within the show that would become more prominent and daring as it went along until there's just a full-on blatant lesbian relationship in a later episode. It's always been there, half the cast is coded this way, but there's this moment where Zalost is just extremely depressed, and he looks over and asks Rat to come and get in the bed with him to cuddle because it always makes him feel better. Which is absolutely shorthand for someone in a relationship begging for sex because it makes them feel momentarily good and allows them to forget their depression for a while. And Rat, in this moment of not wanting to get in the bed with Zalost, but doing so anyways because he cares about him, is a really complex emotion to try and depict, showing what it is like to be with someone who is emotionally struggling and falling apart on a daily basis. Staying because you love them and hope that they will one day get better, but also over time slowly becoming repelled by their constant negative energy. Zalost gets mad because he feels like the cuddles that Rat is giving are half-hearted at best, and doesn't understand how he is allowing his depression to affect the people around him that he cares about. You know, it makes me a little sad that Courage was made in the time that it was, because it wasn't allowed to have an overarching story. I love its episodic format, but Adventure Time and Avatar: The Last Airbender kind of changed things. And now an animated show has a lot more possibilities on the avenues that it can go down with its format and style. And episodes like this make me so curious, and I would love to see what they would have done with Courage today. Because this all feels like they were pushing the boundaries to the absolute limits of what they could get away with. And I would kill to know what they would have done with no limitations on form or structure, because you can feel them longing to not be restrained by just this monster of the week format. That they had aspirations that they couldn't quite reach due to the standards of the time. And it makes me constantly think about the relationship between the original Monster of the Week-based Samurai Jack and its unrestricted Adult Swim reboot sequel that was really able to elevate what the original was able to achieve. And I'd love to see that version of this. One of the biggest benefits to this episode is that it is double-lengthed. I don't know why more shows don't do this, as it almost always works. The hour-long episode of Always Sunny is amazing in my opinion and one of the best of the whole series, but to my knowledge, they only did that once. And the same could be said of this. The story just gets so much more room to breathe and have more naturalistic pacing to its events. We have time for actual scenes here where people talk to each other and exist amongst each other. And I'm not saying that every single episode should have been 20 minutes, but after watching this experiment, I would strongly argue that a fair amount of these would have benefited from this length. It just would have been a better show as a result. It also has some of the highest and most important stakes out of any episode. The majority of these stories either go too small or too grand in scope with their threats. You have in most episodes a threat that is looming over the farmhouse and the family, or you occasionally have these world-affecting plots like the sun going out, that are so big that it's more like a blockbuster than anything else. But here we have the town of Nowhere itself getting attacked. We have people that we have slowly met over the course of this show all succumbing to this crippling depression all at the same time. And it was genuinely difficult to watch as a child. You are presented with thoughts that you may have seen adults struggling with, but may have not yet had yourself at that young of an age, which is a complex experience for a work of media to ask you to confront. Just everything about it is very cool, even down to Rat getting mad at one point and having a Bloodborne-style transformation before his boss battle with courage. I actually suspect that this episode might be a slight reference to the excellent film Babette's Feast. I have no proof of this, but just thematically they are so similar that I'd be a bit shocked if this hadn't been on their mind when making the episode. For my money, it's one of the best films of all time about what it means to be an artist, and the healing importance that art can give to a community, and how we can reach others through expression and creation in ways that words cannot. It tells the story of Babette, a woman who brings her skills as a chef to a small town that is cold, isolated, and religiously pious. And through the gift of her food, she is able to bring warmth and community to these people for the first time in their lives. She's able to show them that indulgence of life is a good thing that can always bring you closer to each other, and if you're religious, closer to God. And that restraining ourselves from joy will always breed depression, which is exactly how Zalost is defeated in this episode. Although, defeat might not be the right word. As when he tries Muriel's home cooking, he has a moment of connection through the food to another human, and he realizes what his depression has allowed him to do to other people. He is so inspired by what she has done that it unlocks a moment of opportunity for personal introspective reflection about his actions and how he has behaved. Experiencing what she has made for him allows a crossroads moment for him to decide that he doesn't have to let his illness rule him anymore, and the way that he interacts with others, which is an exceedingly difficult concept to try and convey to a young person, which this episode does masterfully. It is an amazing episode to send a season off with, and honestly could act as a series finale with the message that it's trying to deliver. Just the absolute apex of what a Courage episode could be. And as a final note, this would be the last in the series to feature the still image, the end card, after the episode was done playing, as from here on it would be replaced with a CG animated Courage bowing. And with that, it brings us to the end of Season 2, a season that, while having a lot of strong episodes, also does unfortunately begin to show the cracks in the production. Dilworth has been open, saying that he essentially experienced a mental breakdown while trying to make this show, and you can see the team stretched thin in a lot of ways here, despite it being, overall, a lot of fun. This season would be the tone setter for what the new, mostly post-horror Courage would be, and for the most part, it does this well. One overall complaint that we haven't talked about, but you may have already noticed, is that the opening title cards of Season 2 are pretty bland in design when compared to the title cards of Season 1. Going back to Batman the Animated Series, I've always been a really big fan of individually made title cards for an episode of television. It's one of the reasons that I brought on Dr. Grambo to do title cards for each season of this video, because I felt like it would make the experience feel more special, and they really knocked it out of the park. It's something that I wish was done all of the time on all kinds of TV. And so to see them done here in this season as almost an afterthought, instead of an opportunity for a special button image that could represent the episode as a whole, is a little disappointing. Season 3 starts off the era of the show that most people in this video are probably less familiar with. Outside of Perfect, The Mask, and a couple of others, there really are not all that many culturally famous episodes from here on. Not to say that the show got bad, it just waned significantly in popularity. As much of a fan as I was of the show, even I drifted off of Courage at some point in this time as a kid. as my interest began to be more dominated by things like Pokemon, PlayStation games, and Yu-Gi-Oh! And to be fully frank, a lot of these episodes I didn't see until I was an adult revisiting the show. I will say that I believe the animation quality in Season 3 is a marginal step up from Season 2's. There's a lot less noticeable instances of errors this time around, and just shots in general are a lot more clean and polished, which is very nice to see. We begin with Muriel Meets Her Match, which is about a Latino couple who are on the run from the law and park their Winnebago behind the farmhouse to lay out for a while. The wife, Maria, looks shockingly like Muriel, and slowly befriends her in an attempt to take over her life and identity to the general horror of Courage. I would say that this is probably the first actual good representation of race within the show, which, is not an amazing mark considering that this is Season 3, and the show deals with these kinds of themes in almost every episode. They're still the villains of the story, and they are still supernatural, like they give her these bright red eyes. But actually, for the most part, they are treated very normally, and their character quirks and exaggerations aren't based on historical stereotypes centered around race, so progress, I guess. We get the twist that her husband, who we have not seen yet but only knew that his name was Mono, is in fact a severed hand, Addams Family style. Outside of him though, the story is actually very grounded for a Courage tale, as the reason that Maria has been slowly stealing Muriel's identity is so that she can go and rob the local bank and then pin the crime on the family before escaping to their next destination, slowly working up a ransom large enough to pay for an operation to reattach Mono to a physical body, so that he can become a whole man again. I like this episode a lot. It calls to mind the kind of self-contained stories that Cowboy Bebop would do, with a personal and tragic reason that the villain had to be doing that is rooted in the destructive economic forces of capitalism. And our protagonist just happening to stumble into the lives of this messy, complex situation, complete with a car chase sequence and a sad scene at the end. I like it. It's definitely a weird one to start the season off with, but I also don't mind that. Courage is built off of being weird, different, and making bold choices. Courage vs. Mecha Courage, though, is not one of those bold choices, however, and in general is a pretty weak entry to the show. It is another episode surrounded around D. Long, and I just kind of hate all of those in general. Like, everything associated with him, down to the music and the way that he speaks, and even just down to the basic idea of the episode, feels fairly racist. Where here he tries to play fetch with Courage and is disappointed that Courage isn't very good at it. So he builds his own automated machine version of a dog that is so-called perfect. The family initially falls in love with all the things that this new dog can do to improve their lives, but eventually become disillusioned with it and decide that their original Courage was better all along. This one also features one of the only instances of swearing in the show, as D. Long says to Courage, "You no-good ass dog," which is an odd decision that I disagree with entirely. I think all levels of the creepy and violent mostly fit the tone of the show, but for some reason in my mind this kind of thing is generally unneeded. I do like an aspect of this episode, in that I think it is really telling how Courage reacts to the new dog with sadness at being rejected, similar to how a lot of kids would act when their parents have a new baby. This all culminates in a pretty shocking level of violence as Courage and the robot duke it out. His swollen and bloodshot red eye, while he is desperately crawling away from the clutches of the robotic monster, is the kind of visceral visual that you don't often get here. Campsite of Terror is an episode that was bound to happen at some point. You can't be covering this many brands of horror without eventually hitting the Friday the 13th and Sleepaway Camp style of daytime lakeside fear. I love the opening minutes of this one where we get to see the family setting up their camp and just enjoying life, telling scary stories. These episodes are so short that we rarely get these slice-of-life character moments, which is sad to me, and another reason why I argue that there should be double-length episodes. I really appreciate the change of setting also, as seeing how they designed the wooded area is quite nice. Although I will say that the villains of this episode are among the worst that the show ever produced and maybe just are the worst. These little raccoons do nothing for me. I feel nothing for these woodland critters. There are a few weird moments in this one. One of which is that when they're watching the television, the Twin Towers can be seen at one part. Which, is unfortunate because this episode aired directly after 9/11, but clearly was made beforehand. D. Long also at one point says that he immigrated to America just 3 weeks previously, which doesn't make a bit of sense as we have seen him many times before this moment. Which is just another example thrown onto the heaping mound of character lines that only make sense within the bubble of their episode, but don't when added to the greater context of the show. Also, this face that Courage makes is really good. Velvet Vic is one that sticks out in my mind as an episode that I saw a fair amount of times when I was younger. This one feels like a much older episode than it is. It's a really original Monster of the Week story that I think works great. It's about a cursed record that essentially contains the trapped soul of a malicious Elvis Presley-like character, who can only come out of his proverbial genie's lamp when the record is being played, but then is sucked back into it once it stops. Being into Elvis and the music scene of the 50s is very in line with the aesthetic of Courage, which works really well in this world. I also love that they go after depicting things from this very specific era of American history. Characters like the Nowhere Newsman are very much this kind of specific idea of a timeless country American. I'm actually kind of a bit surprised that they never did a full-on nuclear episode considering the vibes and themes and setting, because I think it similarly would work really well, although in the series we do see at least 2 different nuclear explosions. Vic eventually is able to trap Muriel in the record and fully return to a physical body. And instead of trying to help her, Eustace decides that he is smarter than Vic and tries to become his manager, taking on a kind of Colonel Tom Parker role within the episode, which is also very funny and also very in line with his character motivations of greed over love. I really love that when Muriel is freed at the end of this, she finishes Vic's concert for him and ends up being better than he ever was or could hope to be. She deserves a good win every now and then, she's a very nice lady. This one also carries over a theme from Courage vs. Mecha Courage, of the inappropriate language being used in the show. I'm no prude, but I just don't think that this fits with the tone that it was trying to be. In this example, one of the upcoming bands that is being announced is called Johnny and the Dildos. It's a joke that wouldn't fly in the first season, and just doesn't feel like classic Courage to me. And honestly is more in line with other earlier cartoons like Ren and Stimpy, Rocko's Modern Life, and maybe even Ed, Edd and Eddy. But at the same time, there are a lot of characters like Freaky Fred that thrive on a perverse level of sexual energy. And there's an element to a stranger saying something really dirty and unexpected that can make you feel unease. So while I don't like it, I could also argue in its favor to a degree. Stormy Weather is another Greek god-based storyline, and I actually really like every time that they do a tale, where the family are visited by a member of a pantheon. Stories of gods interfering with their lives are always fun to me, and it really does become a consistent subplot within the show. The Storm Goddess and visual design is really nice, and actually reminds me of the Parachute Woman, who can be seen in the backgrounds of a lot of episodes. And it makes me wonder if they too really love that design, and just wanted an excuse to use a version of her for a full episode. It also continues the Season 3 trend of having a non-white character that isn't totally mishandled in every possible way. I really love to see that kind of growth within the show, although it would still be a persistent issue with them continuing to use Shirley as a character and things like that. And I think that a lot of this can be attributed to the fact that this was the first season that brought on new talent to write for the show, which I think based on Season 2 was kind of needed. David Stephen Cohen, who only wrote a couple of episodes in Season 1, essentially wrote almost every single episode of Season 2. The Magic Tree of Nowhere, Robot Randy, and The Tower of Doctor Zalost are the only episodes that season that were not written by him, instead being penned by John R. Dilworth himself. But Muriel Meets Her Match and Record Deal were the first 2 episodes in the series that were written by women, Katie McLaughlin and Susan Kim respectively. Another woman, Lori Lazarus, would write a few episodes later in the season as well, and I think that really breathes some new life into Season 3, and makes it for the most part an overly enjoyable experience. So, the reason that the storms have come to Nowhere is because the Storm Goddess has lost her little pink dog, Duncan, and is very distraught. There's this great visual gag that's showing while they do look similar, Duncan is obviously a lot more attractive than Courage, which makes him feel very self-conscious. And as a result of her grief, the goddess wants to take Courage away with her, which starts an elemental battle between her and Muriel until Courage goes and finds his twink alter ego deep underground, eating the bone of an ancient dead giant god. It's another very straightforward one, but also is a really serviceable middle-of-the-road episode. The worst sin a Courage episode could commit is being boring, and this is far from that. There's a really grim undercurrent to this one too. Usually when Courage imagines the worst things that could happen to him, he gets mental images of something cartoonishly bad happening to Muriel. but this time he just thinks of her bones. There's also a lot of dog skeletons littered around the bones of the dead god, implying that the giant bones were so good that the dogs ate themselves to death. A lot of just great visuals with this one, hinting at a full story at play, just a fantastic episode. The Sandman Sleeps is another good Monster of the Week episode, although I don't think that many would agree with me there. The best of these monsters take a really small grain of something that we can all relate to and build that up to preposterous proportions, which is what is done well here in my opinion. We start with this small kernel of information that Muriel snores in her sleep and keeps Courage awake because of it, and slowly build a mythology from there. We have this amazing pan to the Sandman's castle where it starts in the desert and then shows some trees. And then the trees move apart to reveal this fortress that seems to be nearby, but we know logically this cannot be. It just begins very dreamy and adds to that feeling that the landscape of nowhere is malleable and far from stable. The Sandman has given out too much of his sand to the people of the world and cannot fall asleep himself. And so at night, he sneaks into Muriel's bedroom and takes her so that he can rest, robbing her of the ability to fall asleep. This is an episode that I extremely relate to on a very personal level. One of the reasons that my video output hasn't been as prolific as it once was before the pandemic is because I've developed a bit of a sleep disorder, where I often just wake up after about 2 hours of sleeping and won't be able to go back to bed. And when this flares up, it can last for a few weeks at a time sometimes. To be fully honest, it's genuinely awful to go through, and you become kind of a zombie of a person who starts to waste away in front of the people who know you. Just like what happens to Muriel here. And I imagine the person who wrote this episode probably has dealt with a similar issue, and channeled that into this cartoon because of the way in which it feels true to life. Admittedly, I can see a lot of people not really jiving with this one very much because not a lot happens in it. The Sandman himself is a pretty passive player in the whole thing, and their conflict is resolved pretty much as soon as they show up at the fortress, but I like it for what it is. Hard Drive Courage is the episode that I mentioned earlier that feels like them trying to remake Mission to the Sun, but this time good. It is genuinely one of the most important episodes in the entire series, and shows that they weren't just phoning it in and really wanted to continue to innovate what this show could be. It is a phenomenal episode, where Muriel gets eaten by Courage's obviously nefarious computer, still trapped within its body that is riddled with viruses. And he has to physically enter it through the scanner to get her back, meaning that the majority of this episode's conflict takes place in 3D cyberspace. Also, this episode is the sole reason that the ending title card is CG, because since they already had the model made for this episode, they decided to go ahead and use it at the end of each one as a little flourish. I've already said this before in this video, but I'm a huge fan of depictions of the internet and just early digital art in general, from the beginnings of the digital age. I collect comics made in 3D art from this time. I think they're just such neat remnants of a history, whose style can't even really be fully purposefully recreated because it was done in such an exploratory way, which is exactly what this episode is. Like, nobody trying to replicate this style today would have this many camera spins around their main character trying to show off. But the people in this time did that because there was no rules on how this should be done. It is frontier filmmaking, entirely experimental. This is really just a few years after Toy Story, and in the grand scheme of things, this technology was moving crazy fast. This episode aired when games like Metroid Prime, Super Mario Sunshine, and Kingdom Hearts were coming out, and trying to take this technology and use it in a show is just so cool. Similar to how The Simpsons would use it around this same time for the same kind of gag. I obviously have no proof of this, but I imagine that there's a fairly good chance that this was the most expensive episode of the show. They do at one point stop using the 3D and switch to 2D that is covered in neon code. And I still love that look, even though I would have preferred for the whole digital world to be CGI. But just the ingenuity in this, the sheer number of individually designed monsters, the really cool binary coded body of the main virus in the machine, all of this just makes this a great standout. Again though, this one has an overly adult humored joke that is pretty common in this season and creates a very different kind of feel, as Muriel is going through Courage's computer and gets flustered when she finds a hidden file of pornography. The Ride of the Valkyries is another one of the more well-known stories from this season. It finds the family on vacation in Norway, and takes place entirely in the daylight hours of a lush green area, which gives it a great personal identity. Jody Gray has also said that in his opinion, the music that he provided for this episode was among the best that he did in the entire series run, which I'm inclined to agree with. The conflict here is yet another one where Muriel acts as a football that Courage has to retrieve, which, is most episodes. I get that this story is kind of easy to write, which is why we see it so often here, but I do wish that there was a little more variety, because I do get tired of watching essentially the same reskinned episode over and over and over again. Some of the most memorable stories that people still talk about are ones that broke the mold, and they should have been attempting to do that level of experimentation a lot more as far as that aspect is concerned. But I do like the episode mostly. I don't really care for the Valkyrie designs. They look almost like they're from an entirely different show and don't have that Dilworth touch to them, which makes me wonder if he was even the person who came up with these. This was this writer's second episode on the show after Stormy Weather, and I do find it funny that he went for Ancient Gods 2 in a row. But some of his later episodes have really interesting concepts to them, and I think that even though I'm kind of mixed on this one, he was an overall a good addition to the writing roster. At one point in this, the singing Valkyries wake up the Goose God, who has been sleeping with his lover, Eustace's old truck. And this is great. As you can tell, I obviously think that they should have been allowed to do a lot more crossover in the show, because they have so many fun and unique characters that they have developed that essentially just get thrown away after one use. Part of the joy of a show like Adventure Time, and some of the funniest moments, are when two already well-established characters meet and interact in ways that are not expected. And it's just a shame that Courage was never able to build that really unique world, but had so many restraints in format of how that could be played with. This episode does have the added benefit of introducing its own unique spin, in that the Valkyries are revealed to be at war with the Trolls, so we get this conflict within a conflict that our characters get wrapped up in. And I do think that's a really fun, nice revelation. There's a few episodes like this one that are minorly concerned with classical music and opera, which, I think is kind of a funny remnant of its time. I feel like people were a lot more into opera in the 90s than they are now, or at least pretended to be. This isn't even the only opera-themed episode, there are 3 of them. It has kind of lost its status symbol as an art form, at least that's how it feels to me. And so seeing it pop up here so often is just kind of funny. Scuba Scuba Doo is obviously a reference to the theme song of Scooby-Doo, which, not to get ahead of myself, is funny considering that Courage and Scooby would indeed eventually meet later on down the road. It is another brightly colored vacation episode that, as you can guess from the title, takes place primarily underwater. This is another environmentalist-based episode that surrounds a society of tiny coral people who need the reefs to survive. But pollution and over-farming are making it to where their way of life is no longer possible. To be fully honest with you, this one is just outright bad. The coral people on their own are not tremendously interesting in the way that they talk, act, or are designed, and are kind of juvenile for a typical episode of this show. Usually these feel kind of PG on the verge of PG-13, but this one is very G-rated and made for babies. Our conflict here stems from Ma Bag looting the ecosystem so that her company can make wigs faster, which will, in turn, make her more money. Just like last episode, we are seeing some actual continuity that this is in fact a real world that real actual people live in, which I love. As when Ma gets off the phone, it is revealed that she is sitting in her office at Growth Industries, the same company that she was running in her previous appearance. And not only that, but she's seen with the same type of novelty wig that she gave to Courage and Eustace in that episode. Which I know is not a lot. It is ultimately a very small thing. But for a show to go from having really terrible continuity to actually starting to outwardly care about these kinds of things is really interesting to me. And while they would not be able to take it very far, I do love to see them attempt to push that firm boundary within their art. As I said earlier, this would be the final episode recorded by Ma Bag's voice actor before she sadly passed. And the character would be retired from here on, which is a bit of a shame, to watch her character slowly dissolve as the show goes on. By this point, she's just an evil, ruthless corporate business owner, with no depth or real connection to Eustace, compared to how she was in her first episode, where her evil had a lot more nuance to it. Like, she hardly even interacts with Eustace in this episode, and her entire point as a character is to be the ghost of his childhood that still haunts him into adulthood. Every time around, she gets weaker than the last, and it makes me wonder if I really would like to see Courage have a regular stable of villains, out of a fear that I would watch them each deteriorate every time they were brought out to be used. Because other characters do suffer the same fate, such as Katz, who becomes noticeably less evil each time around. Conway the Contaminist is an episode that is very appealing to me personally that takes the phrase dirty old man to a whole new literal level. This is how you should do a Courage environmentalist storyline. The last one feels like an essay and diatribe in fiction form, but this one is an actual horror story that features a really disturbing monster and also functions as entertainment. So, Conway is a 180-year-old man who drinks sludge, lives in filth, and breathes poison that he also shoots over the landscape in his plane, who is traveling the countryside proselytizing his way of dirty life to the simple country people of the American wastelands. He moves in with the family and quickly changes everything about their way of life to be as polluted as possible. There's this great scene where he turns his back so that Muriel can get nude and slide into the bath of this hot boiling grime that he's made for her. But when she's not looking, he still turns his head and takes a little peek while she's doing so, which really adds to his horribleness. I also really like this shot where Courage then enters the bathroom and we just see Muriel in the tub from behind soaking all this filth up. Conway tells Courage that this is the true way of life, and that he shouldn't even be against this transition because as a dog, he is by his own nature dirty. That he should be thrilled with their new filthy ways. Obviously, Courage thinks that this needs to be stopped, as he starts to witness his family degenerate before his eyes as they succumb to the diseases that they contract in Conrad's mess. I love the loose pig, the way that all the dirt is presented. Just the change in this scenery that we know intimately by this point really makes Conrad's invasion of their space very impactful. Also, this is one of the only episodes where the villain is fine with being defeated in the end, which is a fun change of pace as well. As Courage uses a device to suck up all the dirt in the air, forcing Conway to leave because he can no longer survive in this environment. But then he just discovers that he can actually just live in all the sucked up filth, and he flies away, never to be seen again. Katz Under the Sea is the fourth and final main appearance of our primary antagonist, filling a fourth job for himself. He always has this James Mason cool cat vibe to whatever he's doing, which, is the joke. But he's always doing different things. He's a hotel manager, an island lord, a candy shop owner. And here he returns to his nautical theme and white suit as the captain of a nuclear submarine that the family has won a vacation on. And again, going back to the Rogues Gallery idea from Batman, I think having a little bit more consistency in characterization and motive would have helped this show out a bit. In that universe, you know what to expect vaguely with a Mr. Freeze story versus a Scarecrow story. And there's a bit of a narrative comfort in that as a viewer. But with Courage, all of these villains are wild cards, even if we've met them before. Katz doesn't even recognize Courage or Muriel this time around, which is such a strange move. And I really don't know why they went with this direction with his character this time. I am, however, crazy about the color choices here. It calls to mind shows like JoJo's that are really wild in their palettes and different scenes, while keeping their same base designs. And this should have just been done a lot more. I love Muriel bathed in red. Honestly, this is one of the most fun in the entire show for me on a personal level, just because it feels like they're breaking out of their own self-imposed box of what this show looks like. I will say though that with this experimentation, there's a few instances like with the puppet show where there's a disconnect between the colorists on the animation and the people doing the background art. Because we have our model still shaded in this deep red light, but the background doesn't suggest that he should look like this because those tones are not present in that art and makes it feel almost like a mistake. And it seems there probably should have been more of a conversation there between those departments. This episode also has some disturbing implications that I really enjoy. So the submarine has a no dogs allowed policy, and to get on board, Courage swaps places with the dummy of a ventriloquist, who has been hired to perform on the ship. And this is great because it allows Courage to wear a little suit the whole episode like Katz does. He never gets to put on people clothes in the show, and honestly he should have been given more opportunities to wear little outfits every couple of episodes because he's always stylish. But this is also a lot of fun because Courage negotiates this with the puppet itself, who is sentient and capable of full conversation. This is the only time that we see this puppet in the entire show, and it is an entire mystery as to the bizarre relationship between this man and his living doll that he travels around with. This story is a really good shakeup though from the traditional formula. Muriel isn't the sole person in danger as Courage is trying to save everyone on board, as the mad Captain Katz has sent the submarine to crash itself on the bottom of the ocean. And it is the first episode in a while that doesn't feel like it is overtly comfortable in doing just more of the same. being a continued rebirth that Season 3 is mostly centered around, on what this show could be. And this is extended into Curtain of Cruelty, the next episode in the series, which is among the most surreal this season. We get this great opening shot where it is just a barren landscape that suddenly gets overtaken by this pink light that is almost reminiscent of Lovecraft's Color Out of Space. I love when Courage stories tease the main antagonist before we even see the family. They hardly ever do it, but it is a nice break from established form. We are dealing with a very eldritch kind of creature here, a being made of pure light, that when you see it, or if it is cast upon you, all feelings of social pretenses are removed from you, and you feel as if you're free to act as aggressively as your baser impulses might call you to. Children turn vicious and animals transform into beasts. We see a town that is completely in disarray, and people are treating each other with violence and cruelty as a result from being blasted by this alien light. Similar to in Dr. Zalost, just this time with a different emotion. And in that train of thought, also when Eustace gets hit by the collar, absolutely nothing changes about his personality, which is a great recurring joke at this point and is something they could have run with. And not only that, but the townspeople then elect Eustace as mayor because he's the nastiest of the bunch, being referred to as the meanest creep in Nowhere. This is the most detailed look that we ever see of the town of Nowhere. We even get to see the border where the streets fade into the desert. If we go back to episodes like Tower of Dr. Zalost, the buildings are more implied than they are actually there. Compare those shots to here, where the buildings actually are drawn and have a presence to them. The show is guilty of doing a lot of stylistic work with silhouettes to save money, which is mostly effective and gives it a definite feel. You can find this in the crowd shots of the Velvet Vic episode. And it is a very common animation technique, especially for television. But I would argue that the early seasons on this relied on this way too much of the time. And I think that if we were to ever do a rebooted series, that is something that could be really improved upon, because environmental storytelling can add just as much to the feel of a work as the actual narrative does. Which is something that this season of Courage really excels at in comparison to what came before. But still, some of those things could have been pushed a lot farther. I think even without all that much effort. Almost every shot in this show is static, so these backgrounds have the benefit of not having to ever move. So while I have not worked in animation before, I have done similar things like comics, and would argue that the backgrounds could have occasionally had more care put into them, as far as finer details are concerned. It wouldn't even have to be all of them. Just a few extra shots in each episode with a higher level of detail would have gone a long way to improving the visual design. I mean, just look at how some of these desert shots look in this episode. They are incredible, and a shocking step up from where the animation normally was, which is something that we'll never return to again. There's a bit in this episode where they can't make Muriel turn mean even after she's been exposed to the light. And she gets sent to a rehabilitation camp where she's forced to watch snuff films and then made to kill a hamster with a hammer, which is genuinely about the darkest joke that the series ever makes. Although, don't worry, we later learn that the hamster is fine. We end with an amazing twist this episode, where it is revealed that the creature was created by a guy named Floyd, that we have seen as a background character in like a dozen episodes before this. We were just never privy to the fact that he was a mad scientist the whole time, which is the kind of world building I consistently want from this show. Although it is disappointing that Floyd then just continues to be a background character for crowd shots after this revelation. The hard reset at the end of every episode kind of kills the potential fun that a viewer can have with this, but still another fantastic Season 3 episode. Feast of the Bullfrogs is a bit of an unusual dud for this season, and unfortunately is yet another return to the series' dubious history of depicting race, albeit not as bad as it is in other places in the series. It is kind of a metaphorical story about colonialization mixed over top of the show's environmentalist themes, where a nation of frog people have run out of water, and out of a need for survival have moved into the farmhouse and declared the family's water and resources as their own. And, when the family protests against this, they're met with violent assaults that they have to fend off to protect what is theirs. The frogs all talk almost like the Zamunda people do in Coming to America. But the bullfrog enforcer has a single Nazi-like bolt tattooed onto each of his arms, and it just feels kind of misguided at best. Not a great entry here at all. It's one that I occasionally see listed among the better of the late-stage Courage episodes, and I can't really get behind that. It's fine, but is in line with something like the Sandwell episode in my opinion, and is just overly skippable. Tulip's worm again starts with a villain tease and some nice shots of Nowhere, before the family are introduced into the episode. but sadly, it is all downhill from there. The story is about two space bears that have come to nowhere looking for a sandworm that has gotten loose, and just so happens to be hiding out on the family's farm. This is another episode where I really don't love the monsters of the week. The teddy bear aliens are just okay to kind of being just outright bad. I don't love their design. They look ugly and uninspired, and as characters, they largely are uninteresting to me. And it's a bummer to get two fairly bad episodes in a row. I will say though that despite it being mostly rough, it has an amazing ending. You see, Courage transports the worm safely back to its planet, and we find out that it is a pet of a massive blue Titan girl that is animated in a very unique and realistic style for this show. This is of course a reference to a similar moment in the classic animated film Fantastic Planet, which undoubtedly had a big impact on the overall aesthetic of Courage. This sadly would be the last episode that Lionel Wilson would record before his death. The first of the show and the most iconic of the 6 Eustaces that the franchise would go through. And this is an extreme loss that the show would never fully recover from, as Eustace and his voice genuinely is a massive part of what makes this work. Arthur Anderson, who would take over from here to the end of the show, does a good job at replacing the sound that Wilson would go after with the character. But there is a slight difference, and the character never fully feels the same ever again. And at least to me, in that, the show would never again feel the same either. And more or less, this can somewhat be seen as the end of the original pure version of Courage. I have no proof of this, but I think they do purposefully use his character verbally a lot less often from here, as he would appear in scenes but not actually say many lines in them, I think in an attempt to make it to where people might not notice the change. So In Louvre Are We Two is probably the most unique of the season and my personal favorite in this batch of episodes despite its overall lack of horror. It is essentially a Night at the Museum storyline, where the family are on vacation in Paris and get trapped within the famous art museum overnight, where once it is dark, the works of art come alive around them. I love seeing historical works of art through the aesthetic lens of Courage's art style. That alone makes this episode worth exploring and also hopefully would be fun for kids, because they choose works that they theoretically would already be familiar with. That is the goal here after all. Each of these stories do have to be both enjoyable and digestible to children, which are the target audience. And I think it's a fun one to do with that in mind. Visually, Courage hopping through these works and the styles of them is pretty well done, with the personal favorite being a sequence that takes place in the diner from Nighthawks, but not from the angle in the painting that we're used to seeing. An idea that they would again return to in a Season 4 episode, The Mask. This is a love story between the Mona Lisa and the Thinker, who are refusing to go back to their original places, where Eustace and Muriel have been trapped. I love that they had to come up with a solution to the problem of the Thinker walking around in the nude for the whole episode. And so once freezing Eustace in place, they just have him take his clothes for modesty. Although it is a bit surprising that they got away with showing a different statue of a woman's breast and ass. I love the dated reference of Courage having a Game Boy in this one. The show doesn't date itself very often, but when it does, I find it very endearing. This is the only time in the show where I think the racial humor actually kind of works because it's done in an actual character-supporting way. In that when the Mona Lisa comes alive, she surprises everyone by the fact that she speaks in a very heavy Italian accent, which just makes sense but also might be something that you don't expect. This, however, is contrasted weirdly though with the Thinker, who has an aggressively American accent despite the fact that he was sculpted by Rodin, who, was French. Courage screaming next to the Scream is another fun touch. They just clearly had a good time coming up with gags in this one. As far as actual substance is concerned, there isn't a whole lot to say on this one. It's a really great episode, but mostly just a fun watch without a ton going on below the surface. Night of the Scarecrow, named after the 1981 film of the same name, is another one that makes me surprised that it took this long to get to. When you're making horror for kids, you're really limited in what kinds of monsters you're allowed to portray because of the standards associated with children's media. And so essentially every single kids horror show eventually gets around to doing a spooky Scarecrow episode. 1, because they're easy to make scary, and 2, because they're essentially entirely inoffensive. Nobody's going to object to a Scarecrow depiction except for maybe Harold. They might have pushed that one a little too far. He was kinda gross. This one is really solid, and one of the more explicit horror takes from this season. I love a lot of what's going on here. We start with a really lovely shot of a dark carnival at sunset at the edge of a field of corn, which is an amazing setting for this show. I'm actually similarly really surprised that we never got a full-on dark carnival episode, or one that's centered around clowns. It feels like a subgenre that most children's horror anthologies eventually hit. but then Alan Wake style, or more like The Bird style, considering the Hitchcock cornfield. The family are attacked and save the life of a depressed scarecrow, who is sad because nothing is afraid of him. He views himself and his existence as a failure because he compares himself to his father, who he saw as a very strong scarecrow. Just a lot of great little details in this one, such as the idea that his insides are infested with rats. And the alien that makes a brief, few-second cameo in this one is one of the coolest designs that was ever produced for the show. Thematically, this is almost a remake of Robot Randy from the beginning of Season 2, where we had a murderous automaton who did not want to dominate, and here we have a scarecrow who's not very good at scaring other people, who is in the midst of an existential crisis because he does not fulfill the role that he has been told that he was born into this world to do. And then, out of a frustration of others essentially seeing him as a joke, he becomes radicalized and works out, and reads magazines and listens to speakers that tell him the tricks of how to be the perfect scarecrow, only to then show up back to the house in full camo before beating up Eustace and taking his place at the table, figuratively usurping his metaphorical role as being in charge of these people and this farm. A clear allegory on emotionally small men who feel emasculated and then try to toxically channel that shame into making others afraid of them through threat of force. The Scarecrow starts talking in Arnold-like action movie quips, and the whole thing is really just kind of sad in how pathetic he is. But then he learns that maybe he wasn't born into this world to be scary, and that he can be the person like he feels he is meant to be, beginning that journey by taking a job helping children at the carnival, which is one of the more wholesome endings of the series. Mondo Magic is about a freak named Mondo, an alcoholic monster who wears the skin of a magician who is traveling around the wasted countryside looking for a woman that he can force to undergo the transformation to become one of his freakish race, so that he can take her against her will and force her to become his bride. And, just wouldn't you know it, Muriel happens to be that chosen woman. And right after trapping Eustace in the family television, he sets to work on using his powers to physically change her. Muriel's empty eye holes as she is undergoing the process is actually one of the more extreme and upsetting visuals that the show ever produces. And mixed with the design of Mondo, it makes for an overall unpleasant experience in a really good way. And it takes it further than you think we're going to go. We watch her go through the entire process of becoming like he is. And the shots that are framed with her sitting next to Mondo in a really romantic way, looking at the moon or on the couch together like husband and wife, have a very sinister undercurrent to them. Which also makes us wonder if this is something that Mondo has willingly done to himself. Is this what is needed to become magical like he is, and if so, what kind of person would see that as worth it? There's a lot of unanswered questions in this one, and it is another story that essentially goes almost its whole runtime without, ever actually telling a single joke, making it almost inappropriately dark. This also has one of my favorite uses of Muriel in the series because it is one of the few times that they do a possession episode that actually comes across as genuinely disturbing. As when the change happens, she mentally begins to transform as well. She stops caring for courage and openly wishes for Eustace's death as she watches him dodge oncoming traffic on the television show that he's trapped in. And by the end of it, she has a genuine love for this new way of life and for Mondo in her eyes. She's extremely distressed and saddened by this at first, but by the end, she fully accepts this new Lovecraftian form that she has been molded into to fit this new purpose. Thea White's maddeningly sickened tones that she adds to Muriel's normally sweet demeanor also is one of the only examples where she gets to actually play with this character that she's developed, and is overall just one of the best that focuses on her as the center of the events. Watch the Birdies is an episode that begins with a commentary on your regular Muriel-like story setup, which I think is really funny. It is essentially a self-parody where we begin with the family having a nice day out in the yard, when suddenly Muriel gets swooped up by a giant bird who presumably is taking her away to eat her. And we think we're being set up for a story where Courage is going to have to go save her, but actually this is not true. This is not the case. It turns out that the bird is actually a mother bird with a thick Italian New Jersey accent, who is resentful that she has been left to take care of her awful kids with no man, and so she's decided to go off and start a new life and find a new husband. But feeling guilty about this and not wanting to abandon her kids outright, she takes Muriel and gives her to the children to make sure that they have a mothering figure around. And the episode is instead about Muriel and Courage having to work together to take care of these terrible toddlers. It's essentially a remake of Season 1's Little Muriel. Outside of this initial subversion of expectations though, ultimately it is all just alright. It is mostly based on gross-out humor like Courage chewing up worms for his new baby children to eat out of his mouth. There isn't really much of a story going on. Far from bad, but stands out as a weaker effort in the season as a whole. I also don't like that Courage fills a father role in this to Muriel's mother role. They are framed in a few shots to be almost like husband and wife. And it is just really weird and off-putting. The relationship between Courage and Muriel is one of the only pure things in the entire show. It should be viewed as the only thing that is sanctimonious. They can only get by because they need each other, but that is platonic. And I think that should be one of the few off-limits things that should never be touched when trying to develop either horror or humor within the show. Courage should always view Muriel as the saving grace of his difficult life. She is his brightness. And I don't really appreciate the turn that this one takes into playing with that. Although I will say that by the end of this episode, that idea is flipped on its head in a very funny way. When the mother bird shows back up and she has her new man with her, which is just Eustace who has been tarred and feathered. Fishy Business is another animal rights episode. It starts with a funny idea about Courage, who is a pet, getting a pet of his own. A fish that he can't teach any tricks to, and becomes terribly offended and horrified when he witnesses Courage eating sushi that Muriel has prepared for him. I'm always kind of fascinated by the idea of meat. From the fish's perspective, Courage would be the villain of the episode, just like many others are to him from his perspective. The horror of knowing that eating and staying alive causes harm pretty much every single time that you do it, is one that I myself have never really known what to do with. When alone and knowing that no one will judge him, the fish later eats the leftover sushi with glee, which adds a conflicting tone to the whole thing. Although in reality, they probably were not trying to deliver an entirely complex statement with this one. And I do like the subtle cannibalistic undercurrent here. A knock at the door welcomes the arrival of a religiously coded missionary fish who invites the family to see what life under the sea is like, to hopefully teach them the errors of their sushi-eating ways. I really like the musical cues associated with her and the other fish in general that have hints from religious Christian hymns. I also in general like her design, but am confused why she doesn't need a bowl of water on her head on the surface, when she is later shown to need one in the oxygenated areas of the undersea fortress. Little does the family know, they are actually surprisingly being tricked into entering an under-the-sea fish tribunal that will try them for their crimes against fish. The family are, of course, found guilty of high crimes against fish kind, and sentenced to a re-education camp where they are subjected to having to live in a small fishbowl while an octopus taps on the glass and drives them crazy. Overall, I don't really like this episode very much. I appreciate the attempt of an original idea, but it feels preachy while also simultaneously seeming like it doesn't actually care, having a lot of mixed messaging going on in it, and also kind of inappropriately derives humor out of a very serious real-life issue. Like it feels like it doesn't actually care about promoting vegetarianism, while also being about why you should be a vegetarian. It says that we should treat fish properly, but also it's okay to escape their prison by hitting their hands with a large mallet. And at the end, the lead fish lady is shown to be a hypocrite because she too, in private, likes to eat sushi. Which, might be the point. That maybe they aren't talking about animal rights at all, and instead are parroting the false sanctimonious piety of evangelicals. I don't hate it, but it kind of feels like how sometimes you'll have a script that was worked on by multiple people at different points in time, that results in a final draft that conflicts against itself and essentially has no concernable reason for existing. And it isn't very funny or entertaining, which is like the biggest sin for a Courage episode to commit. Angry Nasty People is the long-awaited return of the greatest underground snuff film director of all time, Benton Tarantella. This has a leap forward on the cohesive world design that the show needed from the beginning. The family remembers Benton, he remembers them. They share a meal together at Jean Bon's diner from Heads of Beef. These episodes should be constantly referential to each other. I know that nowhere is this shifting chaos hell landscape of unimaginable terrors. But still, little things like this add so much to the feel of the world of what's going on here. I know I've already said this, but had they been given free rein, they could have built a world that felt interconnected in such a satisfying way. Maxwell Adams, the creator of Billy and Mandy, which was airing in this same time period, said this line once in an anecdote that I think is pretty revealing as to the mindset of how these episodes were created in this era. Cartoon Network had this thing where they shunned continuity because they had to be able to air the segments in any order. Benton has come back to the family to talk them into starring into his new television series that will tentatively be titled Angry Nasty People. Despite, their differences last time, of Benton trying to eat the meat off their bones and them re-killing him and burying his body in their basement so that nobody would find it. They're just so enamored by his fame that they quickly fall into his same traps again, and start indulging in method acting exercises where they're trying to be as mean as possible to strangers out in public. Adding to his queer undertones from last time, Benton basically falls in love with Eustace, and his sheer ability to be as nasty as possible. All of this culminates in the birth of an entity called Mr. Nasty, a being of pure evil that is channeled into existence through Benton's show that he is making. And then he films the new show that he's always envisioned, where the incarnated and embodied spirit of Eustace's purest of evils attacks the family on live television for cheering audiences around the country that are slowly going mad. Throughout all of this, Benton is talking with a man named Lazo on the telephone, who is informing him that the show is a massive hit and that they're all going to be rich because of this, implying that Angry Nasty People is being broadcast on Adult Swim, which was founded by Mike Lazo, who oversaw the network until he retired in 2019. This actually goes way further than you would ever expect it to, and I love it for that so much, as Muriel and Courage then become homeless because they can no longer tolerate Eustace, who has become extravagantly rich from partnering with Benton, where they then take Mr. Nasty out onto the road to film him attacking more innocent people for even more money. I also like the poster in the background for a movie called Love on Fire 2, which depicts a man with green skin holding a purple cat. Although admittedly, there's a few things that I don't love here in this episode as well. In the middle of this, there's this detail that I just can't stand, where they're going back and rewatching the footage that they shot that day and everything on the television is in color. Where it has been very well established by this point over and over again that the family owns an old black and white television set. Every time they watch TV, it is always in black and white. And these shots should have been converted into black and white. It's such an easy mistake to fix. And also, when Tarantella is sinking into the quicksand, the camera is still plugged into the television. And he's watching himself die, presumably for at least the third time. But in the shot, the television doesn't appear like it should, which might have been done on purpose to try and avoid having to animate an infinite mirror with the technology of the year 2000. Also, when Courage gets scared and tries to hide under the rug, it looks pretty rough, and probably should have been hand animated instead of using CGI for this gag. Also, when in the diner, we don't actually get to ever see Jeanbon, which is such a weird decision considering how easy it would have been to just slide him into the background. They even go to the trouble of designing a whole new waitress character who appears in a few shots, and this could have just been him instead. But all that said, this was an amazing entry, and I would have loved to see them use Tarantella more often than they did because his character brings a very different and uniquely dark flavor to the show. I also like that this one ends with his body getting buried in a different part of the farmhouse. That could have been a really great continuing gag if they decided to use his character more, but this is sadly the last we'll ever see of him. Dome of Doom is yet another one about how the family are bad at being farmers and can't get anything to grow on their desolate landscape. And as much as Season 3 was a breath of fresh air for the series, you do still see repeated plot threads that are for the most part uninteresting and uninspired like this. Although I do love that we have one of the only normally animated human antagonists in the entire show. As outside of Freaky Fred, if the villain is a human like Dr. Zaloft or the King of Flan, their design and proportions are so warped that you don't fully look at them as human and see them more as just like cartoons, similar to Mario. Not that this is a bad thing at all, it's just very highly stylized. And sometimes a very straight-laced traditional evil businessman is a good palate cleanser. Here the family cannot grow anything and he shows up with his GMO future seeds that are essentially idiot-proof. And he gives them to the family for free, to test if they work in a controlled environmental dome that they construct around their house. As you would expect, the plants go wild and the family has to fend for survival. The episode is fun, but is largely not covering any new grounds that we haven't already seen them do before. Although I do like some aspects of this, such as Courage changing the dome setting to winter to freeze the plants out. In the end, the corporation also just sort of takes the dome away. There isn't a great resolution here. Snowman's Revenge is another fairly fun, recurring villain episode, although it doesn't work nearly as well as his first outing does. We pick up where the last episode of him ended, where having survived his encounter with the family, he's trapped on a small sheet of ice in the melting North Pole. And I actually really love this idea, tying into what we have said throughout, episodes having implications and impacts on other episodes, really changes the feel of this show. When things click in your mind, it is always super satisfying. But since his home has been destroyed, he's decided to follow the family back to nowhere to claim their home as his own. An allegory about how when the poles are gone and we have neglected this planet for long enough, what we've done will inevitably come home to roost. Although it is a bit delightfully dated and very 90s in this episode because the ice all melts because of the hole in the ozone layer. In deciding to do this, he points to nowhere on the map, which seems to be roughly in Illinois or Missouri. I don't like this for two reasons. Nowhere isn't a real physical place. It is a timeless idea of an emotion of American rot and decay, and should never be positioned to have to exist in a single actual area. And two, geographically speaking, nowhere visually looks a lot more like the land from New Mexico up to Kansas and encompassing large areas of Texas. When I think of nowhere, I think of photos of the Great Depression hitting the Midwest. I think of Oklahoma, Arizona, but certainly not Illinois. Using his essentially Mr. Freeze-like cold ray, he terraforms the farm and commandeers their land upon his arrival. And they make the bad decision to where the family are quickly frozen into place, and it mostly becomes a one-man play where the snowman is monologuing at their frozen bodies, including a fairly bad musical number that I've never found funny, that at least in my mind feels like it's from a more juvenile show, and does not fit with the established tone of what this is going for. Especially with the somber attitude that the snowman had his first time around. They are essentially two different characters who speak with the same voice. He was so menacing and filled with depression and rage his first time around, and to see him devolve into this empty shell is a bit sad. But also one could argue that this is another facet of depression, and that his overly false-seeming happiness is a front for how sad and alone he truly is. I love that in flashback to the height of the North Pole, we see his friends and family alive and animated. They are the same people who, now dead, line the walls of the hall of his home from the first episode. It's a nice touch. This ends with Courage taking a needle and thread and sewing the ozone hole shut, bringing back the North Pole, and as a result, the friends of the snowman. And with that, his happiness as well. And with the earthly balance restored, his arc is completed, becoming essentially the only reoccurring villain in the show to actually receive a conclusion to their story before they were canceled by Cartoon Network. The Quilt Club is fantastic, being based on the horror of the aesthetics presented in Victorian ghost stories. The family find themselves in a very dim Southern Gothic quilt and antique shop that could have been managed by Mrs. Havisham herself. They really go above and beyond in trying to establish tone in this one. The fog in front of the house, the full moon, every shot of the antique store, the muted color palette even within the farmhouse. And it makes me wish they'd gone for this kind of all the time, because while I understand that the sunny and hot atmosphere of Nowhere is important to its desert horror feel that needs to be maintained throughout the series, doing dark and moody more often would have really benefited them as well, I think, because honestly the show never looks better than it does here. This is a rare episode where Courage is not the central protagonist, and instead we focus almost exclusively on Muriel, who is desperately trying to join a local club of quilters, run by the Siamese twins, Elisa and Eliza Stitch, who may or may not be held together magically and might not have been born into the world this way. And not being used to feelings of rejection or failure, usually succeeding in anything that she puts her mind to, she is slowly driven insane trying to appeal to the two-headed Stitch sisters to allow her admission into their very exclusive quilting club. And when she's finally allowed in and willingly folded into their quilt like so many women before her, the only thing that can bring her back is the memory of her family's love, which is kind of the idea behind quilting in the first place. Swindling Wind is another episode revolving around a curse that Shirley places upon the family. We start with a really funny sequence where Courage gets scalped by a pinwheel, and then has to de-tick Muriel's infected big toe. This is one of the most overtly American-feeling episodes that they made. The bluegrass score, the rows of corn, the ramshackled public flea market. All of Courage is based on a general mind palace of collective mid-century Americana, and this one does that particularly well. So I shouldn't actually think that this episode is as funny as I find it, because it is based on some really negative stereotypes. But at the county fair, Eustace swindles Shirley out of a necklace that he wants to give to Muriel. And as a revenge, she puts a curse on their marriage where they are forced to constantly pull gypsy carnival swindling tricks on each other, to nickel and dime themselves at every opportunity. including a bathroom toll that Eustace enacts. This continues until they're both destitute and naked, wearing barrels with straps, arguing over who owns what, having lost all of their worldly possessions to the other one, even arguing on whose blood the tick gets to live off of. You know, one thing that I will say in Shirley's defense is that she feels like a much larger part of the show than she is, at least to me. When I look back on Courage, I remember him often going to her for help in solving mystical problems affecting the family. But she's actually only in 5 episodes across the show's run. So obviously, while not being the best kind of representation, I will say at least that she felt important to the fabric of Courage, and is actually usually an overt positive force within his life. I love in this one, we see that she's running a curse on another couple, whose heads have been transformed into bananas. And going back to that man in the alley who was being attacked from her previous episode, I just love seeing the world of this show open up and expand. King of Flawn is a great episode and weirdly one of the most well-remembered of the show. I think it's quite good, but with all things considered and how many good ones there actually are, it's maybe a bit overrated. It is largely a story about the horror of watching someone you love deal with addiction, which is just a staple storyline of horror storytelling. And it is largely riffing on Larry Cohen's 1985 film The Stuff and, in my opinion, doing it better. An advertisement on the television compels the family by some unseen force to go to the store and buy this new brand of flan that is just so tasty that it completely overtakes their lives. They live for flan now. It is all they know, all they want to know, the only thing that they desire. Courage getting Muriel's attention when she's at the fridge only for her to turn around with a messy mouth, wild hair, and a crazed look is such a good moment. It engulfs their home, coats the surface of everything in a greasy, sticky film. The townspeople go mad from how much they love the stuff, and no one can be trusted. Eustace and Muriel steal the delivery truck that was intended to supply the town, so that they can be insured as to not run out themselves. And very soon, their control over their weight goes beyond their ability to maintain. And Courage has to watch helplessly as the people that he loves the most slowly degrade before his eyes, because of the abuse of a substance that makes them feel good momentarily. This acts as a condemnation on capitalists, on the power of advertising, on drug companies, on companies that push products that they know are harmful, on street-level drugs, as well as food products that are purposefully designed to be addictive. As Courage takes it upon himself to storm the company building, who manufactures the flan, and personally destroys it by hand from its very foundation to keep their message from reaching new people, who could, as a result of their broadcasts, develop new life-altering habits and addictions. A fun fact, but the King of Flan never introduces himself, nor is he called by name within the episode. The episode is titled King of Flan, which is why people call him that still today. But in reality, his name could actually be anything. I do hate, though, that his nearby address is listed in Kansas, which is pretty much the most definitive answer that the show ever gives us as to the location of nowhere. This place should be maintained as an idea. It's like Springfield to The Simpsons. To give it a singular location would be to diminish the idea of what it means as a town and a place. Which is something that the first season did so well, but as the show went along it continually struggled to maintain that. One other small detail, but in the office building everything reflects on the marbled floor, except for the animated characters, which is very distracting. For most shots you could just copy the animation, flip it, and make it transparent. I've never worked in animation, but I've done comics, and I know that this would probably not be very hard to do. I can't imagine that it would actually take that many resources. Either include no reflections or include all of them because otherwise it just looks weird. This ends with one of the most grim conclusions of the show, as Courage just outright loses. He is not successful. He's able to stop the broadcast and keep it from reaching people, sure, but not strong enough to curb his new addiction to the company's flan. And our last image is of him and the CEO, cuddling and engorging themselves late at night in the ruins of the corporate tower, gaining so much weight that he will never physically recover. Courage Under the Volcano is the finale to Season 3 and honestly is a major disappointment, both as an episode and also how it walks back so much of the growth that they had made as creatives this season. It is pretty bad and they should have just ended it with flan. It is one of the many vacation episodes, which is a fine motivation for getting them away from the farm, but it is the primary one that they use almost every single time they want a more exotic setting. And I feel like if they had pushed themselves, they could have come up with more creative motivators for these locations. Because it feels like over the course of the show, the family receives like 15 free vacations. Although to be fair, The one time that they tried to come up with a different reason, they went with genocide tribunal, so maybe they should just stick with the free vacations. And when I say that this walks back a lot of issues that this season mostly worked to fix, I mean that this episode hardcore doubles down on the classism and racism found in the first 2 seasons. The family arrives at their island getaway in a plane made out of grass that is crashed by the incompetent native pilot who has sallow gray skin, a grass skirt, bright red lips, and a bone through his hair, whose co-pilot is a monkey. Then we are greeted by the native chief Wiki Wiki and his daughter Wiki Wiki Woo. The stuff going on in this one is on par with the 90s Grimace origin story. We quickly learn that this is in fact not a free vacation at all, and instead they have invited the family here to trick them into being volcano sacrifices to appease their violent god. This is about as bad as the show gets with this kind of content. But then it does something that it thinks is clever to try and justify this kind of depiction, as it is revealed that there's no volcano god at all, and instead is a white man who has rigged the mountain to billow smoke, because he's trying to scare the native people away so that his company can come in and build a resort on their land. Which, only on the surface, seems clever. It's the worst kind of liberal-brained argument, where they attempt to make a statement against racism by being extremely racist themselves. When the locals aren't motivated to flee their home, the businessman says that he guesses he's just gonna have to cook them, and sets the mountain to self-destruct, only to end up seemingly dying by his own creation when trying to escape. It is in the end revealed that there is in fact a real volcano god, who spits him out as he wants nothing to do with the businessman. And his fate instead is to be subjected to a forced sexual relationship with Chief Wiki Wiki's daughter that is played for laughs, just an all-around awful episode. You know, I kind of hate that Season 2 was as choppy as it is, because this is kind of when the series dropped off in popularity. Despite its impact and cultural reverence, it really was kind of a flash in the pan before its viewership very quickly diminished. Like I said, when people talk about loving Courage as a kid, they're almost exclusively talking about Season 1 episodes that they watched in a brief window of time, from November of 1999 to March of 2000, plus any reruns that would go into that summer. Once the show returned for Season 2 in late 2000, on up into its cancellation in 2002, viewership wasn't quite at the same levels, and I don't have firm numbers to back that claim up. But the plain fact is that this seems to be the case, that there were not a lot of viewers who stuck with the show for the long term. As the further that you go into it, the less culturally remembered episodes that you find, as evidenced by what episodes are still talked about today, and what episodes had memes made out of them and things like that. And if they had made the decision to bring in new talent to write for them faster than they had, then this might not have happened, and the show may have seen more long-term success. Because by and large, Season 3 is a lot more consistently good, and I think is very strong with its own distinct feeling. And this shouldn't be a surprise. If you have one guy writing 22 out of the 26 stories of your television anthology, like they did with Season 2, you can't be shocked when a not insignificant number of them are clunkers. And I hate that not a lot of people grew up watching Season 3 and 4, because there are a lot of really strong episodes here that are worth people's time. At the same time, I will say that I do lament the show getting even lighter in tone this season. While I love it, it is undeniable that each time around the show becomes more and more of a sanitized version of itself. You don't have anything close to a Jeeves Weevil this season, which is in one way kind of a bummer, but in another way, they do give a fair amount of really fun stories that are more considered, with doing their own thing and breaking the established mold of a Courage episode, even if they aren't all all-time greats. And the improved confidence in the quality of the animation and the art this time around does make for a much more even season of the show that I greatly enjoy watching and revisiting. A Beaver's Tale is the first episode in the final season of Courage the Cowardly Dog. This has a very surreal and dreamlike opening where the family finds that the land surrounding their farmhouse has been flooded with a thin layer of still standing water. It creates a very eerie visual that I really like. Also, a minor step up in animation comes with this, as if you remember with The King of Flan, they didn't have reflections on the tile floor for the characters. But here we do get animated reflections in the water of our cast that look quite nice. I think it is very funny that the family are concerned about this except for Eustace, who now claims that he owns lakefront property and is going to be filthy rich. Later, when the situation becomes more dire, he refuses to acknowledge that this is bad and shows excitement at the possible water park that he will now be able to open. We get a lot of deeply strange visuals in this one, including the town of Nowhere getting completely flooded and submerged in water. In fact, we find that the whole world has succumbed to this fate, as Courage goes on a seemingly endless nightmare journey beyond New York to find what has created this infinite water, where he eventually finds an impossibly large dam that has been created by a single, very determined and self-motivated beaver. This is ultimately a story in the same vein as Robot Randy and the Scarecrow, where we have someone, in this case the beaver, who wanted to do one thing with their life but feels that he cannot because of the role that he has been born into, where he's better suited to be a musician, and his father forced him into a life of building dams, just like his father had done before him. And as a result of not fostering young creativity, the world becomes an empty plane of existence devoid of meaning. And only when he embraces his inner artist do the walls fall, and rebirth the world in a better way founded on personal joys. Although even in that life, his father still refuses to acknowledge his son's true purpose, which is a reflection of many lived experiences. There are a lot of hidden statements within this show on the journey of an artist, and the familial and cultural pressures that are placed on people who choose to be a creative for a living. It is clearly a topic that is close to Dilworth's heart. And so while on one hand, to tell these similar narratives again and again can be viewed as repetitive, we can also see it in a more generous light, as affirming about how this is a universal struggle that many kids go through. And in total, makes for a strong season opener for a show that is ultimately about a group of people trying to make something that was weird, obtuse, and against the grain. I think a lot of episodes like this are actually a bit about the process of trying to make Courage itself. The Nutcracker has a premise that I don't entirely buy, as we start with the family at the dump digging through trash to see if they find anything worthwhile. I could see this being something that Eustace would be really into, but not Muriel. And her expressing that to her this is better than shopping, I think goes against her base character trait of being your average American upstanding woman who wants to be accepted and asked to be a part of social events like the quilting club or baking competitions at the county fair. Eustace is a trash-dwelling caveman through and through, sure, but Muriel, not so much. And certainly wouldn't be making full-on outfits out of garbage for fun. The whole episode takes place at the dump. They end up staying the whole night there. And the setting really doesn't make sense unless it was a Courage and Eustace only-like story where Muriel stays behind, like in Heads of Beef. This acts somewhat as the Courage Christmas special, and being a parody of the Nutcracker story, along with giant rats and music and everything like that, which to me is a huge missed opportunity. I think there were way more festive ways that you could do a Christmas in Nowhere story that would have been a lot more fun to watch as an audience member. Ultimately, I think this one is pretty misguided. Rumpled Kiltskin is kind of the only episode that ties into Muriel's life before the show, which is a big shame considering how many episodes Eustace got, and also that they waited until the 4th and final season to get around to doing that. Her character often got shafted in the storytelling department. We begin with this awful segment of Eustace trimming his horrible toenails with the shears to end all shears, only to then see that once he discards it, that he has been filling Courage's food bowl up with the clippings for a long time. And then he does, I think to me, the meanest thing in the entire show, and one of the only truly despicable acts that he performs. As when Muriel receives a letter telling her that her great-uncle and last living relative has passed away, she decides that she needs to go back to her home country for a visit, because she's been away for so long that she has missed the end of her living family, and needs to be reminded of where she came from. And he just outright refuses to go with her. He says that he hates Scotland, crosses his arms, and then we don't see him again for the rest of the episode. And I really hate that. It is good character writing, but is one of the few times that I genuinely hate him in the show. Anyways, Rumpelstiltskin essentially enslaves Muriel and Courage to force them to make kilts for him that he is selling, and it becomes a fairly basic retelling of that folktale. Not that that is bad, you could leverage the same false complaints against any adaptation of Frankenstein or Dracula. And in execution, it has a super unique look. Most of this is very distinguished from your average Courage story. And I think that it more or less serves as a fun variation on this that most kids would be familiar with. House Coles is the first truly horror-centric episode of Season 4, where a Roy Orbison-inspired man who lives in a haunted house is lonely that he doesn't have any neighbors. And he uses the hypnotic quality of his crooner singing to compel the family's house to grow legs and move beside of his home, Baba Yaga style. Which honestly makes zero sense even in a dreamy kind of way, but I can roll with it, I guess. We also learn that the house isn't haunted per se, but instead is alive, having been brought to life through the same vocal magic that he used to make their own house move. And in its new existence, the house has been lonely ever since it was given life, and also desires a companion just as he does. After the Tower of Dr. Zalos, the show stopped having an interest for the most part in producing hyper-serious stories that focused on the dark nights of the soul, but this is pretty much as close as a season 3 or 4 episode gets to that kind of thing. There's not a lot of jokes in this, and it operates on a mostly somber tone throughout. Not to say that it's completely humorless like The Lost is, as it is bleak but does have time for some gags. And there's some funny, weird Freudian moments, like where the red carpet of one house leaves its front door and goes into the front door of the other house while making licking sounds. And another time where the rafter of one home protrudes vulgarly and thrusts itself into the neighboring home. There's another disappointing reflection issue here, in that they include this very long mirror that isn't important to the story that reflects the whole room except for the character animations. Like, this mirror did not have to be here. It could have been a portrait or a lamp or a tapestry or anything. This was a self-caused and needless problem. It's a good episode, one that has a center of a need for companionship, both physically as well as emotionally, as well as self-love. Le Quack Balloon is the final episode in which Le Quack appears as the primary antagonist. This is a continuation of the funny gag where Eustace and Muriel are so oblivious that they have no memory of their previous encounters with this most evil of French ducks. I don't like, however, that they drop hypnosis from being a major part of how he commits his crimes. The first 2 episodes in which he appears are centered around old-timey mesmerisms. But here he just kidnaps Muriel so that he can torture her in a hot air balloon, before taking her to Sweden so that she can help him rob their giant, highly guarded piggy bank. It makes him lose his most interesting trait in favor of just making him like the other villains. Going back to that example of Batman, with Scarecrow stories, you know that you're always going to have something involving fear gas. With Mr. Freeze, frozen environments. With the Riddler, you have riddles. Each villain should have a very basic, memorable thing that they bring to the table every single time that can be used to springboard and tell more compelling stories. That is how these kinds of things work, and to see them have that with this character only to then discard it is somewhat confusing. And you see this issue of struggling to keep consistent characterization essentially across the entire board. I do like the set piece involving the giant piggy bank and the chase nature of the setup where Eustace and Courage are on a globe-trotting mission to get her back, but this one in total is just okay. Windmill Vandals is a really fun horror episode that calls to mind the Blind Dead series of films, where the farmhouse is being raided by horse-riding skeleton ghost warriors that can only be kept away when the windmill is turned on. Because, unbeknownst to the family, when it was constructed 200 years ago, the blades were engraved with a protection rune that keeps these ghosts away, but can only work when the blades are turning, and has never helped them with any other situation that they have ever encountered before. I love the deep red color palette of the landscape here, how the dust that they kick up with their trot is heavy black. Just in general, some really fun visual design going on. I think it is just a fact at this point that a skeleton undead horse makes any work of horror and fantasy better. And they take this further than we are used to at this point in the show, including full-on decapitating Eustace by sword, while a terrified Muriel screams in horror, before chasing her down and cutting her head off too, ending with a game of head swap where everyone is running around in the wrong body. Making this one of the only episodes where both of the farmers fully realize the danger that they're in, and the only episode where all 3 work together to stop the threat, which is a great idea and should have been utilized as a storytelling device throughout. I hate to keep saying this, but The Uncommon Cold is another episode that plays way too loose with racial humor and stereotypes. Trust me when I say I wouldn't keep bringing it up if the show didn't. And just before Courage Under the Volcano, it is probably the most racist episode in the series run. So Courage and Muriel have to travel to Louisiana because she is sick, and the only cure to her illness is an old magical secret known only to the plantation slaves, who are presented as slugs with big lips whose eyelids are dark brown when they blink. They talk in very stereotypical black intonation, and are treated ruthlessly by the narcissistic and very queer-coded snake known as Big Bayou. Also, I do not know if this is true or not, but to my knowledge from what I can find, it seems as if none of these voice actors were black. But I might be wrong there. I went through the names and credits trying to find them, and I do think that everyone involved in this was white. The music in this episode is also parodying spirituals, which is a trope associated with media about American slaves. And honestly, stuff like this might be internally for Cartoon Network one of the reasons that they have never fervently pursued making another season of this show, because the optics of a lot of it are not good, and they might fear people talking about it again. The spiritual music swelling as Muriel announces that they have freed the slaves, which they did for selfish reasons to cure her sickness, I think is the single worst moment in the series. Like, pretty much everything here is genuinely awful and taints the entire show a bit. Anyone who would sign off to okay this episode should have their judgment questioned in my opinion. But there is one good joke about Courage forcefully giving birth to a giant egg that Muriel immediately drinks raw. This episode has an infamous moment that to this day the context of remains unexplained, where on the slip of paper that says yada 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 over and over again, if you were to pause it, you can actually find the hidden message that reads, "Bambi, you sweet thing, can you read this? If you could, why do you work at Cartoon Network?" And seeing as how this was the final season, and how Courage almost certainly had a lot of issues with content restrictions, it does make one wonder about the kind of working relationship that they had this close to the end of things. Because as popular as it was and still remains to this day, they have never fully committed to making a season 5. Farmer Hunter, Farmer Hunted is essentially a classic Looney Tunes homage, even down to the use of its classical music. Eustace has a complete nervous breakdown in comparing himself to his older, more attractive dead brother, Horst. And it is revealed that Eustace never even had the money to buy the farmhouse, and that it was something that was inherited by him after his death. Eustace as a character is introduced to us as the traditional American stereotype of a self-made Republican, salt-of-the-earth American man. And over the course of the show, he is slowly whittled down to being this emasculated thing. From being a farmer who cannot grow vegetables, to his relationship with his wife, to his self-confidence issues related to perceiving himself as ugly and not having any hair, to here, where he is shown as someone who not only can't currently provide for his family, but also never could. This episode is the final culmination of all of that, and even though it is not the finale, it can be read as the bookend on Eustace's sad little arc. His older, more attractive brother, Horst, patting him on the head in a home that we know normally to be sparse and bare, which we see was once filled with riches and treasures, as we learn that his name was given to him in a pejorative way because it rhymes with useless, is a scene that makes everything click within our minds as to why Eustace is the bitter old man that we have known for so long now in our present-day story. Cutting from him crying as a teenager, to him crying in the same spot now an old man, decades upon decades later, is genuinely tragic. He's never gotten over these issues and never will. He will take them to his grave. But then the rest of the episode happens, which is a shame because this might be the best 2 minutes of pure filmmaking in the whole show, but it has to exist within the context of a regular Monster of the Week episode, and can't be its own standalone kind of thing. In his derangement, Eustace thinks of the trophies that used to line the wall of this house. He has to prove that he can go collect a head larger than his brother ever could, which is a compounding conversation of the ongoing important show themes. Because we're shown that Eustace's target has a family that loves him and cares for him, that he has children, that love is all you need, and animal rights and generational trauma and the impacts of cruelty and malice, and the existence of banal evil in the world, that all comes together in this Bambi and Bugs Bunny parody, that by the end of it sadly just kind of devolves into mid-tier Courage antics, including a Family Feud-styled game to settle their differences, which of course Eustace loses. Being driven completely insane and proclaiming himself to be Useless the Deer, placing antlers on his head and prancing mad, he essentially takes his own life by entering the forest in the middle of hunting season, being quickly taken by the hunters of the wood. This is his entire character. This is the representation of the end result of treating people this way. That, because of the way that he was abused when he was younger, by his mother, and by his brother, he has always been made to think that he was useless, that he didn't matter, that he was a failure as a human and as a man, both to the world and to his family. And it's kind of a shame that the show couldn't end here, because anything involving the character from here on kind of ruins what a perfect bow this is on what it means to be Eustace Bagg. Bride of the Swamp Monster is a fun Monster of the Week episode that showcases some of the best animation that the show ever produced, as the Swamp Monster himself seems to have been designed specifically to have some very complex movements to his physicality. Narratively, it is basically just a remake of The Gods Must Be Goosey. The family crashes their truck in the swamp, causing Muriel to lose her locket that contains portraits of the family. And when it sinks to the bottom, the swamp monster finds it and falls in love with Muriel and decides to claim her as his own. Not a lot going on besides that, although it is entertaining and has a fun sequence where Courage has to go to Europe to convince the swamp monster's ex to get back with him so that he will give up Muriel, who he has kidnapped and taken to his swampy lair, only to find that she has short-term memory loss and can't follow what Courage is trying to say for longer than about 10 seconds to his utter frustration. Also, after saving her from being remarried to the swamp monster, I think it is very funny how hard Courage throws Muriel onto the shore. I love that even though they seemingly were not supposed to, they included more elements here of a shared canon, reaching all the way back to the beginning of the series to include William's meat and salami, which appeared in Cajun Granny Stew. We also, in the Swamp Monster's Path of Revenge, witnessed the total destruction of Jean Bond's diner, which after this moment will never be seen again. Goat pain is kind of a weaker entry in this season. Muriel is experiencing horrible back issues, and Dr. Vindaloo suggests that they journey to a magical healing hot spring at the top of a mountain that will fix all of her problems, so long as they can get past the ancient goat that guards the way. There's another forced sexual relationship here, where Eustace is kidnapped by a Bigfoot woman and dragged screaming into her cave as she talks about how she's finally found a good man. And later on, when Muriel sees Eustace and his new Bigfoot lover, she says that this is probably a change for the positive for everyone involved, and then proceeds to do absolutely nothing to intervene and save him. This turns into another environmentalist episode, as due to human action, the spring years before their arrival has dried up and disappeared, and the Goat Protector lives in rage on the mountaintop at his hatred of mankind for their destructive ways. In fact, it is even implied that Eustace's much more successful and attractive brother, Horst, was one of the first who discovered the healing nature of the hot spring and led others to it, which resulted in its eventual destruction. Muriel and Courage hear and then sympathize with the troubles of the Goat Guardian, and work with him to clean and restore the landscape to how it was before man first came, and in return, Muriel is granted access to cure her ailing back. There's a really weird animation background thing going on here that I don't fully understand, where in conversation we are cutting back and forth between them down in the hole and the goat up on the ledge. But the last time that we cut to the goat for some reason, the photograph used for the cliff is way more JPEG blurry than the other shots, and I have no idea why this would happen because it looks fine the other times that we cut to him. Muriel blows up is a bit of a misnomer because she does in fact not explode in the century, but Eustace sure does. This is another fun X-Files kind of episode that also ties into the nuclear age, where so much of Courage's aesthetic and taste come from, as the government are testing secret weapons in the air above the family land, which causes radioactive waste to rain down onto their home, sinking into the earth and poisoning their water supply and any food that they could grow if they were competent people whatsoever. This produces a horribly unnatural, occasionally vibrating carrot that most people would have the common sense to recognize as a freakish abomination that needed to be avoided at all cost. So, of course, Muriel eats it for dinner, which causes her to rapidly expand and grow to be the size of a house, Alice in Wonderland style. Eustace teams up with Courage, but this time not out of concern for his wife's health, but instead because he wants to get the carrot out of her system so that he can blackmail the government into giving him $10 million to keep quiet about what they have done. And once they extract it, he puts it in himself to keep it safe. After Eustace's body as a result of this is turned into a nuclear bomb that wipes out an entire military base, Courage returns home to the horrible realization that Muriel has become addicted to the radioactive carrots, and has planted a whole garden of them, implying that she too will soon become a bomb from expanding too rapidly, making this one of the only episodes in the series that has no resolution. The problem is not fixed in the end, in fact it has only gotten worse, and we can only conclude that we have witnessed the final days of this parallel universe. Profiles in Courage returns again to the dark carnival that has only been hinted at in previous episodes. On the way home, they even drive through the same cornfield that we previously saw was near the carnival in the Scarecrow episode. This one is about a man known only as the Silhouette Maker, a failed artist who has been trying through magic to bring his papercraft to life by trapping the souls of those depicted. On his walls we can see previous attempts, including one instance where he obviously tried and failed to capture the soul of cats. But here we witness his first real success as an artist in fully capturing Muriel and Eustace's essence within his art. Not that this is all entirely relevant, but within art history the Silhouette has a lot of unique things about it. It obviously has been around since essentially forever. Cave paintings are silhouettes, Greek pottery features them, but they didn't get their name until the 1700s, when a man named Etienne de Silhouette, who was the finance manager for France during the 7 Years' War, put heavy taxes on the population and cut down on government benefits and spending to fund the continuing effort. And as a result, at the time, his name became synonymous with anything stingy or cheaply done. These financial limitations included grants that were usually given to support the arts in France. And as a result of not having their usual funding, in protest, artists began to create what we know as silhouettes, because they jokingly claimed to not have enough money to finish their art. The joke stuck. and so much time has now passed that the name has just become a word for this style that has lost its original meaning. So I like the detail that the silhouette maker wasn't placed in some art gallery, or in a location like that, and is essentially just a scary carny, tying into the idea of silhouettes being a result of financial hardship, just as these types of carnivals were in American history, which creates a nice thematic conversation piece. When the works of art fully take on a life of their own, we actually get one of the most shocking images in the whole show, of the family members' dried and shriveled eyeless corpses. This is only on screen for a few frames, and I have stopped it here so that you can fully see it. And because of how briefly it is shown, I imagine this was something that was very much argued over internally. This is easily one of the best Season 4 episodes, from its tone, visuals, music, story, themes. It all feels like classic Courage again. Which, even though I like Seasons 3 and 4 a lot, that specific feeling that made the show so iconic in the first place is rare to find within them. But this is one that delivers on that. This can be viewed as a companion piece to the Great Fusili, in being on the nature of art, as once these come to life while being close to capturing the essence of these people, no art can be truly perfected. The silhouettes try to take the place of those they represent, but can only yell out their catchphrases and act as imperfect replications of the real thing. And since these are the best that Courage now has, like he did then, he treats these false depictions as if they are real, because he knows that he will have nothing better than this. Pasting them when they are ripped, wetting them when they catch fire. The image of him hanging his own mother out to dry on the clothesline outside is such a dark and weird and generally unpleasant idea. This whole episode is just an expanded version of that final Fusili scene, where Courage makes the best of the hand that he has been dealt, using art supplies to decorate his family, turning them into origami figures and kites, trying to do what we all have to in the face of adversity and impending inevitable destruction, which is to live the best life that we can despite the hardships that we face. In the midst of that, we get a really horrible shot of back in the house, where Muriel's husk of a corpse is still resting in her bed. Like we've already discussed, a lot of Courage episodes are on the nature of being an artist, and obviously this one is no different. But I think in particular, this one is about being an animator, and can act as a metaphor for creating this show, which we have seen over and over again is riddled with animation errors and little mistakes, but is still wonderful and worthwhile as a work, partly because of that. Because it has character, and was clearly made by human hands. This story is about a man who is very old and tired and worn out, who has spent his entire life trying unsuccessfully to hone his skill at bringing paper to life, only to always be disappointed in his inability to accurately fully portray life as it is. But eventually by the end of it, coming to the conclusion that sometimes it's okay to just be paper. Sometimes it is okay to have imperfections and to not be perfect, and in that, you will be closer to being alive in how unpolished that you and your craft are than you ever would be from chasing perfection. It is about embracing style over realism and dancing with the chaos of creation rather than fighting it to create the uncanny. The Mask is the first episode since the Tower of Dr. Zalos to be written by series creator John Dilworth, and would be his last in the show's run. It is critically often agreed upon to be the best that they ever made, and while I don't quite say that, it's certainly up there. This is also the second and last full 20-minute episode, with the first also being, Tower of Dr. Zalos. I really hate that you can feel in the bones of this show that these people would have been able to make something even more special if they did not have to deal with Cartoon Network holding them back. When watching the show, it becomes a pervasive feeling that you can't quite get over. You would think that they would be allowed to do more 20-minute episodes based on the reception to these, but that clearly did not happen. Courage is the story of making beauty in the face of limitations and hardships, which I think is present in a few levels both narratively but also in just how this show was made. Dilworth has said in recent years that when they made this episode they never expected for Cartoon Network to air it as it was, both because it was double the length of a normal episode and also because of its themes. But he felt compelled to make this, because to him the idea of this episode was the all-encompassing statement piece on what this show was and what he wanted it to be about. Saying that it was about the loss of self, the industry of slavery, domestic violence or the threat of it, animal cruelty, personal freedoms. I could go on, but audiences are turned on to the material and could offer up the good juices. So, a mysterious stranger named Kitty arrives at the farm wearing a long white and visually upsetting mask, and she immediately starts to be antagonistic to Courage when people aren't looking. Kitty says that she wears her mask because she can't bear to face reality, but it can also be a bit of an analogy of people putting up a front around strangers to hide aspects of their true selves. As it is revealed that Kitty is one of the 2 outwardly definitively canon queer characters in the show, and that her girlfriend Bunny has been taken by a local gang because their leader has taken a liking to her. This is the explanation for Kitty's distrust and aggression towards Courage, because she's had negative experiences with dogs and grown to be on guard when around them, which is clearly meant to be a stand-in to represent those who have been abused by aggressive and sexually violent men. And then this shifts into a Raymond Chandler-style noir tale of Courage digging deeper into the seedy underbelly of nowhere to find Bunny and save her from the vicious mad dog. The recreation of Nighthawk's shot of Courage sitting alone late at night in the diner, I think, is my favorite in the whole show. And as he circles in on what's going on here, you get this great contrast on masculinity, from the fit and outwardly tough projecting dogs in the gang to the sweet and kind of chubby and a little effeminate hillbilly Courage. He gives strong Bobby Hill energy. And despite fearing them, like always, he lives up to his name and faces this threat and does the right thing to save Bunny's life, reuniting the couple in safety to where they can live their lives how they wish from now on. In the process, learning that just because some dogs are toxic and abusive doesn't mean that they all are. And instead of hating all dogs exclusively, they should work together to rid the dogs that are bad actors. With Kitty realizing that in order to change the world, she has to face the world, leaving her mask behind as a gift to Eustace, who has taken a liking to it. It would have been a really nice detail if he replaced his green mask with this one for the remainder of the series, but this does not happen. It is a very sweet story, and I do like it a lot, but for me what holds it back is that it is very straightforward. I would say that an episode like Portraits of Courage from this very season is doing more on a narrative complexity and thematic level. That, in comparison, doesn't make this one bad, but in the canon of great Courage stories, I think that the absolute best ones are the tales that operate both on a plot level as well as a deeper symbolic one, which at least for me, fails a little bit to live up to that. It is just outright a depiction of male violence and toxic relationships, and the difficulties of queer love in a hateful world, but is doing so on a surface level, and also has to pad out its runtime to hit its 20 minutes, with the subplot of Muriel locked in her bedroom and needing to pee that honestly doesn't really go anywhere, or serve any real point, other than to showcase another aspect of weaker masculinity through Eustace, who can't get the door open, but that Muriel still loves him despite that, and maybe even because of it. It is still among the best of the season, but for me, I've always had a bit of a surprise at the absolute adoration that this one receives critically. With a title like Squatting Tiger Hidden Dog, you can already imagine that we are not going to places that have aged tremendously well with this one. This is the unfortunate backstory of Di Lung, who is revealed to be the nephew of the evil Empress of China, who maintains her political power and position through her use of ancient Chinese magic. But the power that she has held for centuries now has derived from a mystical silkworm that she keeps in a box that is in the process of dying, draining her of her abilities. I actually do really like that all of her lines are spoken in Chinese without subtitles, and you understand what is happening based on context and visual clues in this one. I have no idea what she's saying, and I think that's great. More media should be less afraid to have entire scenes in different languages without it being subtitled. There's a whole section in The Treasure of the Sierra Madre that goes on exclusively in Spanish for about 10 minutes, that doesn't have any subtitles. But through their use of filmmaking technique, it ends up being one of the most gripping sections of the film, even though you have no clue what they're actually saying. Anyways, to maintain her power, she needs to sacrifice someone innocent to prolong the lifespan of the silkworm, and Di Lung kidnaps Muriel to kill her to protect the reign of the Empress. This includes scenes of them preparing to debone her through vaguely Chinese-looking instruments of torture. Courage visiting a medium who reads his future in the noodles of a bowl of soup, who is also revealed to be able to magically speak through animals and insects. A baby in the village who gets taken by a tiger, and ox cart ride through the countryside because they do not own cars. Assassins who use poison darts, a battle with a dragon, and a magical kung fu fight to end it all. This is written by Billy Aronson, who also wrote Swindle and Wind, and also is white. I don't know what to say at this point other than it is an extremely pervasive and unfortunate aspect about the show's legacy. Muted Muriel is a really good episode, I think, and also is the final appearance of Shirley the Medium. It is a meditation on how a single abusive force can split and compromise a household to such a degree that people just go their separate ways within the home, instead of interacting with each other. Eustace has grown so nasty and bitter and talks to Muriel so poorly that she doesn't even feel welcome in her own home anymore, and decides that if he doesn't have it within himself to at least occasionally be pleasant with her, then she isn't going to talk to anyone anymore. Because by now, what is even the point in trying to interact with him? She sequesters herself in the basement to play her music alone in solitude, not even talking to Courage anymore because of how hurt and beaten down that she is. And how, to an extent, she has kind of wasted her time hoping that her husband would one day change his ways. The witch doctor Vindaloo suggests that Courage, who is now exceptionally lonely, go visit Shirley to try and get her to cast a curse on Muriel that will compel her to speak, which is a bit of a turn from your normal motivator in a Courage episode where he's trying to remove curses from her. Also, to pay her for her services, Courage lays another egg, except this time it's made of solid gold. This episode also, for one shot, has the only clown in the entirety of Courage, which is really shocking to me. A reoccurring clown villain would have really killed it on this show. Due to the destruction of Nowhere from the wrath of the unleashed curse, we see some familiar faces, including Bigfoot's mother and Jeanbon, which you know that I really appreciate. Also at one point during Courage's transformations, which he uses to desperately try to communicate, he turns into a CGI version of Muriel briefly, and I'd love to know the story of how this came to be because it is the only time that anything like this ever happens. By the end of the episode, Eustace and Muriel make up and affirm their love for each other. But this is an absolute horrible cyclical trap that they have both fallen into. He will never change his ways. At best, he will only do better for a few days, before his old self rears again. She will always be hurt by him, until she leaves or dies. And even though that they love each other and do to some degree complement each other, there's also a tragicness to their relationship, because neither are truly happy people, and they reinforce within each other the very things that are making them unhappy, creating this tragic marriage that Courage is stuck in the middle of. In The Mask, Courage fantasizes briefly about what his life would look like if he was happy, and in that fantasy, Eustace is dead. The only way out of this is for one of them to die. And until that happens, this is the static circle that their lives will constantly run around, like a comically awful hamster wheel. Aqua Farmer is the second episode and also last in the series run where Eustace is the main protagonist. We learned that Nowhere is large enough to sustain both a water park and also a SeaWorld-like theme park that are next to each other, that the family have gone to visit for the day. I know that it was just the time period and the realities of the technology, but these wide crowd shots look really, really rough. Ultimately, this is kind of an empty, nonsensical, needless, and bad episode that doesn't do anything that other ones did much better with his character. Eustace, for some reason, is jealous of the attention that the show dolphin is getting from the crowd, and this sparks a rocky parody rivalry where after extensive training at home, they then meet to compete to see who is the better dolphin. It is for sure in the bottom 10 of the series easily and doesn't even feel canon to the rest of the show. Food of the Dragon is another clunker, which is a huge shame to have two like this back-to-back so close to the end of the series. So Eustace is frustrated that Muriel and Courage have obviously gone insane because they've become so obsessed with eating seafood that they've even changed their wardrobe and redecorated their house to look like a Red Lobster. The smell of this fish draws the presence of a lake-dwelling dragon who is hungry and wants to eat them because they smell so much like the fish. A chase ensues. In the end, things are fine. The last of the Star Makers is John Dilworth's personal favorite episode. He would say on this that, in that episode I explore themes of personal sacrifice for others more deeply, and the celebration of death, and from that death comes birth. This is one of the saddest episodes of the show, and makes me long for them to have gone somber more often because they did it so well. It is one of the few episodes that still makes me emotional to this day. Two giant space squids fly together, embraced in their love, who are part of a race responsible for populating the sky with stars. But one of them is swallowed by a whale and dies in the process of protecting his lover from suffering the same fate. And when she lands on Earth on the family's farm, she uses the last of her energy to bury her fertilized eggs, and places herself in such a way as to protect her children. And instead of being allowed the peaceful death that she deserves, Eustace sells her for $1 million to be taken and studied by the government. And Courage has to work and free her and her babies. And once they escape, she can finally rest, sinking into the dirt before arising again as a beautiful garden. Son of the Chicken from Outer Space is the conclusion of the arc that started it all. It is mostly okay, but out of all of the reoccurring villains, I am the most mixed conceptually on the chicken. I love the 50s sci-fi stuff, but I think in general, it isn't an idea that can support multiple dedicated episodes, like a stronger character such as Katz can. I know that he was the first one, and in that is kind of the primary original antagonist of the show, but who they decided could make repeated appearances is very strange to me. There are other more nuanced and developed characters that I would have dedicated time to besides these, which essentially end up being the same episode each time that it happens. It isn't bad, but by this point is painfully one note. I also don't like when they stretch the believability of Muriel's obliviousness. There's a zone where that is extremely funny, but they sometimes overshoot it like they do here, to where it more so becomes just annoying. Like, the chicken melts Eustace's legs off, and she doesn't even notice it and makes him continue to do work on the farm, which he obeys, and doesn't seem to be particularly in that much pain. And then a few moments later he gets his legs back, which goes completely against the general thought process of jokes within the show. As normally when something bad happens to Eustace, or anyone for that matter, it is both horrible and permanent. These things are not reversible. It is funny because this is his new bizarre existence that he's trapped with. And if you're going to do something bad to him, then narratively you have to stick with that to the end of the episode, which presents interesting writing challenges that this completely cheats with. It is overall an attempt at humor that doesn't come across as clever as the rest of the show is. The chicken in this episode was inspired by the design of Dodrio, and in general is an example like the one with Dragon Ball we were discussing earlier about the prevalence of anime in American pop culture at that time. And despite not really digging this one, I do love that it functions as a proper end to that storyline, as most of them in the show do not receive actual conclusions. As the son of the chicken and Courage agree that it would just be better for both parties if they faked Courage's death, and return home so that both species can just be done with each other and be better off because of that. Courageous Cure is the single alien abduction episode that the series ever made. We have aliens a few times, such as the Scarecrow episode, The Chicken from Outer Space, 1000 Years of Courage. But in their chosen style and setting, never do they fully do a proper 1950s Roswell alien encounter, and this is the closest that they get to that. Essentially, the species is going through the worst pandemic in their history that threatens their very future, and they can find no cure to the disease, so they have sent out teams of researchers to the stars to try and find hope on other planets by testing on life forms that they encounter. I love the shot of the farmhouse from space before the invasion even begins, and the very funny visual gag of them scooping it up out of the dirt like the world is a giant litter box. Also, I've never known what to think of this moment when Courage whistles at this alien house cat and then gives it sexy eyes. The family undergoes a series of bizarre tests to see if they are compatible for creating a vaccine. Typical hijinks ensue. Muriel grows tentacles, Eustace grows eyes. But, it feels a little stale. A lot of Season 4 is repeating tricks that we've already been exposed to. Season 3 had so many fresh directions for the future of Courage. But a great deal of these episodes in Season 4 just feel like a greatest hits victory lap on their way out the door. I don't really know at what point they found out that this would be their last season, but it just feels like over the course of most of these, they're no longer interested in broadening the scope of what this show could be, and were often stuck spinning their wheels until they reached the inevitable end, which for a show this creative is kind of a shame. Ball of Revenge should have been the final episode of the show, as it, along with Remembrance of Courage Past, are the closest things to a series finale that they would ever make, and neither of them are the last episode. This one is the most satisfying to watch if you're a longtime Courage fan and have followed the show from the beginning. Here at the end, it was the one time where they were just allowed to do whatever they wanted to, and have as much continuity as they desired. Because this is the big team-up episode where all of the villains from the series band together to seek out their revenge on Courage. And honestly, if they could only do one 20-minute episode this season, it should have been this one and not The Mask. Because a lot of what is going on here feels very rushed and could have used a lot more screen time. And The Mask honestly could be cut down to 10 minutes as it really pads itself to cross that 20-minute threshold. This would be the last appearance of Katz, the Queen of the Black Puddle, Le Quack, Big Toe, Freaky Fred, Cajun Fox, Bushwick, the Duck Brothers, and the Weremole. This episode serves as the conclusion to all of their stories, and it only has 10 minutes to accomplish that. This is also the episode where Eustace has completed his character arc, and accepts this cruel thing that he has become, and this role as the villain to those who know him, and fully takes his place as being cemented as the main antagonist of Courage's life, and the show. It is also the only time in the series where Eustace actually says his name out loud, instead of just calling him a stupid dog. He has decided that he can no longer even tolerate Courage's very existence. And so he personally invites the worst of the worst to his basement in the dead of night so that they can finally formulate a plan to get rid of that damn purple dog. Which also implies that Eustace is actually a lot more intelligent and secretly evil than he lets on, as he does have full memory of these past encounters and who these villains are. This is a point of no return for him. He even willingly gives up his wife so that the group can use her as live bait to trick Courage into coming into their den. I know that this episode is riffing on the feel of the 1966 Batman team-up movie, but also a lot of this episode kind of feels like those cutscenes with Maleficent and the villains in the early part of Kingdom Hearts. This is all in service of a Space Jam-like game of dodgeball where Courage is on one side versus all of his worst fears on the other. And I know that a lot of fans do not really like this episode very much, but I think it's a lot of fun. And I also only think that it gets a negative reputation because they had so little time to work with. Instead of one episode like this that feels rushed, imagine what they could do if they were allowed actual arcs that progress as characters grow and change. I don't see this as a failure, but instead a prototype and opportunity for future growth. If they were to reboot Courage and do another iteration of it, this is the direction they need to take the show. It is begging to have an interconnected web of self-referential Western supernatural weirdness. Within the game, we get another really fun Phantasm reference where the ball grows spikes right before it lands in Courage's head. Even the shot framing is nearly the exact same. And the game is brutal. Courage does not come out ahead or unharmed for most of the playtime, taking hit after hit as we slowly watch him physically fall apart. But how he ultimately wins, I think, is the perfect end of this show called Courage the Cowardly Dog. Because in the face of every single fear he has ever had, every worst possibility that could ever present itself, everything that could ever stand between him and his mother and their happiness, he lets out a scream. A scream powerful enough to open up a pit in the earth that swallows all of those fears and dissolves them in an instant. Teeth broken and battered, he is greeted by his mother whose life he has just saved, and told that he is a very brave dog. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. This has, I think, a single irredeemable moment in it, when Muriel accepts Eustace back into their life. The only change being that now Courage sits on the chair, and that he sleeps on the rug. Which I understand the realities of making a show which has to be able to be watched in any order. But this one was a bridge too far. And realistically from here on, any time that Eustace was used as a character, it should have been for his second arc, where he has now transitioned from being a passive to an active and irredeemable villain. One that no longer operates within the family unit, but still has intimate knowledge of the family, and how to most easily wound Courage. But sadly, they were not able to do this, and all is forgiven for these transgressions, I guess. And the next episode, things are just back to normal for the family again. Cabaret Courage is probably my least favorite episode in the entire show on just a purely artistic level, and demonstrates some of the worst tendencies of Season 4. I think there's definitely worse or less interesting episodes to be found here for sure, but at least for me on a personal level, this one is the worst and has a really negative message for anyone, and pushes forward common ideas about artists that should have been retired decades ago, and just is in general disappointing when considering the other messages that the show presents. We find the family on a trip to Los Angeles as Muriel is comparing her hands to the prints of her favorite actress, Dolores. Imagining what the woman must have been like and fascinated to be standing in the same place that she once stood. And after taking a wrong turn, they descend literally into the bowels of the city, into a seedy nightclub where they meet the creature in the wall, who tells them that he suffers from continuous acid reflux from seeing the people of the city sell out for fame and fortune, and that he hasn't seen a work of genuine, real, honest-to-God art in years. He forces the family to perform for him, and as each one does, the creature deems their art to not be to his satisfaction and drops them one by one through a trapdoor into the city's stomach, to be devoured by acid. The creature reacts in particular disgust when Muriel tries to recreate a scene from her favorite film, where Dolores sings a song. Only when Courage saves them through daring acrobatics is the creature entertained and satisfied enough to let them leave. And I really hate this, because it is essentially arguing that if someone is making money at creating the thing that they love, or if their art is culturally popular and relevant, then it somehow isn't genuine. It feels like it's arguing that artists should be constantly starving and perpetuates the idea that works of popular art aren't worthwhile or valid. Like, just to my ears. At times, it feels as if it's saying that if you create something that is mainstream and enjoyed by massive amounts of people, and you aren't making something that is weird and experimental and only actually liked by like 10 people, while also being on the constant verge of cancellation and financial ruin, like Dilworth was doing with Courage, then you somehow aren't making real art that means something. Metaphorically, if you are considered a financial success, or if you consume yourself by making things that you think will be a success, then you are in turn spiritually dead and dissolving in the acid reflux of people disgusted at you for selling out. There are, at the same time, definitely things to like here. I love Eustace getting dragged out of the acid pit only to have bone legs left. But overall, this episode near the end of the last season of the show reeks of bitterness at other projects being more of a hit, and I don't enjoy watching it. Wrath of the Librarian is fine. So many of these last episodes unfortunately do nothing with the fact that it is the end of the show. And if you only have so many episodes left, why would this be one that you make? Courage finds a library book that he rented a long time ago and forgot to return, and can't pay the thousands in debt that he has racked up over the years. And so as punishment, the library puts a curse on his family, where they have to act out the book and become the characters in it. Like, it is just painfully okay. But if you had only 3 chances to ever say anything again through the largest platform that you would ever have, and the most important show that you would ever make, why does this story come to mind? Unless they did not know that this would be their final season. But the conclusiveness of other episodes in this batch makes me feel like they were very well aware that this would be the end of the show. And if so, that's just such a strange decision. This would also be the last appearance of Dr. Vindaloo. Remembrance of Courage Past is the other episode in the series that should have been the finale. And in being one of the highest quality in the series that they ever made, it's a shame that this is not the note that they went out on. Because, despite the actual finale being titled Perfect, this would have been as perfect of a conclusion that they could have ever provided, and in my mind, I do view it as the actual intended end of the show. I love how cyclical it is, that this end ties all the way back to where we began, because this is Courage's very sad origin story of how he came to be with Eustace and Muriel on their farm in the first place. It acts simultaneously, as an appropriate first and final episode. Courage, when drinking a glass of milk, sees a notice printed on the milk carton about a series of missing dogs that have recently been reported, which triggers in his mind the memory of being a baby and spending time with his parents in a loving relationship, before they were kidnapped by an evil veterinarian, who has been driven mad and is experimenting with sending dogs into space, never to be seen again. Which causes him to spiral, sitting up all night thinking and ruminating on something which he clearly tries to keep out of his mind. So lost in thought that even Eustace cannot stir him with his mask, which almost comes across as disturbing, because of how accustomed that we are at this point to Courage having a visceral reaction to it. A very real representation of people who have gone through exceptionally traumatic events, and how a seemingly minor thing can throw off their whole week or even month. I can't find any concrete information on this, but I believe that Marty Grabstein, who plays Courage, also voices his dad, which allows him to essentially play a different version of Courage that is a lot more intelligible in the way that he speaks, which is a lot of fun. As a quick side note, I met him once and he was just as lovely as you would want him to be, exceptionally warm, and gave me a big bear hug. And I told him that I was in the process of making this video and he actually seemed excited and engaged when talking about it. Just a very nice man to speak with. Unknowingly, Muriel is concerned about her son's mental health and takes him to the exact same vet to make sure that he is okay, which horribly mirrors the situation that led to his first mother being taken originally. And we see in flashback Courage's original first mission to save the people that he loves. A mission that failed entirely, resulting in him being homeless. A fact that we are reminded of in the opening credits to every single episode. This moment of losing them is the catalyst of his life that forces him to adapt the personal resolution of never again. He had love, and he lost it, and then he found it again. And he will do anything that he can to protect his new home, and never let himself be put into a situation like this for a second time. This single episode recontextualizes and strengthens the entire show. If I have one complaint here, it is that, as punishment, the veteran is blasted off into space and lands on this new planet of the dogs that he has created. And in that moment, we are shown that Courage's parents are both alive and well, a fact that Courage is tragically never privileged to learn. This is just information that we are allowed to see. And narratively, I think it would have been a lot better and more sweet for him to be able to reconnect with them but also realize that they have a place for themselves on this planet now, just as he does back on the farm. That there would be this crossroads moment for Courage, where he can acknowledge that he loves his parents deeply, but that they both have different places in their lives that they need to be in this moment. where he would pick Muriel just as she had picked him. A full, actual circle on how their dynamic operates, and the importance of chosen families. It would be in my mind the best way that this show could go out, and while this episode is very good, it doesn't fully emotionally serve what an ending should, at least in that regard. Perfect is an okay episode, but also is one that I have been frustrated over for a very long time. The fact that we end on a regular old Monster of the Week episode is low-key kind of infuriating to me. Like, I know in the grand scheme of things of the world, that it is far from being a big deal that Courage just stops and doesn't properly end. But any time that I think about this being the last episode of Courage, I do get a little irrationally annoyed. But I am also probably one of the most opinionated people on the planet about this show, as evidenced by this cartoonishly long video that you're currently watching. John Dilworth would say on this episode and the conclusion of the series, "I was satisfied. The episode revealed the origins of Courage, or at least the point when Muriel rescued him. The theme of perfection was an essential issue to make a statement after 104 cartoons. None were perfect, yet we're proud of the good we did." And this does have an important message, and in a way does serve to that statement of thought. But it is far from any sense of finality. And any time this happens with long-running, well-respected shows, it kinda drives me crazy. King of the Hill similarly just stops and does not actually end. There is an importance to ending. The end of things is what gives meaning to the rest of life. The end of stories that we hold important to us, the act of conclusions, is a cathartic thing that we need to resonate and sit with as audiences. And I do think that this is a mark against Courage, to not really provide us with that, and withhold that feeling of something being actually over. Finishing this episode feels like turning the page in the middle of an amazing book, only to then find that the rest of it is blank, and what you just read will be all that there ever is to this story. This story is unique in that it is the only Courage monster that doesn't actually exist. The entire thing is a figment of his mind. A personification of his own self-insecurities, in the form of an older woman who follows him around, telling him that he's doing everything wrong, scolding him for not being perfect. At night he is plagued by stress dreams, that are each animated in a very different style from what we would associate with the look of this show. One of which became one of the most recognizable visuals from the series. Eventually, Courage drives this woman insane when she's teaching him how to do things properly, telling him that he needs to write a perfect number 6, to which he makes a doodle on a paper, only to fold it up and show her that the lines are forming a 6. This is largely about having to survive in educational institutions as an artistic person or being neurodivergent, with teachers who play very much by the book within a system that is designed for the success of only one kind of thinking. People who go into the arts essentially all struggle within school across the board. It's an almost universal thing. And that is what this is about, and is a worthy topic for an episode tying into the major theme that we see across the show, on the nature of becoming an artist, and dedicating yourself to the art life. Because everyone who walks this path is met with eventual opposition by everyone that they know at some point. His imperfections and embrace of what makes him different is the undoing of this manifestation of his anxieties. Once Courage learns to both love himself and who he is, and what makes him the unique individual that he has become, and also ignore the criticisms of those around him who try to hold him back from being the best version of his weird self that he can be, he finally becomes free. He's allowed to live for the first time unburdened, because he makes that decision to do that for himself. And that is the final note that we're left with, that not only is it okay to be imperfect, but also necessary. Because as people, we are inherently flawed, and the only way to live is to both understand and recognize the things that make us human. The final scene is Eustace, Muriel, and Courage all sitting at the dinner table together for a meal for the first time in the entire series. Each of them smiling and embracing their discoveries of freedom, of what makes them them. All of them demonstrating their art. Muriel with her food, Eustace with his music, and Courage with his form of outward expression. And for really the first time ever, we wonder if everything is not going to only be okay, but also that these people together may have finally found a path forward in the direction of recognizing each other's important qualities, and reaching happiness and joy within that. We see for the first time that they really might be fine after all. And with that, Courage was over. No more episodes would be produced, and no new media or real recognition of the series properly would happen from Cartoon Network, aside from a few bumpers of animated commercial breaks, and Muriel, Eustace, and Courage being playable characters in the 2006 PlayStation 2 game, Cartoon Network Racing, that was poorly received and also released after the launch of the PlayStation 3. 9 years would pass, and late 2011, Cartoon Network posted a video set to sepia-toned clips from the original series that included intercut text that read, "After 9 years, he has come back to save Eustace and Muriel once again." We end on a final title card set to the old familiar music from the show, reading that Courage would return next year for a brand new season. But from what I've read, this video only garnered a couple 100,000 views, and was met with only mild excitement online. And based on the tepid reception to the announcement video, Cartoon Network got cold feet, and pulled their funding from the project, and all work on these new episodes stopped immediately mid-production and were never finished. And still to this day, no information on them has leaked online. Not even stills or titles. Or what they were about. Or who was even working on them. Just nothing. And it really kills me that a bad Cartoon Network marketing team decision is what prevented us from getting a modern-day Courage revival that was already in the process of being made. If they had instead put together an actual trailer with new footage instead of just clips from the old show spliced together, or better yet, just outright written and animated an original teaser to announce the show as a more triumphant return, then people would have had a very different reaction to this. And I guarantee there would have been some actual genuine excitement in the air. Like, it makes me quite angry that this is how this happened. I don't know what led them to making this decision, but in 2014 they would quietly post the pilot to this updated version of the show with no major fanfare or statement. A single last episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog titled The Fog of Courage, which I assume is the only thing from that 2012 version that had been fully completed. This marks a big change for Courage in a few ways. First of all, it's in HD. It is in widescreen, and they made the switch from traditional animation to computer animation, which at the time I really hated, but in the past decade I've softened on, and am kind of impressed with how they took the visual style of the original series and updated it, and expanded it, and respected it, for that new medium. It also makes a big change in that Arthur Anderson, who played Eustace, was still alive at this point, but was too old to continue the role, and is replaced here with Wallace Shawn, who becomes the 4th Eustace in the show. Now, I love Wallace Shawn. He is a cultural icon, but also, Wallace Shawn does one voice. And if you hire him, you are hiring him to do that single, very recognizable voice. And that voice is not Eustace in any way imaginable, and kind of harms this new updated take on the show. And if we had gotten that revival, I don't think I would have ever gotten used to this. Because at least Arthur Anderson was trying to replicate the work done on the character that Lionel Wilson had originally established. But here, Wallace Shawn is just speaking in his normal voice, with no attempt to match the energy of what these guys had brought to the table with their performances. And I don't really know what their thought process was in casting him outside of name recognition. For some reason, they also do not bring back the voice of Courage's computer, despite the fact that his actor was still working in this time, and instead have Paul Schofler mimic the original voice to mixed results. This does a really neat thing in that it is kind of a remake of King Ramsay's Curse, which thematically makes a lot of sense because when people think of CGI and Courage, that is where their mind immediately goes to. And so to remake that episode as the first one in our switch to CG animation is, in my opinion, pretty clever. And this does go out of its way to honor the older show, as despite its look, this is a classic Courage episode through and through. Although I will say that while most of it looks really good, occasionally the Face of the Fog calls to mind the direct-to-video Casper movies in a negative way. And it makes me worried that if the series had been made, that the assets that they use in every episode like the farmhouse and the family would look a lot better than the ones that they only intended to use once. The story here is that the family comes into an old antique that is cursed by a vengeful spirit who manifests as a violent fog, who attacks the farm relentlessly until Eustace returns the medallion. It is a good, serviceable, middle-of-the-road Monster of the Week episode. It doesn't do anything except prove that they could make fun Courage stories in 3D animation. And as an experiment, that is all that it should have been attempting, and at least to me, they pulled that off well. In the years since, there have been several attempts to bring back Courage with Dilworth's involvement, all of which have fallen through for reasons that are not fully publicly available. In 2018, it seems that they were close to reaching an agreement for the show, that to me reads like the worst kind of boardroom compromise, that would have resulted in a show that I would have watched but I imagine I would have not been thrilled about, titled Before Courage, which would have depicted his adventures as a baby before living with Eustace and Muriel. Dilworth would prematurely announce the series on his Facebook page, saying, "To all our Courage fans, I am deeply moved by the love for our show. I am grateful that our talented team was able to do some good work in the world. I have promising news. We are expecting to begin development on a potential prequel to Courage the Cowardly Dog titled Before Courage for Boomerang. Stay tuned for more. Who knows what will happen? Continue to write to Cartoon Network to keep broadcasting Courage the Cowardly Dog. Your friend, Dilly. At the time, several news outlets reached out to Cartoon Network and Boomerang for statements regarding Dilworth's seemingly premature post, but refused to comment. This image was at the time circulated online to be a possible promotion of the show and its new art style, but was eventually proven to not actually be real, and later on in 2019, when asked about it, he would say, "We don't know what that is. We're in development with Cartoon Network. We're very excited by it. We'll wait and see what happens. We just don't know. We're not even sure it's a prequel. I'm happy to go wherever the network takes it. I am simply the instrument of their ambitions." But time would go on, and then things went sour. A user on Twitter tagged Dilworth on May the 17th of 2020, asking the status of the new revival, to which he merely responded, "It somehow transformed into another thing." In June of 2021, it was announced that Courage the Cowardly Dog would be returning in the form of a new movie, as a side character in the next entry of the animated Scooby-Doo line. So the way that this came to be is both interesting, and also explains to an extent why this feels the way that it does. It was originally written as a single episode to the 2019 show, Scooby-Doo and Guess Who, which was a version of the series based around having a notable guest in each episode. They wrote one with Courage being that guest, but it was deemed to be too good of an idea, and executives took it to the movie division of the franchise, and then told them to expand that script to be feature-length, which is why this feels like nothing is happening in it, because it is kind of 20 minutes of content stretched over an 80-minute runtime. This was done alongside Before Courage, and it seems that this gaining traction faster is what killed Dilworth's version of the rebooted Courage. Also, this feeling is just compounded with the fact that the Scooby-Doo movies are not very good. People love Zombie Island, I know, but since 1998, there have been 44 new Scooby-Doo movies produced, 6 new television shows, 12 video games, and 11 television specials. And when working at that level of output, the vast majority of them are going to be kind of garbage, which this sadly falls into. And I kind of hate that there's a 99% chance that this is the last work of Courage media that will ever be made. I would kind of rather this not exist and have no new Courage as opposed to what this is. Because it was made without even consulting John Dilworth. He had no input on what this revival would look like, which is such a strange decision. They originally even asked Maxwell Adams, the creator of Billy and Mandy, if he would like to direct the film, which he accepted, but then backed out once he realized that Dilworth was not even involved in the script, only accepting in the first place because he assumed that Dilworth had passed on the project, instead of, not even being offered it. He had directed the previous 2 films in the animated Scooby-Doo line, and this all may mean nothing, but I do think it is interesting that he's not worked with them again since this happened. The only comment I can find from him was when he said, "I try to honor the wishes of my peers when I can." He also said that if Courage was to come back as a crossover, that Scooby-Doo is not necessarily the property that he would use it for, and that there were more interesting and inspired decisions that a modern-day Courage could be used for, which I kind of agree with. I assume here that he is implying, without saying it, that something like Billy and Mandy would be more appropriate for a Courage crossover, but I don't even know if that's the one that I would choose. And Scooby does make sense, but it is painfully on the nose. They're both the horror dogs, sure, but visually, thematically, and just in general stylistically, these worlds do not meld very well. In relation to this, later that year, Cartoon Network canceled plans for a revival of Billy and Mandy, in the form of a new movie. And this is purely speculation, but I wonder if these events are tied to one another. Around that time period in an interview, Adams would say the following, which to me clearly indicates a total disillusion of their professional relationship behind closed doors. "Networks tell me that parents just want to put their kids down in front of a TV for X hours and not have the kid come away with any ideas. They don't want kids repeatedly shouting a funny phrase or asking a bunch of annoying questions. They just want some goddamn peace and quiet and maybe a bottle of Chardonnay. Networks also don't want controversy or lawsuits. I literally could not make Billy and Mandy today because it involves satire and parody, and network legal departments don't even fuck around with that shit anymore. If made today, Billy and Mandy would have 0 Star Wars or Dune jokes. Nigel Planter would not exist, and of course the Grim Reaper himself would be a step too far. Finally, the entire industry has adopted the Disney ideal that no one is bad. Shows are expected to have antagonists, but those antagonists must also, somehow, be aspirational. At worst, an anti-hero. See literally any Disney property. In the end, there can be no tangible conflict, so plots either become silly nonsense, and I love some gag cartoons, or light melodrama. That's where we're at. I think that Dilworth's tweet on this is pretty damning on the validity of this project, as when the cover art was announced, his comment under it simply read, "I had no involvement with this product." His word choice of product, I think, instead of work, film, movie, or special, should tell us all that we need to know as to what exactly this thing is. But even though it doesn't fully deserve it, I'm going to try and be as objective as I can here, and see what kind of things this new team did well with this old, very unique property. Right off the bat, one thing that I really appreciate is that when they're in the Scooby-Doo world, it looks very traditionally animated, but once they enter Nowhere, the backgrounds switch to being photographs, just like in the original series. Which is a small detail that before watching this, I assumed they would abandon in favor of an easier, more traditional process. In fact, even though we're not outside in Nowhere for very long in this film, the exterior shots look shockingly well done. This is the kind of updated style that a new attempt at the series should aim for as its baseline. But visually, the characters, while using the same model, are animated in a way that is totally different that hits the eyes strangely at first. It doesn't look bad, and in fact the motions are both character accurate and very fluid. But the line weight mixed with modern animating technology and higher fidelity visuals gives it a very different feel that would have been impossible to avoid. Just anything is going to look very different after being gone for 20 years and then coming back, and there's no real way to get around that. But the nicest things that you can say about this movie are related to its visuals. Because narratively, in smashing these worlds together, they had two options. They could make Scooby-Doo much darker, or they could make Courage lighter and less mean-spirited. And which do you think they went with? On a story level, this just does not feel like Courage. It is a Scooby-Doo movie first and foremost. Which is fine, and for this honestly appropriate. It is made by the Scooby-Doo team after all. We are really spinning our wheels a lot of the time here as well. This movie's only an hour and 14 minutes long, but somehow is also slow. We don't even get to the mystery aspect of it until over half an hour into its runtime. But there's some small character moments that I do appreciate as well. Eustace hating Shaggy and his long hippie hair is a very funny and character-accurate response. While Muriel, who is more young at heart, hits it off with these new people who have arrived on their doorstep. I love how the Scooby gang are mortified by these giant bugs, but Muriel, who is a seasoned veteran at this point of desert weirdness, just grabs a broom and casually starts to beat it to death. The worst part of this is that there's really no actual mystery going on here. Normally in Scooby-Doo, we have at least a few characters that could potentially be suspects, but in this there's only 3 people who are not our main group, the mayor and his 2 assistants. Because we just have so many characters in our 2 groups that are eating up screen time, that makes it difficult to tell an actual story, which results in this buckling under its short runtime. This also is 2 stories layered over top of each other, and neither are particularly interesting. We have one where giant cicadas are attacking the town of Nowhere for reasons unknown, and another where in the midst of this, the family and the mystery gang are invited to have dinner at the mansion owned by the mayor of Nowhere. It is eventually revealed that the farm is sitting on the exact location where the meteor hit that killed the dinosaurs. And for some reason, this is why weird things are compelled to come out to the farm as well as the nearby town. I kind of hate this. It isn't very interesting and explains something that needs no explanation. People just accept that Nowhere is weird. It's like Silent Hill. It is just the way it is and we roll with that. Any explanation at all removes mystique and a sense of cool factor. The cicadas are inevitably connected to the mayor's story, because the mayor ends up being a robot that is piloted by Katz and Le Quack, who upon being caught, calmly stand there Scooby-Doo style and explain that their evil plan was to use the bugs, and their political position within the town to extract the meteor to harness its energy of pure weirdness, in the hopes of channeling its power of suggestion to rob people of their money. In his first appearance, Katz is kind of supposed to be a stand-in for a serial killer. He is a really vicious and dangerous person to cross paths with, and you get absolutely none of that energy here. The meteor looks like a disco ball and forces anyone near it to forcibly dance against their will, which is kind of in line with the thought process of Courage, but also is one of the more juvenile aspects of the original show. But I will say that the use of color in this sequence is very old school and inspired. And then it turns into a kaiju battle between Courage and a giant insect for some reason, and it is difficult to fully know how we got here really, as things happen very quickly with minimal explanation. And once everything is resolved, we end with a big group meteor-induced dance number, which all in all is just barely passable and super disappointing as the only work of Courage Media in the past decade. But I will say that while I think this is mostly bad, it is done with lots of detailed work which should be commended, although some of it hits as being quite hollow. This includes a full map of Nowhere, which weirdly is referred to as a city and not a town, which I do not agree with. And I know that it's meant to be a gag, but the amount of water here does not make any sense. And also, if you're going to include a close-up of this, then this should either be a gag in the map or a lore callback that actually shows some locations that we're familiar with from the original series, which this does neither of. And this is generally the thought process of the entire movie. Anytime that they attempt Courage-style humor, it falls very flat. Such as when they show the town flag that has, for some reason, Bigfoot on it, holding a bag of chips that reads, "Per capita, more weird and creepy mysterious stuff happens in Nowhere than anywhere else in the world," which both messes up the phrasing in the original intro that this is calling back to, and also is just too obvious of a joke. Nowhere is this horrible cursed place, but people still live here because they don't quite realize how bad they have it, and maybe don't even know that they could potentially leave. This just doesn't land in the right area of absurdism that the show mostly excelled at, and worse, is not even close to being funny. And also, just in general, the music feels very off and cheaply done, except for instances where they're just reusing tracks from the original series, which is a real shame because so much of what makes Courage feel the way that it does is its use of sound. But there are things that I really like here. The intro credits take place with both of our groups hanging out together in the Dark Carnival, which is a setting within Nowhere that was very underutilized. And if they were to bring it back, I'd love some exploration of that location. I normally am annoyed by this in media, but I'll admit that the cameos here worked for me with brief appearances of Big Toe, the spider from Cat's Motel, the Snowman, the Eggplants, Carmen, Dr. Zalost, Robot Randy, the Duck Brothers, Jeeves Weevil, the Chicken from Outer Space, the Black Market Banana, even Freaky Fred. Although some of these make zero sense to be here. Like when they arrive at the Mayor of Nowhere's house in his foyer, he for some reason has framed portraits of Ramsay, the Stone Idol, the Magic Tree of Nowhere, Bigfoot, the Valkyries, Mad Dog, and the Sand Whale. Other areas in the house have pictures of the girl from Freaky Fred, the Giant Brain, the Violin Girl. There's a whole section within the mayor's mansion that is a museum dedicated to the history of Nowhere, that just includes props owned by villains in old episodes, which on the surface could be an interesting idea. But also, how did they get these artifacts? We have callbacks to almost every major villain that ever appeared on the show: Fusilli's hat, Randy's reindeer, the chicken's gun, Fred's razor, a photograph taken in the basement before the villain dodgeball game. They even have King Ramsay's slab, which makes no sense because if they had that, then they would be bombarded with curses. These are just empty, meaningless inclusions that serve no real organic purpose, other than to make the good chemicals pulse through our brains manipulatively. Like, why would these be here other than for our benefit? It is the opposite of world building. Are we to believe that Katz and Le Quack would go through all of this effort to create this charade, only to ruin it by hanging pictures of their villain friends on the walls? How does that make any sense at all? One of the pictures is of the dogs on the dog planet from Remembrance of Courage Past. Who took that? How did that get there? And that is only looking at it on a textual level, because practically, I do recognize that this is just a still from that episode that they took and inserted here instead of creating a new asset. I think that there is so much material there to work with to create something new and special in developing Courage as an interconnected world. But I think that this is the wrong way to do that. It is just so empty. I really think that an Adventure Time or Over the Garden Wall-like setup with meaningful lives, relationships, and distinct locations, and aspects that make it feel like a more lived-in and genuine place is the more appropriate direction to go with when trying to pull something like that off, which is half-hearted and surface-level at best in this iteration. But there are actually some callbacks to the original series that do clearly show that the people who worked on this did do their research, and at least somewhat appreciated what the original series had done, including Muriel making Scottish dream cookies with extra butter, an appearance of the Nowhere newsman, which I do genuinely appreciate, but he is unfortunately animated to be super stiff compared to how loose he was in the original. And his voice just sounds totally off. Although after 20 years of aging, that will be the reality of the situation. And even if I don't like their interpretation of Nowhere, I can recognize that it was at least handled by people who seem to be fans of Courage, which is not always the case with these types of corporate conglomerate media. Although one of these callbacks that is included I think is pretty shameful, in that Eustace is watching John Dilworth dance on the TV, which is something that he used to do in the original series. But the fact that this was made entirely without his input or consent makes it feel exceptionally wrong to include a cameo of him here without his wishes. Jeff Bergman would join the cast as the 5th Eustace in the series, also now providing the voice of the computer. And while you can notice a fairly significant difference, he's at least trying and mostly succeeding to mimic the tone and pattern of the original voices of the character. Although there is a genuinely horrible moment where they make him rap about how much he loves money while shirtless and covered in jewels, which is the most out-of-character moment in the entire series. It is just a whole music video rammed into the middle of this film to pad out its runtime and is shockingly unfunny and a betrayal of what courage is about. The song is titled Straight Outta Nowhere, which is also what the title of the film is referring to, although at one point he does don a Rasta hat with some black dreadlocks, honoring the franchise's history of inappropriate racial humor in a really unfortunate way. Marty Grabstein would also, of course, return as Courage, and this would sadly be the last performance of Thea White, who would pass away in July of 2021. And what a performance to go out on. Because even while I do not love the movie, hearing her in this 20 years later and actually vocally a noticeably older woman made me feel very emotional. Also on that note, I had nowhere else to include this organically in this video, but before Courage, Thea White wasn't even really a working actor, which can be said of most of the cast of the show, but she had a really gripping life story. Despite Muriel's Scottish accent, White was born and raised in New Jersey. She had an early career on stage that involved doing off-Broadway and dinner theater productions in New York, where she then transitioned in the 70s to be the personal assistant to Marlene Dietrich in her older age, which I find very fascinating. White would say on this time of her life, this was towards the end of her career, but she was wonderful, so nice to everyone. She would walk around all day kind of slumped over and sagging, and then at night, she would tape her face back and put on a wig, pull herself up and perform, and she was really something. Part of her job was to pretend to be an excited audience member to get the crowd excited to see Dietrich perform, and every night she would buy her flowers and throw them on stage during her final number, which is both kind of sweet and kind of sad. The arrangement that they had ended when Dietrich fell on stage and broke her leg in 1983, and White would move back home and retire from the theater world, becoming a librarian in Livingston, New Jersey, which she would do for almost the next 20 years. A local man by the name of John Nisbet in Livingston, who was retired, but had worked in film and television, received a call from an old contact at Cartoon Network, asking if he knew any women who could convincingly do a Scottish accent, because they were struggling in the casting of a new show that they were developing. Nisbet thought of White's husband, Andy, who had immigrated from Scotland to America, and gave the Cartoon Network representative his phone number because he thought that Andy might have relatives who might have moved with him here. Now, Andy was actually famous in his own right, and believe it or not, was actually a temporary member of the Beatles. When Pete Best left the band in 1962, the group went through several drummers trying to find the right fit before landing on Ringo Starr, and can be found on the original recording of Love Me Do. This lasted for such a short time that he is just a footnote in their history. But after splitting with them, he would become the drummer for Chuck Berry, Tom Jones, Rod Stewart, as well as touring in the late 1970s with Marlene Dietrich, where he would meet his future wife. When Cartoon Network called, her husband was off at work, but Thea happened to be home and picked up the phone, and when the man on the line explained the situation, she reportedly said, "I don't know anyone, but I used to be an actress and my husband is a Scot, and I can do the accent, so why don't I audition?" And so she was cast, and starting in 1998, she began to record episodes as Muriel, and by 2001, she had recorded all dialogue for all 4 seasons of the show. They told her to go home and that they would call her in a year or two to schedule coming back to start recording the 5th season, after the episodes that they'd recorded were animated and aired. That was a call that would never come. She would tell her local paper, "One of the best things about doing voiceovers is that you never have to retire. As long as you can talk, you can work. And oh boy, can I talk." She would record lines for a few Cartoon Network promos throughout the years. The Cartoon Network racing video game in 2006, the Fog of Courage pilot in 2014, and then this film, which would be the last thing that she would do in her career before passing on July 30th, 2021. 2 months before this film would be released, in an interview shortly before her death for her upcoming return to the role of Muriel, she would say on her legacy with the character, "I was surprised by how many young kids loved being scared. I got a fan letter once from a little boy who was 7 years old, and he wrote to me, Could you please tell them to make more Courage the Cowardly Dog? And please tell them to make it scarier and scarier. And I think sadly with her passing, that this is the final shut door on Courage as a property. The proverbial final nail. Last year, someone on Twitter asked him if it was still possible to make the rebooted series despite the Scooby-Doo film's existence. To which he would say, "Nope, it's not going on. Was a gorgeous idea. Courage with his parents before the farm." And as of right now, that's it. This is the end of the story, of how Courage concludes with capitalistic greed, creating a horrible product while forcing out its original creator, who despite working in animation for decades and creating a culturally beloved work of art that almost everyone of a certain age in the country is aware of, is forced to ask for donations on PayPal from fans to fund his projects, which is the definition of shameful. But if there is a takeaway from this, it would be that I really would plead to those in power to bring this back in the way that it should be done. With the original creator, done with a level of freedom that would make something for modern audiences that was just as important and impactful as what came before. Because clearly, there are people who would love to see Courage return, but only in the right way. And I think with modern sensibilities surrounding animation, that there's a lot of right material there to work with. If they aren't going to bring it back as a show, then I think there are other alternative avenues that they could pursue. I think an ongoing, interconnected monthly comic version of this could really do well if done correctly. Here at the end, I don't even really know what to say. Other than, for most of my life, I have cared way too much about this silly little pinkish-purple dog, and his many problems, and his anxieties, and the love that he has for his family. And I know I'm not alone in that. And in that, there's something special there that should be recognized, celebrated, and talked about.
C'est la vie et c'est comme ça. Les chatons de Perse que ma main caresse sont moins doux que toi. Les fureurs anglaises et les portugaises, tu vaux mieux que ça. Les tapis de Perse.
Stupid dog!